Okay, we are live. So we're having a little connection with YouTube problem. Welcome, everybody. My name is Barry Lynn. I'm the Executive Director of the Open Markets Institute. And welcome to the Future of Democracy, the Future of Human Liberty. And the subtitle of our event is Speech, Thought, Sovereignty, Power, and Power in the Age of X and AI. So we gather today to begin to finish the job of mastering the online technologies on which we all depend, to make them work for our families and our children and the common good, to place these incredibly powerful platforms now and forever under democratic control. We gather today to begin to fix what we failed to fix over the last decade since we first really began to understand the vast array of threats, economic and political, posed by today's tech platforms. Most especially in the form of the threat these private corporations pose to our freedoms of speech and inquiry and thought, our liberty of conscience. We are thrilled to have you with us today and tomorrow. We have a great collection of speakers for a discussion that could not be more timely or important. For today, we have three main goals. First is to recognize the ultimate technical source of today's crisis of liberty and the political crises in so many of our democracies. This source lies in our failure to impose the prime original rule of liberal democracy on today's online communications platforms, which is rule of law designed to ensure that both the state and any corporation that controls an essential service, like communications or search, always serve everyone equally, that they never discriminate, never manipulate the individual, just as we did with every previous communications platform since the post office. It was this failure to impose non-discrimination rules that left these corporations free to develop business models based on control over and manipulation of what we read and see and with whom we speak. For 400 years, liberals assumed only the state could threaten freedom of speech and thought. But today, thanks to our failure, we see that the private corporation can pose threats to human liberty as great as the state. Worse, we see that these corporations today are already exploiting their manipulation systems to promote their own political ends, including sometimes by making these same awesome powers of political manipulation available to actors within the state. Our second goal today is to recognize that the ultimate political source of today's crisis is us, the liberals of the world. In the 1990s, people who believe in liberal democracy began to abandon the rules and systems of liberty, rules and systems that smarter generations of people had refined over 400 years. They did so in favor of corporate libertarianism, radical laissez-faire. This was true, to some degree, of liberals around the world. It was especially true of American liberals. For 4 centuries, people understood that liberal democracy requires constant regulation of power to prevent any concentration of arbitrary control, to ensure neither the state nor the corporation ever enjoy any ability to manipulate the specific individual. Yet when people in Europe and elsewhere stood to fix the problem, Americans bullied them. President Bush bullied Europe. President Obama bullied Europe. They said, "We know better than you." They said, "Let the corporations rule." American liberals bullied everyone else, even while failing to protect their own freedoms and the well-being of their own children, because they failed to understand how corporate libertarianism had blinded them to the concentration of power and control over them. Our third goal today is to recognize that the key to victory is solidarity. Today in the U.S., some speak of civilizational allies. Amen. True conservatives, true liberals, true Democrats have been civilizational allies for 400 years. Today in this room, this is a gathering of civilizational allies. A civilization dedicated to the full liberty and dignity of every citizen, every human, whatever their political or religious belief. Some fear that regulating the behavior of these corporations will stifle innovation. We hear that in London a lot. We hear that in capitals across Europe. The time has come to remember that when you use power to distribute power, to neutralize control, this makes every individual citizen and every individual business more free to create prosperity and abundance, to ensure security and resilience, to innovate and build the new. There's also a lot of political fear in liberal societies today. Some fear that standing to protect one's own democracy, one's own liberties, will lead to retaliation. It's important to remember that most true conservatives in America also believe in the traditional goals and systems of liberal democracy. True conservatives, after all, are a subset of liberals. Not only do conservatives stand with us, they have been warning us of our folly. For a decade, our conservative friends have warned we are not being heard. Google and Facebook are suppressing our speech arbitrarily. For years, we liberals failed to heed their warnings. Some of us actually welcome the idea of using the tech giants to silence our political opponents. From the first, our team at Open Markets and some of our allies have worked across the aisle with Democrats, Republicans, independents, with Christian Democrats and socialists and Greens, with true libertarians, as opposed to corporate libertarians. In almost every party, we find that some stand against us, but we find that most stand with us. The lesson for Europe: be a rock in defense of your liberty, and every on-rushing river will split. Today and tomorrow, we will hear depressing stories and inspiring stories, but we will also hear of an awakening. In America today, the attempt to cancel Jimmy Kimmel led many to awaken for the first time to the dangers posed by conglomeration of power over the press and manipulation of speech and communications by the dominant platforms. So too in the UK, thanks to the recent rally that descended into violence. Finally, liberals are learning that we too are not being heard, that our voices too are being suppressed and manipulated by these all-powerful corporations, just as the conservatives warned. And that leads to the logical next step, which is to work across the political spectrum in every country in the world to ensure that the corporations that host our communications never exploit their middleman, gatekeeper, essential positions to manipulate how one citizen speaks to another, to ensure the citizen is always in control. Our goal must be equally free speech for all, no personalized amplification, no personalized suppression, no personalized censorship ever again, no interference in the news, no monopolization of the advertising on which so much of our free press depends ever again, no more pitting of European against European and of American against American for profit ever again. So today, let's begin the next 400 years of liberty and democracy, of liberal democracy for all. So that's what we're here to do. Thank you for being in the room, and I'm going to turn it over to Barbara.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Barry. Hello, everyone. I'm Barbara Bukowska. I'm a Senior Director for Law and Policy at Article 19, that together with Open Markets Institute is hosting today's event. And huge thanks to OMI for partnering with us. Article 19 is a free speech organization operating globally and also working on many issues that we are going to discuss today. We also have a Europe presence, so hope you meet my colleague Mark, who leads our advocacy here, but also other colleagues who are taking part. before I start, there was supposed to be a picture on the screen with a disclaimer. Oh, what do I do? Oh, yes. So this picture, I need to explain what this is. So my colleagues in the office set up this, what I call oppression jar. So every single time I mention living under communism or some sort of dictatorship, I owe them £1, which means that at the end of this talk, I will be bankrupt. But, you know, I'm doing Lord's work here, or maybe my bid for economy. But to set us off, I want to reflect on the topic of today's discussion, which is democracy, future of free speech, from the vantage point of someone who actually remembers what does it mean to be censored? Or what does it mean to have no freedom of expression and to live without democracy? Because I grew up under in occupied Czechoslovakia in family of reluctant dissidents, emphasis on reluctant there. And people often romanticize this word dissident because it sounds very cinematic, very, very noble. But I can assure you that in reality, it's far less glamorous because it means a life of constant bureaucratic revenge, like losing your job or not having your children right to education, having a house full of bugs. But, no, by bugs, I mean surveillance, not insect. But people often think that living under dictatorship, it's like a constant blunt force, but I don't remember it that way. I actually remember it as living under circumstances where you know that your words can reach people who most need to hear them, because the public sphere is designed precisely to prevent their arrival. And I carry this experience as memory of absence. There is this strange medical condition called encephalitis lethargica. It means sleeping sickness. I think it was diagnosed sometimes in early 20th century in America, where patients who suffered from it, they were fully awake, they could eat, walk, talk, but they had no idea what was happening around them. They were totally disconnected to their circumstances. And then a powerful drug called L-DOPA was invented, which shook them back to life. And to me, this is what was living like under communism, that majority of the people didn't even bother to argue. And they all kind of fall into this collective sleeping sickness, this collective moral nap. And then the revolution arrived, which, you know, woke us up, was kind of L-DOPA shot. And with that, we got freedom. Fortunately, majority of us not in a bloody way. And but unfortunately, democracy didn't come with instructions, and some were and are better at improvising than the others. But during democratic transition, I got a fellowship to the United States to learn how to be a lawyer and human rights activist in this new world of democracy. And there I expected the culmination of this moral awakening. But instead, what I found was this strange mirror image, because I discovered that there was not a lack of freedom, but how freedom can be camouflaged, how easily ideology can reinvent itself. And what surprised me most in America was that, well, actually what surprised me most in America was there were flags everywhere, on buildings, on cars, on cereal boxes, on, you know, schools. And I remember that once I asked my supervisor, like, is there an opportunity where flag is not suitable? And then he thought about it carefully and said, well, maybe a funeral, but even that depends. But what I want to say is that what struck me the most was that the communism labored under the pretense of creating unity through slogans. And I found out America did exactly the same, just with, you know, more merchandise and twice the nationalism. And there I realized that democracy and censorship carry many forms, which brings me to now. Because what we are experiencing in the United States, the erosion of democratic norms, the near religious polarization, open hostility to basic rule of law, is a warning in real time. And from my free speech perspective, which admittedly is arguing a lot about what is protected speech and what is not, is that in the United States and maybe globally, freedom of expression is no longer a universal right. It seems to be a tool to divide and silence, something to selectively depending on political convenience. And also this idea of sovereignty has been under attack from corporations operating across the borders, lobbying against democratically adopted norms, and now with the US government threatening trade retaliation for daring to regulate them. I think the EU must wake up and resist craving to such pressure and transactional deals to sacrifice principle. If anything, it must show that it can count as a counterbalance normatively, politically, economically, so that and show that freedom of expression doesn't need to be weaponized, that democracy can be resilient and that rule of law is not negotiable. And it must also properly enforce and continue to set the norms to regulate and ensure democracy in digital age. What scares me most these days is not that the future we are entering in this is this strange Orwellian nightmare with boots on the faces, but that we are again falling collectively into this strange sleeping sickness, into this moral nap that I experienced during my childhood. When we are awake, but not really. When we are responsive to notifications, but indifferent to the meaning. And AI also underpins this infrastructure of sleep. And we must stop talking about it as if it was a destiny, because left in the hands of unaccountable billionaires, it will be perfect dictatorship. Personalized, invisible, frictionless, and you might not even know you are in it. So today, we will discuss concepts like sovereignty, digital regulation, market concentrations, and so on. And these are important concepts, but sometimes, to be honest, they sound very theoretical and technical until you realize that they are about who is awake and who drifts off. So I hope, and for me, the main task for our discussions today is to figure out how to be alert when the powers around us want to lull us back into somnolence, whether it's by ideology, whether it's by corporate interest, by profit-seeking, or other forms of control. And since you are all here, I assume you don't need this metaphorical L-DOPA injection, but I hope that together we can figure out how we keep society awake, and preferably before someone has to stage a bloody revolution to wake us up. So thank you for being here. And now I give a floor to Courtney, who is Director of Center for Journalism and Liberty at OMI, and Max van Thun, Europe Director at OMI, who will lead us to the next segment. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Really powerful words. And I think it's important and perfect to jump in. And I want to set the scene with my colleague Max over the next few minutes about just how powerful the dominant platforms are at manipulating and distorting what people can see, say on social media, chatbots, app stores, search, and how this is a dangerous level of corporate, unaccountable power that can tilt entire political debates. On X, we've watched algorithms systematically amplify extremist and far-right content, from disproportionately boosting far-right parties in German elections to fueling xenophobia by spreading racist falsehoods in UK after a stabbing. Elon Musk has personally intervened to amplify voices he favors and censor those that he opposes. He has even manipulated the Grok chatbot to promote Trumpism, neo-Nazism, and myths about white genocide. In Brazil, Musk refused to comply with court orders related to content moderation and called the judge a censor. This is billionaire-driven propaganda and platform manipulation that seeks to undermine liberal democracy, and Musk is not alone. TikTok has boosted far-right candidates in Germany and Romania, and removed content that is unwelcome in Beijing and critical of Trump in the US. Now it's sets to be controlled by a pro-Trump billionaire who is also a media mogul and Oracle co-founder. Meta and Google are no different. Facebook illegally downranked politicians' posts, according to a Belgian court. Instagram censored hashtags related to Democrats during the US elections, and across its platforms, peaceful expression of support for Palestinians amid the genocide in Gaza have been systematically censored at scale. Google has blocked searches, AI searches for Trump and dementia. YouTube's recommender system has long fueled extremism, steering users towards conspiracy theorists and far-right propaganda, while penalizing journalists, including independent media in Russia and Ukraine. The business models of Google, X, and TikTok depend on surveillance, using behavioral data to modify and manipulate attention and belief for paying clients. Their vision for AI with omnipresent personalized chatbots mediating how people learn, create, socialize, and work, using behavioral data to modify and risks amplifying already unacceptable levels of corporate control over freedom of thought, over freedom of speech, and using the expression as a point to eliminate human autonomy and ultimately the preconditions for liberal democracy. And their power does not stop at shaping political debate. It extends to dismantling the very institutions that hold them accountable, like journalism. For decades, these platforms have siphoned, monopolized digital advertising, access to audiences, and now they're stripping news content to train the AI models that they are building without consent or compensation, turning the work of reporters into unpaid fuel for the very tools that will threaten to replace them and which are pumping AI junk out to drown out the information. Corporate retaliation against modest efforts to require big tech to pay for the news they use have become equally systematic. Meta censored news accounts in Australia and Canada in retaliation for proposed legislation attempting to require fair compensation for the use of publisher content. Google has also censored journalistic content in attempts to regulate in California and Europe, conducting tests, suppressing news content in an attempt to intimidate the news industry. And big tech extracts content and advertising revenue, inserts itself between publishers and advertisers, and then weakens or diminishes any efforts to regulate. And what's at stake isn't just fairness in the market, but the survival of independent journalism, and with it, the democratic checks and balances that keep concentrated power in line. The result is an information system dominated by platform monopolies that have every incentive to manipulate and suppress dissent, including at the behest of rising authoritarian leaders in the US. And we are witnessing a fusion of corporate and state power take institutional form as leading tech executives have been given unprecedented access to government systems and appointed lieutenant colonels in the US Army Reserve. Private control over critical communications infrastructure, from social media to satellites to AI systems, is allowing a handful of tech billionaires and their platforms to shape information flows, military operations, and even the tools of governance itself. This blurring of the public and private roles, absent any real oversight or democratic accountability, marks a dangerous normalization of a world where those who build the machinery of surveillance and censorship and persuasion now help decide how and against whom it is deployed. And this control and manipulation of our information ecosystems is not just algorithmic bias. It is a function of market dominance and unaccountable interference in our democratic processes. Over the past year, the US government and dominant tech firms launched a campaign to undermine digital legislation in Europe, equating regulation with censorship. The campaign targets the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act, as well as other laws that apply to the very largest digital and AI platforms. And the administration in the US has inaccurately portrayed these laws as foreign censorship and taxes on American firms. These attacks appear aimed at achieving three objectives: to protect US platforms from public oversight and accountability, to weaken European sovereignty, and to clear the way for extremist parties and those who directly oppose liberal democracy. The scale and scope of this interference is unprecedented. The House Judiciary Committee subpoenaed tech companies for information about their communication with EU lawmakers related to their implementation of democratically passed laws. The chair sent a letter to European officials demanding an end to foreign censorship. And last month, they held a public hearing in Congress to give critics of EU and UK legislation and big tech lobbyists a platform to air their grievances. The White House has repeatedly and explicitly threatened stiff tariffs in retaliation against European nations that dare to regulate American tech companies that are operating in their jurisdictions. And the State Department announced a new policy restricting visas for those officials and their families who are engaged in censorship of Americans. There was an official memo that disparaged Europe's Orwellian content moderation and its impact on the free speech rights of American citizens and companies in what was truly an Orwellian memo. The secretary also instructed U.S. countries that attack our incredible American tech companies, claiming that digital taxes, digital services legislation, and digital markets regulation are all designed to harm or discriminate against American technology. And Vice President Vance has used high-profile diplomatic fora to attack European digital governance, declaring that the greatest threat facing Europe was not external adversaries, despite a war right across the street in Ukraine, but its own democratic institutions, calling EU officials commissars for cracking down on illegal content on social media and characterizing EU privacy protections and AI regulation as tools for authoritarian censorship. These statements and actions and manipulation of trade and diplomacy represent a deliberate and disingenuous attempt to delegitimize European democratic decision-making and enforcement to the benefit of American corporate power, which is increasingly indistinguishable from state power, as my colleague Max is going to explain a bit further.
Thanks, Courtney, and good morning, everyone. So I'm going to build on Courtney's remarks, focusing more on the European picture, but I'm just going to check that this clicker works because I think there's been some issues with the slides. That's going the wrong way. Okay, there we go. So Courtney has laid out very well how the US administration is attacking Europe's laws. But I want to talk a little bit about how this is emboldening the US tech giants to ramp up their own criticism of the EU's digital rulebook, whether that is in tacit or in explicit collusion with the US administration. So as we all know, weak or even non-compliance by US tech firms with EU laws has long been a serious issue. But I think what we've seen in recent months is that defiance has been turning into open resistance. So just last month, Apple called for the Digital Markets Act, one of the EU's flagship laws, to be abolished. And this is a law that is designed to promote contestability in digital markets that Apple has spent many months trying to frustrate, including being fined by the European Commission for non-compliance. Meanwhile, Meta, with its CEO Mark Zuckerberg leading the charge, has changed its content moderation policies to align with the priorities of the Trump administration. It's echoed the administration's language on supposed censorship and protectionism, as Courtney was outlining, and it's explicitly called on the US government to defend its interests abroad. And then for its part, Elon Musk's X has all but abandoned compliance with the Digital Services Act. I think many of us have experienced that for ourselves using the platform, but there's also a growing list of non-compliance investigations under the DSA, all of which speaks for itself. As for Google, Google has also very aggressively kind of scaled up its attacks on EU regulation this year, and also recently pulled out of the EU's code of practice on disinformation, which it said simply wasn't appropriate or effective for its services. But I think the most extreme criticism has come from Peter Thiel, the tech investor, founder of PayPal, who, according to a recent Washington Post article in a private speech, described not only Greta Thunberg, but anyone trying to put regulatory limits on technology as, quote, legionnaires of the Antichrist, which I think is definitely an original way of describing EU bureaucrats. But I think more seriously, it's absurd, but I think it's actually very revealing of the attitude that many in Silicon Valley have to any attempts to put limits on their power, even modest ones. So as we've heard, the US administration, its allies in Congress, and the tech giants have focused on two main arguments in their attacks on EU legislation. Firstly, that it enables censorship, and secondly, that it is an attempt to deliberately weaken American corporations. But these claims don't withstand much scrutiny. Not a single piece of EU tech legislation, whether that's the DMA or the DSA, the AI Act, the GDPR, singles out companies based on their nationality, which would actually be not only against WTO rules, but against the EU's own treaties. And yes, it's true that the majority of the firms, for example, under the DMA and DSA that are designated are American, but this isn't because of their nationality, but because of their market dominance and the systemic effect that they have on our societies. And of course, several European and non-US companies have been designated under these laws, including ByteDance, Booking.com, Shein, and Zalando. And any European business that reaches the level of scale needed to trigger the thresholds of these laws will also be captured in the future, as is only fair. The idea that the EU is attempting to censor political speech is also tenuous. Obviously, regulating communications platforms is a delicate task, and there is always the risk of overreach, which we have to be aware of. But so far, there's no compelling evidence that the DSA has been used to censor speech, despite the best efforts of Republicans in the US to prove the opposite. And in fact, I would go so far as to argue that the DSA not only doesn't allow governments to censor speech, but actually it does the opposite by equipping governments and citizens to challenge censorship and manipulation by tech platforms. And that includes requiring platforms to provide much greater transparency on their content moderation systems, on their recommender algorithms, and also giving users formal rights to actually challenge unfair takedowns of their content. And so, as Courtney pointed out, I think we need to see these attacks for what they are. They're an attempt by the US government to place US corporations beyond the law and to weaken the sovereignty and democratic prerogatives of Europe and nations around the world. The key question is, how has Europe responded to all of this interference? And I would say, to its credit, despite fears that Europe would simply sacrifice its competition and digital rules as a bargaining chip with the Trump administration in trade negotiations, that isn't what has happened. And the EU has largely stood firm so far. We've had strong statements from Commissioners Verkunen and Ribeiro, for example, in defense of these laws, and also from President von der Leyen herself, who earlier this year described these rules as, quote, untouchable sovereign decisions. So, that's positive. And we've seen continued enforcement in practice. For example, several US gatekeepers have been fined for non-compliance with the DMA, perhaps not enough, but they have been. And a major antitrust investigation into Google's ad tech monopoly is still ongoing, and a breakup still remains on the table. I'd also say we're seeing much more awareness of the both economic and political dangers of relying on a handful of tech giants for critical digital infrastructure. There's a lot of momentum behind the Eurostack movement, for example, which is seeking to build European alternatives to US tech infrastructure that represents European values and not Silicon Valley's. But there's also cause for concern. Some enforcement actions, and I'm thinking in particular of the investigations into X under the DSA, which I mentioned, have been essentially frozen for what appear to be political reasons. And then we have the EU's anti-coercion instrument, which would seem to be the perfect tool to respond to the threats from the US, and which would allow the EU, for example, to impose targeted retaliation on US tech companies. But that instrument is not being used, and for the moment is gathering dust. But to conclude, I think these battles that we're all witnessing today will essentially determine whether the future of technology is controlled by a handful of corporate titans or by the interests and needs of citizens. And so now is the time for Europe and for democracies around the world facing these challenges to step up. So thank you.
Thank you, Courtney and Max. Those were very powerful and succinct presentations. You know, when I was growing up, I watched a lot of kung fu films, and you know, the thing about kung fu is, if any of you have watched a kung fu film, is you'll remember that it really centers around somebody with these amazing powers, skills to deal with incredibly powerful opponents. You know, someone with these skills can quietly dispatch the greatest giant, you know, sort of flip them off as they run at the Kung Fu master, flip them off to one side or the other with, you know, barely breaking a sweat, maybe a couple of grunts, quiet grunts. So I've always thought about my friend Jonathan Cantor as one of the great kung fu masters of antitrust, of anti-monopoly, of fighting the threats to our liberty and our democracy. And Jonathan, in case you may have forgotten or hadn't heard, Jonathan was the sort of the chief, the head of the antitrust division within the Department of Justice under the Biden administration, and sort of led a true renaissance after 40 years of decay within the United States of neoliberalism, a true renaissance, along with Lena Khan, of antitrust enforcement in the United States. Now, before I get Jonathan up here, just one other thing. It's like, so this is, you know, today's conversation is a lot about sort of the ways in which Europeans and Americans have been engaged in this fight together. So when Jonathan came in, one of the things he was able to do, he was able to build on models, on sort of enforcement, on strong enforcement efforts that had been sort of really pioneered by Mario Monti, who's going to be joining us later today, by Margrethe Vestager, who's going to be joining us later today. And then when Jonathan was building on the work of Monti and Vestager, he himself was laying down foundations on which Europeans can build, one of the most important of which was the Google ad tech case, which Jonathan sort of really helped to develop before he was in that position, and then sort of brought to completion under while he was in that position, and which Commissioner Ribera recently has, or Vice President Ribera recently has sort of taken to building on the American foundation of that case. She finished the case here in Europe recently. So Jonathan is part of a tradition of warriors in defense of our liberty and democracy that works together across the Atlantic, around the world, in defense of our democracies. And I am thrilled to have, and we should all be thrilled to have Jonathan here with us today.
Well, that's a hard act to follow. I don't think I've ever been called a kung fu master before, but I will insist on being called one from here on out, especially by my children, who are not going to believe it. About now coming on 10 years, maybe even a little longer, I first met Barry, and we had authentically, Barry even longer than I had, come to a very similar place in life, one where we were questioning deeply the impact of concentrated corporate power in our country, in the United States, and then world over. It was really Barry who helped me fully appreciate why this matters. I understood it mattered to our economy. I understood it mattered instinctively to our freedom. But it was Barry who really helped me understand that concentrated corporate power and concentrated political power go hand in hand. And you can't solve one without solving the other. And if we tolerate concentrated corporate power, we will end with concentrated political power. And I'm afraid that's the world as we're beginning to confront it today. I don't, it's kind of cliche to start a talk with quoting a song, and I don't frequently do it, but I can't help myself because there's this refrain that just keeps echoing in my mind. It's a song by Jackson Browne, probably many of you know, but it's interpreting a poem by a poet, a Spanish language poet, Carlos Valera. And the refrain in the song is, there can be freedom only when nobody owns it. And it just keeps echoing my mind. What does that mean? So I'd like to unpack that a little bit today. And what it means to me, or what it means to me in this moment, is we have crisis. We have a crisis of concentration. We have a crisis of political concentration. We have a crisis of corporate concentration. And we have a crisis at the intersection of political and corporate concentration. So let me unpack that. The US system, when it works, is a mess, but it is a beautiful mess, right? It is a series of collisions of executive power, of congressional power, of judicial checks and balances, of people exercising their rights by voting and democratically electing their leaders. And importantly, in the context of today's conversation, a free press holding all of them to account. It is a beautiful mess. We can't agree, but that's a feature, not a bug. It forces us to fight it out. It forces us to bend to the will of the people. It forces the decentralization of power. Today, in the United States, we are experiencing a crisis of concentration of political power. Our executive branch is increasing its control over government and citizens. It is doing so without the necessary checks and balances from our legislature. It is doing it without the appropriate checks and constraints from our court system. And it is increasingly undermining the freedom of our press to hold it accountable. How does that happen? Well, it happens in part because there's a crisis of corporate concentration. For decades, we saw our businesses and competition erode. We saw the American dream erode, the ability to start a small business anywhere you want in our country or in the world and thrive, to go from something to nothing. We saw wealth inequality give people a lack of the hope that they need and deserve in order to have their own access to the American dream. We saw the erosion of the business models that are necessary to sustain a free and open press. And so what happens when there is corporate concentration is political power is easier to gain. You have no free press or free flow of accurate information or ground truth to determine which way is up and to hold authoritarian tendencies accountable. We see our university systems, our cradle of thought and innovation, under attack. And we see, and this is where the cocktail gets perhaps the most toxic, we see the combination of corporate power kneeling to political power in order to sustain its position. There is no such thing as a benevolent dictator. There's no such thing as a benevolent monopolist. We need competition in our political system through democracy, through checks and balances. We need competition in our corporate system through similar checks and balances, and that's competition. That is when marketplaces hold large corporate entities accountable. When they overreach, when they overstep, there's somewhere else you can go. When they overreach and they overstep, you can hold them accountable through innovation, through lower prices, through the spoken word. It is core to the American dream, and that is under attack. And the cascading effects of that are profound. We see a rise in industrial policy. We see a rise of tolerance of monopolies domestically in order to fight abroad. But let me be very clear about this. That does not end well. We do not need domestic monopolies wherever you live in order to compete more effectively abroad. We are better, we are more competitive, and we are a freer society when competition domestically is our guiding principle, and then we use that to compete more effectively abroad. The way to compete against China is not to be China. The way to compete against China is not to have a planned economy. The way to compete against China is not to have censorship. The way to compete against China is to have a free, open, democratic society that has checks and balances both at the political level and at the corporate level. So what do you do about it? This is the hard question. I spent approximately almost 4 years in the government facing a crisis of concentration, facing a system that had tolerated consolidation and exercise of corporate power for generation or longer. And the consequences, again, weren't just about prices or innovation or output. Those things all matter. But going back to the conversation that I alluded to with Barry when we started talking about these issues over 10 years ago, it was clear to me that the consequences of inaction went to our very freedom. Because if somebody owns that freedom, you're no longer free. But what do you do when you have such a backlog? The dilemma of how to deal with the enormity of this problem can be paralyzing. And so throughout the day today, we're going to talk about a lot of problems. People are going to talk about solutions. It's important to understand first why it matters. Concentration of power, political or corporate. Remember, plutocracy is its own form of dictatorship. We cannot, should not tolerate it. But I will start with a more pragmatic note, which is do something. Do not let the enormity of the problem paralyze action. Do something. And so when I got into office, there were problems as far as the eye could see. There were too many to deal with. The easy thing would have been to wave my hands and say, we're going to talk about the problem. We're going to complain about the problem. We're going to say it's too far gone and we should just throw our hands up in the air and do nothing. That makes the problem worse. Do something. Bring a case. Enact legislation. Start chipping away at the problem, but do so with a North Star. Throughout my tenure at DOJ, I kept a compass in my desk. And it was a reminder that in a world of politics, in a world of media, in a world of scrutiny, in a world of taking on very powerful interests, it could be really easy to lose your way. And Washington, frankly, as well as the rest of the political world, it's filled with people who get lost in the process, who get lost in the fight for its own sake. But in that kind of world, moral clarity, clarity of purpose is a superpower. That's my kung fu. And that clarity is, if you care about a competitive economy, if you care about freedom, if you care about the decentralization and deconcentration of both corporate and political power, and the decisions that you make, the actions you bring, the cases you file are all in service of that very clear, distinct vision, you can make a difference. And if we all do that collectively, we will start chipping away at the problem, we will start moving in the right direction. But I'm here again with one message: do something. Thank you very much.
So we're running a few minutes behind, so I'm only going to ask you just a couple questions, and then, and actually, it's really a two-part single question, and you know, in some ways, the ad tech case, you're probably the most important actor in sort of putting that together over time at different levels within the government structure in the United States, starting at the state level. And I thought there's like, I have some first question would be, what we're seeing here is that there actually is transatlantic cooperation on this, and maybe just a couple of comments about just how important that kind of cooperation is. And then the second thing is, the key player in that case in the United States before it got to the federal level was the state of Texas, which was a Republican state. So one of the things that we want, I think, in the United States, those of us who were leading the anti-monopoly movement the last 4 years, we've been humbled. So we are not here to lecture. We are here to witness. There's Europeans do not need lecturing from any Americans now at any level. But one of the things I think there's a lesson in the ad tech case of just the ways in which conservatives and liberals, Democrats and Republicans kind of came together, and in many ways are still together on that issue. So maybe just sort of the transatlantic and then sort of cross aisle.
Absolutely. I mean, the cooperation here with the European Commission and abroad was extraordinary. And I think it goes to the point I was making about the North Star. There was alignment, again, maybe not some differences in approach, but there was alignment in purpose, which is we believe that a competitive economy and a free economy go hand in hand. We believe that something like ad tech, while the details might sound highly technical, go to the business model that is essential for news publishers. And without news publishers, we don't have a free and fair society. And it was the same thing working with Republican states. The realization I had when I remember about 15 years ago, talking to a friend of mine who was early in the anti-monopoly movement among folks who are right of center in the United States. And what he told me is kind of what I was talking about earlier, which is concentration of corporate power and concentration of political power go hand in hand. And conservatives in the United States should be against both because it's antithetical to our values of a free society. And I think we need to frame it in those terms. I think I'll point out, though, as you mentioned, ad tech, Barry, because I think it's an important note here. I started talking about the ad tech issue in 2007, and pretty much continuously since then. And there were many times from 2007, including moments in 2012 and 2013, 2015 for action. And there was none. And so we took action, but it was after the problem had calcified. And that is true in a lot of different areas of our economy. We are confronting a transformational shift in industry with the emergence of AI. And what I would say is learn the lessons from the last go round. It is much easier and frankly less invasive to intervene now than it will be 25 years from now. And the harm will be a lot less if you can intervene now rather than having to wait 20 or 25 years. The truth of the matter is, right, we are a better society, not just free society or safer society, but a better economy because we have lines on the road and we have traffic lights and we have stop signs, right? It means people can, and speed limits, people can drive to and from places without crashing into each other. People can know where to turn. You can have addresses. You can have a society. Society requires some rules and rule of law and accountability. As we embark on this and encounter this new inflection point, and we think about what society will look like, we need to ask ourselves what kinds of rules we want, what kinds of lines on the road do we need, what kinds of traffic lights, what kind of world do you want to live in? Do you want to live in a world with freedom of the press? Do you want to live in a world with freedom of thought at universities? Do you want to live in a world where somebody can build and start a new business and enjoy a wonderful middle-class life? Those are the kinds of questions we need to ask. And if you believe in those things, you need to take action now to protect them.
Join me in thanking Jonathan and
Great. Great. Well, thank you so much. I want to invite the next panelists to join me up on stage, please. You already know me, so I won't introduce myself again, but we are going to have the first panel up here. So Andrea, please, do you want to join us up here? David Kay and Sasha Havlich. So we're going to spend a few minutes talking about whose speech, corporate power as the missing link in the debate. Please join us here. Sasha, you can sit here. Great. So we want to talk about how both corporate and state power are reshaping freedom of expression in the digital era. And as we've now heard, a handful of global technology firms and their AI systems that are increasingly governing visibility, moderation, and reach. And so then the question is not simply what speech is free, but whose speech counts. And, we've talked about how this debate has been co-opted. So I want to jump into this really stellar panel here. So we've got David Kay, who is a law professor at UC Irvine and the former special rapporteur on freedom of expression at the UN, who, years ago, you were one of the first people to really emphasize the role of corporate tech platforms and business and human rights as a freedom of expression issue. So I want to start with you to get a sense of, how did we get here? When did you start your special rapporteur role?
2014.
Okay, so we're a decade past that, and yet things are worse?
I mean, I don't want to claim responsibility for all of that. I mean, I do in a way, but I mean, a lot of people were involved in laying the groundwork for that. I guess, where I would want to start is how certain actors have kind of monopolized the idea of speech and what speech involves. And oftentimes, I think it's framed as speech is about the speaker. It's about the person imparting information. And so you have all of these, what I think of as free speech phonies who only think about speech in the context of what one person can say, rather than thinking, like in a multi-dimensional way about everyone's access to information. So on this, I'm a total broken record on this. So if you've heard me talk about Article 19, not Barbara's organization, but the article in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and other treaties, the right is, unlike the First Amendment, which simply says Congress shall make no law abridging freedom of speech or the press, it says that everyone enjoys the right to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas of all kinds, regardless of frontiers. It's not just about the person who's imparting information. And so I think that when we think about seeking and receiving, we're also thinking about, browsing and access to pluralistic media and all of those things. And yet at least the ideological kind of monopoly has been solely with the imparting of information. And to that extent, we've had a real, I think, corporate capture in a way, but also political capture. And it goes to Jonathan Cantor's points about that kind of intersection of corporate and political power, but it's also corporate and political ideology about the nature of speech. So I kind of started there. I mean, for a while, the platforms at least went through the motions of adopting policies that understood that it's not just about the speaker, but it's about a rich environment for access to information. Doesn't seem, in the absence, when it's completely self-regulatory, in the absence of enforcement of that, you end up where we are now.
And indeed, and we're lucky to have Alexandra Gisa here, who has been a member of the European Parliament since 2019 for the Greens, and you are the digital expert for the Greens parliamentary group, and you helped negotiate the Digital Services Act, which is a response exactly as David said. You've also written that democracies tend to focus on a very 19th century idea of censorship. So talk to us a little bit more about that. How should we be thinking about this in a more robust way?
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think we can think of it like in the Jackson Brown way, the Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. What they claim is they give you freedom of expression, but actually they own the place and decide whose opinion gets reach, gets visibility, gets heard, and whose gets 2 likes and sits there in the corner. So I think this 19th century kind of idea that this bad censor with the big scissors or with a big black pen, just canceling, deleting it, that's the wrong idea. That is moderation, that's content moderation. The point is you can simply make opinions invisible if you have an algorithm that makes sure it does not get seen. And this is what's happening across all platforms. Engagement-based ranking means that any kind of content that elicits fear and anger and outrage gets higher reach than anything else. And in terms of information, that means that any kind of, well-done Russian propaganda has higher reach than media content that abides by journalistic standards. It means that disinformation reaches more people than information. And in political terms, it means that extremist content, particularly far-right content, gets a lot more visibility than any other kind of content, of political content. And I don't think that is freedom of speech. It's not the freedom to have access to information, to a variety of information, which is something we have also enshrined in the German Constitution. And it's not the freedom to have my opinion be seen by people. And it's not people's freedom to choose, because we don't choose the content we see. This is the mistake a lot of people see. We think we choose our timelines. No, we don't. We engage with content, and then the platform decides what we get on that base. And they say that's an act of choice. But it's sort of like, you know, if I get mocked or robbed in the street and I defend myself, I do interact, absolutely, that's interaction. But is that my choice? I don't think so. I think we need to go back to content that people really choose and adjust the algorithms accordingly. And that's something we could do with the DSA if we had the courage.
Yes, courage. I mean, that is one of the challenges, I think, in this debate, right, is to stand up to some of these very powerful corporate actors. I want to turn now to Sasha Havlich, who is the co-founder and CEO of the Institute for Strategic Dialogue. And, you know, this issue that you've talked about, you know, the invisible hand of distribution, the role that that is playing in cultivating and fostering extremism. You know, a few years ago, we were talking about the role in promoting terrorism, et cetera. We serve on the Global Internet Forum for Counterterrorism. So we know these platforms have incredible power over what we see, when we see it, the groups that get formed. What are you seeing in terms of the power of these corporations over speech and association?
Thanks, Courtney. And yes, I'll start maybe with our journey in this space, because my organization, ISD, has been detecting, analyzing, trying to prevent threats to individual rights, to public safety, to national security, to democratic processes, integrity, emanating from a host of bad actors. And that includes terrorists, violent extremists. It includes hostile state actors. We do a lot of work to understand the kinds of psychological and information operations of Iran and the CCP and the Kremlin, these sorts of problems. And what we found over time was that not only were platforms sort of systematically failing to enforce their own rules, the kind of promise that they make to users in their terms of service about what they, you know, what people will and won't encounter on their platforms. But in addition to that, we found something really strange, because in the context of these nasty things happening, because we're free speech advocates, we believed that the best way, of course, to deal with nasty stuff is more speech, alternative speech. And we tried with many partners to do that, to flood the internet with counter speech initiatives of different kinds. And over time, again, as we evaluated all of this, we realized they weren't breaking through. In fact, they were never going to break through. And this is where our analysis started to look at the kind of systemic problems that many of you have been talking about. And what we found was that, again, the content that comes closest to the red line of terms of service of the platforms is in fact the most viral. It's not a level playing field for speech. It's a tilted playing field in the interest of not one political view or another, but the more and more extreme variants of whatever political view, whatever issue area you might be interested in. And in fact, it's a kind of slippery slope into very fragmented and enclosed environments where, again, the most sensationalist, the most extreme variants of ideas essentially outcompete whatever comes, you know, more close to, if you like, the middle ground. And what that's meant, this kind of funhouse mirror that the social media landscape is now of us, is that, again, the most divisive, the most anger-filled kinds of voices outcompete. And, you know, if you have the 20% on any kind of ideational extreme winning out systematically over whatever it is in the middle, the 80% of the sensible, you're starting to create a totally distorted environment. And part of that has resulted in really terrifying things. We see a massive trend in radicalization and recruitment of younger and younger people, of course, kids getting served up content that they were not initially looking for, but they were driven to it through these algorithmic patterns. And so I think this is the piece, the responsibility in our minds really lay here in the serving up of things that you were not otherwise going to be encountering.
And, you know, we talk about the political will, but now we're in an era where you have this increasing polarization, increasing extremism, far right, kind of the creation of communities of conspiracy theorists across a bunch of different issues, right? And Alexandra, you mentioned the lack of political will. It seems to me that we're also seeing the free speech debate and pro-democracy narratives co-opted by pro-authoritarian actors. Given this dynamic, I mean, what is the potential for political will? You heard me talk about all the threats from the US against Europe. What's going to happen here?
Well, that is an interesting question. I think it's two distinct questions. I think on the one hand, we have the threats of the US against Europe, and I think the Commission is taking them very seriously, especially the terror threats, but also the threat not to support Ukraine. So I think those are the two big issues at stake here. I think sometimes Europe doesn't realize how important the Digital Services Act is, and we need President Trump to attack it so strongly to realize what a wonderful instrument that could be. That's a little bit the paradox of European policy and politics, I believe. So I think that's one thing. The other thing is the free speech debate that I think right now is a little bit in elite circles in Europe. But I think it is growing, it's becoming bigger. I keep seeing articles. The US is pushing it a lot through Nigel Farage, for example, in UK, through the far right in Germany. And this is why I think we need a counter movement. I mean, we can't leave the idea of freedom of speech in the hands of an authoritarian power. Of people who made sure that 145 people in the US lost their jobs just because they made comments or quoted Charlie Kirk's words on social media. And the same person, J.D. Vance, who asked for that, who publicly said, well, talk to their employers, is the one coming to Europe and saying we have issues around freedom of speech. That is ridiculous. So I think we need to retake that question in our hands and say, no, we are the ones fighting for democracy. We are the ones fighting for freedom and for freedom of expression. And we should reframe it offensively and not in a defensive way. So far we've been saying, well, but the DSA doesn't do anything around freedom of speech. On the contrary, it protects freedom of speech, which is all correct. But once in politics you're on the defensive, you lose, especially in a polarized environment where with that kind of arguments, nobody sees them. That's the problem. So I think the points are, one, this kind of algorithm engagement-based ranking is a breach of freedom of speech, is threatening freedom of speech as such, because everybody who doesn't want to go for hateful, violent, and extremist content has his visibility suppressed in the internet, first point. So I think this is something we should attack as an attack on freedom of speech. Second point, there are basically manual interventions in the algorithm. I mean, you saw the numbers probably of Elon Musk's account after he joined the Trump campaign, and they went like that. And we have numbers from the German the federal elections in February, where we see that the far right is basically tripled. One far left party that was pro-Putin multiplied by 10 times. The Greens and the Social Democrats, so the moderate progressive, reduced to a 12th and a 5th of their content. That's suppression of speech, very, very clearly. So that's a second point. And if I may, a third point, I think, is the fact that people who get attacked with hate, with lies in the internet, they leave public discourse. They leave social media. The targets of all that hate that goes under freedom of speech in the right-wing authoritarian kind of version, they leave public discourse. They leave politics. I mean, in Germany, we have, in many places, we have trouble to recruit people who want to run in local elections because of the hate they get. Hundreds of death threats. Their kids get threatened in school. People find dead animals in their house, on their door. That is suppressing freedom of speech in a way that is unprecedented in my country right now. And that is something we also need to call out.
Yes, I think we're seeing the same thing in the US. David, I want you to comment on this.
So first off, I totally agree, Alexandra, with the point that we need an offense. We need a strategy that's not just responding to sort of the idea that we're hearing from the authoritarians, kind of capturing the idea of speech. Totally agree with that. I just want to complicate things a little bit more, just in the sense that, we're talking about platforms. In a sense, we're talking, yes, about today's problem, but it's also a little bit of yesterday's problem as well. And, we're seeing repeated kind of this, again, this corporate and political overlap in the context of AI, in the development of AI tools, where, clearly government is now like the cheerleaders for open AI and the others in the AI industry. And they're doing so in a way that is not reflective, not even considering really the kind of risk assessment, again, that the DSA requires of platforms, but the kind of risk assessment that you should be doing before launching these tools into the wild. And so there's that problem. And you also have the problem of mass surveillance and targeted surveillance. So, and European governments, in addition to others, not really putting the brakes on that. But that also has a very strong kind of authoritarian and corporate element to it. And I think we need to be sort of seeing the entire information environment is influenced not just by, these monopolistic platforms, but also by, corporate surveillance companies, the private surveillance industry, and this like seemingly can do no wrong AI industry that's really dominant.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think that is the key part of the question is, part of what we're facing is an emerging crisis of how we know what we know, because part of the way that you've done your research and you make policy is that, you rely on the knowledge that you can get. Inadequate as it is from the data access from platforms, it is even more opaque in AI, in chatbots. It's personalized. There are no fiduciary responsibilities. How are you thinking about doing the work that you've done, which has relied on being able to see these information flows, which are now even more privatized? What are you thinking about?
Yeah, there's no question that, of course, generative AI has become a tool in the toolkit of authoritarian state information and cyber operations. For instance, of late, we've seen that deployed quite skillfully and upgrade, if you like, the impact of these types of information operations of late. And so, again, it's, bad actors are always early adopters of emerging technologies. The bottom line is, and it's becoming harder and harder, as you rightly said, to detect and to analyze these kinds of operations, not least because we're seeing a shuttering by corporations of access to data, access for third-party independent research organizations to the kind of data that would enable better detection of these kinds of threats, including, by the way, systemic harassment and intimidation and threats, abuse of the kind that, Alexandra, you talked about, that we've certainly monitored a great deal, but also the kind of data that we need in order to be able to evaluate the extent to which, as I've called it, the sort of invisible hand behind the scenes, the algorithmic systems might in fact be distorting the speech ecosystem in ways that we've talked about. That's going to be vital, even more important now as we see generative AI come on board. And I will just say there is no such thing as perfect regulation. I will admit to that.
What?
Really, and we mustn't be evangelists, I think, about one piece of regulation over another and so on. But there are some very fundamental principles we should all be adhering to if we're interested in liberal democracy, where authoritarian states, in seeing these kinds of problems, that we work on platforms, respond with control and with censorship. We have to do the exact diametric opposite, which is essentially mandated transparency. And to some extent, that's where we've gotten to with Article 40 of the DSA, is this sort of mandated transparency principle, which enables us not just to evaluate whether the rules are being upheld by platforms, but also to evaluate whether there has in fact been overreach in platform moderation. We can use this transparency to see clearly, are we seeing shadow banning at scale? Are we over-moderating content in ways that are really fundamentally problematic? That is the way we can hold everybody to account at the same time.
I mean, yes. Sure, but to some extent that is a downstream problem, right? And it assumes that you can get the information. And I think we're still unclear on how that's going to apply in AI. So I'm not saying we don't need transparency, but I want to go to David because, we've worked together for what, almost 20 years, probably promoting human rights and using this rights framework. And it seems to me that a huge missing element of the free speech, the free expression, privacy debates is market power, right? We're talking so much about, did my piece of content get taken down and can I have this, can I adjudicate this and take months, to figure out if it gets put back? But, not to put you on the spot, but, when we're looking at the corporate power over speech, I don't remember us ever talking about market power. I don't remember us ever talking about just how much of the information ecosystem, the market power that these companies have. If you were special rapporteur today, do you think that would be higher up on the list?
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, a panelist for putting people on the spot. So it's all good. I mean, I think, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, there's a little bit of analysis, self-criticism that we can all engage in on this. And, in 2014, 2015, when I was thinking about this as special rapporteur, clearly, I mean, the focus was on company rules. And, we were looking at platforms that were essentially lawless. Maybe they still are today, but the focus was therefore on content moderation, the process of content moderation, the rules, the who decides kinds of questions. But I think concentration of power also was behind some of that. And particularly if you go back and look at, I mean, certainly the work of my predecessors focusing on the concentration in media more generally, that has long been kind of a core concern of the freedom of expression. Right, that in the absence of pluralistic media, which is, basically the existence of concentrated media, then you're going to have limited access to information, a lot of gatekeeping by players that have interests that aren't in the public interest. Some of the work that I did and that you've done, even, 10 years ago, highlighted the fact that platforms weren't operating on the basis of public interest. Right, they were operating on the basis of basically of private interest and the advertising models that they sustain. So, I mean, that's just a long way of maybe in part avoiding the question. But I think you're absolutely right. I mean, and that move, maybe even going back 6 or 7 years, I remember that Ranking Digital Rights did a report on the business model. And they were very much focused on not just the model and the advertising, but also on the concentration. So I think there was a move to that, but clearly, articulating the connection between concentration and pluralistic media is something we need to work more on. And certainly today we need to.
And Alexandra, I mean, the EU has brought competition cases. You have the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act. So there are a panoply of legal regulatory tools. And yet it seems that these platforms are more powerful than ever. And you still see, European governments are on X despite not liking its content moderation policies. They're signing contracts with cloud service providers that are American companies. So, again, like part of it is political will, but like, what are the options? How does Europe move forward? Does it have the tools it needs?
Well, I think Europe has the tools, but as we said several times, what is lacking is really the political will. And I think in part it is fear of the US simply. It is fear of these companies. I mean, it is market power, and the market power is simply huge. And we have a huge dependency on US services and products in the digital area, on the infrastructure. I think partly it is also this belief that Europe cannot exist without the transatlantic relationship. And we still want to be friends, and everybody, we do want to be friends, but the problem is that the current US government does not want to be friends with Europe. And I think that is something that we need to acknowledge. And how to bring that about is very difficult. But I think for this, it is very important what we are doing today to have Americans calling this government out, to have Americans saying, this is not against American companies. This is action to preserve freedom and democracy and to fight against monopolies. I think that is a way forward, to have a very close cooperation with that part of the American, of the society that also wants to preserve democracy and fight this kind of monopolistic power. But I also think a little bit, if I may, to go back to the question that you asked, David, when I entered that space in 2018-19, basically, I was quite surprised that when I talked in Germany to normal people, to voters, they were very concerned about hate. You know, the kind of hateful speech in the internet and people being attacked and being thrown out of public discourse. And when I joined sort of the expert conversation around this, it was all around content moderation and freedom of speech of the speaker, of the hater. And it was really two completely distinct things. And I think that is a little bit one of the reasons why we don't have enough public support, because it's still a very technical conversation. And that's obviously the corporations wanted to make it so, saying, well, AI is a black box and it's all very technical and you don't understand anyway, just trust us. But I think it's also our fault that we live in this sort of bubble where we know what we're talking about, but we don't make the effort to translate that. And this is, I think we would have needed a paradigm shift a little earlier, because I think all the experts were concerned about power of or censorship by state entities. But private companies, that they could become the actors or the censors, that was not something that people really had on their mind, or it refused to discuss that. So I think that was a paradigm shift that came a little bit too late. And this is why I insist so much on this paradigm shift on freedom of speech. I think that is important. And also to explain it to normal people, to really get public opinion. Because if you talk about hate, if you talk about disinformation, that's what people do care about, absolutely. If you word it in terms of mass surveillance, it's a lot more difficult and works in some countries like mine, but not in others. So finding a language that you really explain why it matters to people. It's like competition. I say, well, this is about prices going up. Then people understand. And this is something we should do also. And I think that's a way forward in Europe. You
wanted to mention something, David, in response?
No, there's so much here. I mean, I do think that, first off, I'm just 100% aligned with this framing issue and the way you're arguing this, Alexandra. I think that we're in a moment where we rely so much right now on Europe doing the right thing on these things. You know, I don't know if it's right to say to get its act together, but to actually enforce the laws that have been adopted, because I think there's a lot of concern that, and again, it's the political will that you're describing, that Europe will kind of hesitate at the edge of this and not do what's required. But that, you know, right now, we do have an authoritarian-minded and authoritarian US government that, you know, is pushing to undermine entirely, I mean, basically pushing to repeal DSA, DMA, and anything else that might implicate American companies. And but so
it's really concerning to me, because, you know, we're talking about how important Europe is, the need for political will. I was just at a trade, you know, an EU tech trade. They opened some new office in Washington, and the EU ambassador to Washington got up and was talking and said, we support big tech. Oh, sorry, no, she said, we love big tech and we will always love big tech. So this is the message we're hearing in Washington, right? Even as we are, I think, increasingly recognizing the challenge and power of big tech over freedom of speech. And, you know, you heard Max and myself talk about, you know, all of the examples of the manipulation, of the, you know, efforts to distort and leverage these platforms. And I mean, Sasha, with the issues that you're working on, how are we, you know, what do you see happening with the rise of extremism, the rise of far-right, illiberal forces that have no interest in democracy, but they leverage the arguments of democracy to defend their right to undermine it?
So in the first place, I think it's really important that we remember that bad actors are playing this across the political aisle. And the objective is division. And there's stoking of both hard left, far right, and all forms of extremist ideology in that online space. This isn't just falling on one side of the aisle. And so this should be a concern for all of us. In the same way that systemic bias online, we've seen complaints about that both from the left and from the right. And indeed, we should be concerned. Right now, nobody has any idea about whether the systems are in fact systemically biased in one direction or another. Why? Because we have not had access to the kind of data to be able to evaluate those algorithmic systems in that way until now. And we do now have an instrument that should get us there. We're not quite there yet. And yes, we need the political will to carry this through. But we should now have the ability to both evaluate that and make sure that the public understands and that we're able to correct systemic bias, the tilting of the level playing field of the information space. We all should be looking for genuine solutions to creating a free market of ideas, a free market of ideas. And that's why I think the rhetoric can't be just bashing corporations or not. This is about making sure that we're in an environment that enables the proper functioning of a market, of a free market, the proper functioning of a free market of ideas. We all want free speech to ultimately flourish. What we understand now, sadly, over time and through all of our collective analysis and research, is that the social media platforms are not free speech environments. And that is the thing that we need to fight to rectify.
And, oftentimes we have regulated our communications infrastructure according to a public interest oriented set of laws, right? As similar to akin to, public utilities or imposing, must carry provisions on broadcast or satellite media, streaming. I think it's now here in Europe has a requirement, or we've required them to be, neutral intermediaries and prevented discrimination, required fair carriage, prevented self-preferencing. And yet I feel like we never talk about that as potential solutions. We are talking about transparency. We talk about, getting due process. But should we be thinking and using a broader set of tools, thinking about these platforms, social media platforms, AI, chatbot platforms as kind of critical communications infrastructure? Alexandra?
Yes, we should definitely. But I would agree with Sasha on the role of total transparency. I think that would be super important, but that also, it's a question of political will. It's not a problem of intellectual insight into what it should look like. But in the DSA, we had an incredible fight around Article 40 on the data access. Because the more conservative parts said, and also the liberals in the European sense, centrist liberals said, well, if we give data access to data of private companies, that sets a precedent. What then about automotive companies? What about pharmaceutical companies? There was a big fight against that kind of transparency along political lines. That's a political reality. I think we come up with the right ideas, but then put them into practice in a political environment is a lot more difficult. And then the other thing that goes with market power is the lobbying power of these companies that needs to be addressed.
But even if you have transparency, it's like, great. You're transparently promoting, one political side. Like that still seems to be insufficient. And like we need a bigger set of policies. Is that even a possibility here in Europe?
Well, absolutely. I mean, in the Digital Services Act, we have Article 34 that defines systemic risks. And there is, for example, the systemic risk to public discourse and electoral processes. In Romania, we had to repeat a presidential election because Russian, or we don't know exactly because the Commission doesn't publish the results of the investigation, but some kind of massive political interference that was completely contrary to Romanian electoral law. That is systemic risk to electoral processes. it is the fact that from the German elections, we have the numbers on how some parties were suppressed and others were boosted. That is systemic risk to public discourse and electoral processes. The fact that it's a lot easier to find disinformation in your timeline than information, that is a risk to media freedom and the freedom of information. Absolutely. This is what I'm saying. We have that. And at last, sorry, I got up 4:30 this morning, and I'm not a morning person. At least for social media, we have that instrument, we have that article. So we get the transparency now, and the Commission has the possibility to open an investigation on all these aspects today. And Article 34.5 says mitigating measures, and they specifically list the algorithms, for example, the business model, so the advertising model, the surveillance, the use of data, all this is as specifically listed. The Commission could just do that. The problem is that they lack the political will. There is no will to do that. They focus on issues where they think there might be similar thinking in the US, for example, minors, for example, the Google ad case, because it started in the US, but it's staying away from the things that could really save our democracy from going down the path that is going down in the US. And for me, this is very frustrating. And therefore, I don't think we have all the time for an intellectual discussion on how this should look like in 10 years right now. I think what we need now, and I mean, I'm the politician in the room, I acknowledge that, but we really need a push to get this done. And we need this help also from the American side to go and tell the Commission, if you want to keep your democracy and you want to keep democratic parties in power, don't listen to Trump, get this done.
And I mean, that is why we're here. Yes.
Right. And these are rules for Europeans, for Europe. These are not rules that apply to the rest of the world. And so to Jonathan's point, we've just got to start to do this thing and get this in motion and then evaluate how well it's working or not. I think the proof will be in the pudding. To the point that you were making earlier, I think generally the public feels something really needs to be done, whether it's parents feeling completely desperate to get control somehow of what's happening to their kids in so many different directions. I mean, the kind of serving up to the most vulnerable users of stuff that will get them addicted and or drive them down a really dangerous pathway, whether it's self-harm or extremist violence, whether it's people who realize that in some shape or another, they are closer to each other than the internet on all the most divisive political issues than the internet would have them believe. And we see this over and over again in the polls. People want to see something done about this, and we need to be able to give them solutions. We've got something of a pathway. We've got to try it in Europe. There has to be a different set of conversations about how we protect public safety, national security, our kids in the digital era in other parts of the world. And we have to have a genuine conversation about how we do that in a free speech, in a speech protective manner.
And we are going to spend the rest of the day speaking about some of those solutions. And the whole reason we are here doing this event on the future of democracy in Brussels is because we want to help create that political will, foster that political will. And so with that, I would like to thank our amazing panelists for a great discussion. I think we could spend hours, but I want to move on, and thank you for joining me.
Thank you, Courtney. And that was a great conversation, a great way to really get the day going. So, you know, since I've been in Europe a number of times since actually the election last November, and especially in January, I started to hear people say, well, where are the Americans? Where are the liberals? Where are the Democrats? Where are the people who, you know, who care? It's like, how bad is it? And, you know, can't we have somebody come and engage with us, you know, talk to, you know, because if, you know, if we're going to be by ourselves, we should know that, you know, if we in Europe are going to be by ourselves in this fight. And, you know, so one of our goals in this event is actually just to show this proof of life. Put proof of life up on stage. Now, you know, ideally we would have had Senator Cory Booker come to Brussels. But in this moment, in the United States, nobody is traveling. You know, it's it is a moment of real political chaos. But you know, that's actually a key thing for people to think about. It is a moment of chaos, not necessarily of control. So, and one of the things about the United States that we should remember is that in many ways the danger is not of control, the danger is of chaos. When you try to create control, what you actually do is you break everything. You make everything not work because the system is actually designed to do that. It's designed to prevent the concentration of control. We're later going to hear later today. We're going to also hear from another fantastic voice, an important voice, which is the ranking member of the House Judiciary, and this is Jamie Raskin. But for right now, we're going to start with Senator Cory Booker, and you know, Senator Booker is one of the true leaders of the Senate, one of the true leaders of democracy. Of the fight for democracy. Some of you may remember back in early April, he gave a, you know, when there was just complete, when there really was silence, he went into the floor of the Senate and he gave a 25-hour speech. 25 hours. He actually set a record. People in the Senate tend to speak a lot. And so setting the record for that, but this is not because he was fighting for the wrong thing. He was fighting for the right thing. So anyway, proof of life. There are Democrats, there are liberals, there's actually Republicans, actually, you know, Ted Cruz, Paul Rand, Mitch McConnell, Todd Young, Jerry Moran. These are all Republican senators who, when there was the effort to silence Jimmy Kimmel, said, hey, you know what? That's not how America works. Proof of life. Anyway, Senator Cory Booker.
Good afternoon, friends and guests of Open Market Institute. I am so honored to be with you all today. Open Markets Institute has long understood a really foundational truth that free speech and fair markets are essential for strong democracies. I just want to thank Barry Lynn as well, the whole Open Markets team. What you are doing is incredible. It is urgent. It is needed. This moment in history is one where this conversation must be had on the global level because the challenges we face know no geopolitical boundaries. So I'm grateful that you have brought us together, these leaders, to grapple with the question of our enduring democracies in an era of AI. As I was preparing these remarks, I looked back to my remarks from the 2018 OMI conference, A Right to Compete, Are Monopolies Crushing Entrepreneurship? The same problems we saw the United States facing 7 years ago, we see now. The stifling of innovation, the stifling of entrepreneurship, wage stagnation, and income inequality. The same concern about the incredible concentration of economic and political power in the United States, watching small businesses and entrepreneurs struggling to compete against massive multinational corporations. How this was threatening our ideals of liberty and freedom, the ideal that this is a nation where if you work hard, you can get ahead. That if you're got some special talent or special skill, or you have the grit, this nation is for you. You can make it here. You can make it big. And now here we are today. And I believe these ideals are under an even bigger threat from large corporations that dominate our information environment and from political leaders who seek to subvert our Constitution by silencing their critics, by using their power to undermine what we value in our democracy, free speech and debate. I'm currently in Washington, D.C., where my fellow Democrats and I are fighting to ensure that American families can access something that's vital for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, affordable health care. This is an urgent and essential battle for the well-being of the American people, just as the defense of personal liberty and free speech is vital to the survival of our democracy. Yet this cause transcends nations. It is a fight not only for Americans, but for all of humanity. The fate of liberty, the ideals of freedom in America is inseparably bound to the fate of those same ideals around the world. Fundamental to democracy in the United States, Europe, and across the world is the free exchange of ideas, speech, and thought. It is the fuel of a vibrant democracy. Without it, democracy cannot exist, and democracy is under assault. We see this globally. This is an urgent moment. Now, the internet was envisioned as an open forum for the free exchange of ideas and has served that purpose well in many ways. It has been a way to conduct grassroots organizing, a way to mobilize, a way to have direct communications with the world when traditional media can overlook movements. It was a crucial tool for pro-democratic political movements, the Arab Spring in the Middle East and North Africa, and for mobilizing young people in Iran. Today, however, that exchange is increasingly filtered by algorithms controlled by a small number of firms and by people who are learning more and more how to game those algorithms and undermine our freedoms. These platforms wield enormous power over what we see, hear, share, and think. But the same technology that can liberate can also be weaponized to suppress dissent, control information, and silence entire populations. Its power to connect people matched only by its power to control them. The implications for democracy are truly profound. When access to information is concentrated in so few hands, transparency, accountability, and the open flow of ideas that sustain democratic life are put at risk. With respect to AI, while it has great potential to serve the public good, I am excited about its possibilities. It also has risks that are coming into sharper focus too. One emerging threat is the malicious use of AI tools to mislead voters. We have already seen AI-generated images and videos deployed in our elections, and even now we're seeing deepfakes circulated by government officials, circulated by government leaders to mock and discredit their opponents. These practices erode trust and undermine the integrity of our democracy. AI should be used to tackle real and pressing challenges, not to deceive voters or distort democratic debate. We should be excited about the possibilities, unimaginable new frontiers that can be opened up that can help human flourishing and human potential with AI. But we should also be very, very clear about the challenges. Look, I am proud of America's traditions of invention and innovation. We need to continue to supercharge that. We've seen what Americans can do, from the internet to semiconductors to major advances in artificial intelligence that, with proper guardrails, carry tremendous potential for accelerating science and discovery and opening up new frontiers of human excellence and human possibility. But we know what happens when we create transformational technologies and fail to prepare for and manage the downstream risks. With the internet and social media, for instance, we fail to prevent companies from harvesting our personal data, undermining our privacy, and pushing highly addictive algorithms that contribute to the crises of disinformation, contribute to the challenges of youth mental health and democratic decay. It's long been clear to anyone paying attention that massive companies, accountable only to shareholders, will not always act in the public's best interest. Therefore, it is the responsibility of all of us, of our policymakers, of our leaders, to ensure that there is accountability and oversight that can protect the public from bad actors in a way that enables innovation and democracy to flourish. I believe these are not counter to each other. We can actually create an environment where innovation and science and technology, that transformative ideas can become real for humanity and also protect our democracies as well. So our challenge is to ensure that the instrument of human connection, the new world we are seeing, remains a tool of freedom, not a tool of fear. that becomes a tool of opportunity and not oppression. But as I noted at the top, democracy cannot flourish without speech, and I cannot overstate the seriousness of the encroachments on free speech going on in the United States. The First Amendment was designed to protect Americans from leaders who would censor and suppress dissent. We have a president right now that is using the power of the state to silence his critics, whether they're students on campuses or university administrators or law firms or even late night comedians. And he does so gleefully on technology platforms controlled by his political allies. And here is where we face the gravest threat. When control of the technology we rely on to live our daily lives rests in the hands of a few, are we not at their mercy? When the platforms that allow us to communicate across borders and cultures are surveilled by those who own them, how can we trust the information we receive? And when the power to shape the technology that defines modern life lies with a select few, we must ask, whose interest does it serve? The current president of the United States is abusing the power of the federal government to punish his opponents in ways I could never have imagined just a few years ago. He has corrupted the antitrust merger laws to benefit his allies and his political patrons. And he has used his lieutenants in government to threaten TV networks into submission. In writing about the Jimmy Kimmel incident, Barry said something significant. Quote, "This is not an attack only on liberals, progressive, and Democrats. The threat to Disney is an attack on every American, be Republican, independent, conservative, or libertarian." Barry warned that the government did not act on your behalf, but rather against the system that for 250 years has protected you, your family, your community, your church, or religious institution. The original lesson of America is simple. Freedom for all means freedom for all. And perhaps most critically, he called on us to oppose any and every threat against our freedoms of speech, inquiry, debate, day after day until we prevail. He is right. Technology, and now AI, can enable human progress, drive innovation, expand opportunity, connect people in ways that were once unimaginable, and open new doors of human possibility. But without the right safeguards, the same tools that can empower us can also exploit, mislead, or divide. We must be bold and imaginative enough to innovate and wise enough to protect. The future of technology and of freedom itself depends on our ability to build with both creativity and conscience. Our challenge is not to resist innovation, God, it is to guide it responsibly, to expand its frontiers, to make it happen in a way that elevates human flourishing, human potential, and democracy. We must ensure that AI and emerging technologies serve humanity and not dominate it. It is really important that our technologies remain instruments of liberty, not control. Thank you all for being the stewards of this new frontier. I am an optimist. In fact, I'm a prisoner of hope. I believe that together we can build a future where technology empowers expression, protects truth, strengthens the bonds of a free and open society. I am pro-technology. I am excited about technological possibilities and the innovators who are at the center of all of this activity. I believe that together we can ensure that technology continues to expand opportunity and controls against those dark forces that threaten humanity. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to address you. I feel in so many ways blessed that these ideas are not in silos of concern, but are really being expressed by organizations like this, elevating the consciousness of all, so we can, in so many ways, crowdsource democracy. In fact, democracy is in and of itself about trusting the wisdom of the people. We have the power. I still believe We live in a nation, in fact, in a world where the power of the people is greater than the people in power, but only if we use it. Forums like this, conversations like this, work like this is vital. And I want to thank you for what you all are doing. As hopeful as I am about our future, you all fuel even greater hopes for what I believe is not just possibilities, but our destiny.
Well, may we all be prisoners of hope. And we do have a coffee break now, but actually just, I mean, that was a really great, it's proof. There is a fight and we're gonna win it. There's a fight and we are all together going to win. So.
Alex. Alex. Alex Lieber. Do you want to just sit down? Then I'll
But we don't have Alex.
Welcome back, everyone. We're just going to start again.
Do you want to stop share?
Yeah.
Share within class in order to finalize them, or whether we usually
Some of them.
so please tell me.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I think without further ado, firstly, my name is Mark Dempsey. I'm with Article 19. I oversee their EU advocacy. And my words now are extremely brief. It's just to introduce the next panel. Defending digital sovereignty in the face of corporate and political coercion. And this is going to be moderated by Jose Ignacio Torreblanco, who is a senior advisor and distinguished policy fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations. Over to you, Jose.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invitation to the Open Markets Institute on Article 19. I think we have a wonderful lineup here for today's discussion with Maria Ressa, International Policy Director at Stanford Cyber Policy Center. We have Camila Pires Alves, Commissioner from Brazil in the Administrative Council for Economic Defense. We have Johnny Ryan, Director at Enforce at the Irish Council for Civil Liberties, and Alex Aguirre-Saliba, MEP at SD Group. So, I'm a European Council on Foreign Relations. It's a foreign policy think tank. We do mostly our stuff related now with geoeconomics and geopolitics of technology. And one of the important things here is that when we look at the three elements of in which we have conflicts or disputes open with the US in trade, finance, and tech, we do see, of course, that tech is the one where we are most vulnerable and less prepared and equipped with instruments and strategies to answer, not only in the very same field of tech, but also because of the linkages of tech issues with both democracy and security. So that's why, from our perspective, we need to disentangle or try to do all the right things within the tech field itself, but also, how to deal with the connections in the security field and so on. And maybe, we are not going to face a century of subjugation like China, but maybe 10 years that we have to water through and in order to try to find how to react to all these problems and how to effectively deal with them. Maybe, and then just to conclude with it, maybe like Russian gas and unregulated big tech are the most expensive deals that we've done in the last decade in terms of the consequences that we face in terms of our geopolitical vulnerability. So let me start with the discussion. Maybe start with you, Maritza, because in the preface to the second edition of your book, the wonderful Tech Coup, you start with this line that many people thought that in your first edition, when you spoke of a tech coup, this was an exaggeration and you kind of overdoing the point. But now, unfortunately, there is no more probably hesitations on this, and everyone is seeing very clearly what are we facing. So, maybe the first question is how, for those who maybe still hope that transatlantic relations so that the genius can be brought back to the bottle, how much is it of an existential problem compared to maybe a problem that we can deal with just basically ignoring Trump like we're doing maybe on some other fields like in trade and so on. How serious the problem has got and how difficult it is to reverse or maybe to save ourselves from this problem. Thank you, Maritza.
Well, thank you so much also to our hosts, Article 19 and Open Markets Institute, for your great work and for bringing this group of people together at this important moment. So I think the problem is pretty severe because if we just look at it from a risk point of view, so no one can predict the future, but the enormous dependence that we all have on American tech to a smaller extent, other foreign tech, Chinese, Israeli, the radical change in the transatlantic relation and the simple power that rests with the executive in the United States means that this dependency can be weaponized. Now, what form it will take, what will happen first? Will it be used to pressure the Danes around Greenland? Will it be used to manipulate elections? Will it be used to threaten in the context of the trade war, to settle or to compromise? Or all of the above, we don't know. But the change in our relationship, I think, is dramatic and must be perceived as such, treated as such, and it's not in Brussels right now. This nostalgia that you talk about, maybe we can put up a theater of a state visit in a palace, letters from the king. It has a sort of magical character to it that they, I think, hope to sort of deceive President Trump. But that's not the same as investing in European digital sovereignty, not only as an urgency, but also as an opportunity. So I would just want to highlight or echo what Alexandra Geese said in the earlier panel, that being on the defensive is not attractive, it doesn't win voters, and it's also not necessary. We are really being talked down in Europe for no reason. The self-confidence is really low. People think that there is no innovative capabilities, that there are no alternatives to our tech dependence, that Europe has missed the boat, and so we cannot miss another boat, the boat of AI. And I think that these are all very bad frames for Europe. If the politicians would not be so nostalgic, but would be more empowered to challenge the Trump administration writ large on anything from Middle East policy to trade policy to attacking the rule of law and democracy and the international order, we would start at home by saying, look, this dependency was undesirable from an economic perspective to begin with. Read the Draghi report, see, decades of diagnosis about the lack of access to capital, for example. But the added dynamic now is indeed the one of threat to national security. That the dependency can be weaponized and that risk in and of itself, the unreliability of American companies, the risk that they will be subject to sanctions or that they can be used for political pressure, the fact that these CEOs have such strong political agendas aligned with this US administration that is anti-European in so many of its behaviors tells us enough. And so I would love for the Commission, the member state capitals, to leave the nostalgia for another day, to leave the sort of luring of President Trump, and to really go to self-confident use of this moment as an opportunity to really get going with this digital sovereignty, because it's been talked about for years. It's not difficult to know where we have to go, but we have to change our behavior more rapidly and more systematically in the choices that your average hospital, your average small town government, your schools, your museums, all your public organizations are huge subsidizers of this Silicon Valley. And I don't think people want this, but they don't appreciate that that is what's going on. The amounts of money that Europeans are spending in Silicon Valley are propping up this administration, are propping up the stock prices, and are actually feeding the monster that is actually out there to bite us. And we need to change that dynamic to a more strong, innovative, and self-confident sovereign Europe.
Thank you. With this, maybe I jump to, thank you, Melissa. Maybe then we will jump to you, Alex, because you've also been critical of the Commission strategy. Maybe some people are depicting this as playing dead, to try to see whether the danger will go away. Is it? And we had this discussion also in the panel before. Do you see kind of a freeze, a temporary pause, or a kind of a reflection period in the Commission as to what should be done in order to see things maybe not spilling over to security or other issues?
No, I am totally in line with what Marietta has rightly said, that I think that the biggest issue that we are facing right now is the issue of being more courageous, being more ambitious as a European Union. I think that this ambition was not lacking during the last mandate. We have seen very important pieces of legislation from the Digital Markets Act, Digital Services Act, the AI Act. We were pioneers within Europe when it comes to regulating the Wild West that we were ultimately facing within our union and all the harms that ultimately we were facing. And I believe that with the current geopolitical context that we are living in right now, with the issues and with how basically President Trump is treating not only the European Union per se, but also how he is aligning himself very closely with these big tech, US big tech oligarchs who are doing and being given red carpet treatment to do what they really want. Not only in the US, but also the messages that the US will be retaliating against Europe if we enforce our legislation. I think that this is very dangerous, and therefore we need more, not only ambition now, but courage from the European Commission. When it comes to the Digital Markets Act, we have seen some bold actions that we saw also during the past mandate in a number of investigations, and also when it comes to enforcement and pushing forward competition legislation. But I think, for example, the Google AdTech case, the investigation under the DMA and being piloted by Teresa Ribeira is a step in the right direction. But again, when it comes to the DSA, we also need now some visible results that would give us a standing, not only within Europe, but also internationally, that women business, that ultimately our legislation is not only there beautifully written down on paper, but that we are able to enforce it. And apart from the issue of enforcement, I think that we would be doing and when we would be sending a very distorted message if we use the digital omnibus, which will be published next month, next November, to play with the US narrative that we are going to simplify our legislation for the sake of US big tech. This will be, I believe, an issue that will destroy our credibility, that will make us totally incompetent to enforce our own rules. So it's really important, not only for the sake of being sovereign when it comes to the digital ecosystem, we have to work there. If you look at numbers, basic numbers, from cloud infrastructures to platforms, which have become the new public utilities of our time, we are still lagging behind. But this is not a question of a race for Europe to be just more competitive and have more made in Europe digital technologies. No, it's an issue of creating a European digital ecosystem which respects our values. So it's not only, we cannot see this race only as a race to be as competitive as the US when it comes to digital. It's an issue of being able ultimately to enforce our values online as we are doing offline. And to do so, we need to be bold, we need the courage, and definitely the regulation should not be the answer.
Okay, thank you. And Johnny, you've been also, of course, discussing competition issues, but increasingly, of course, worry now that competition policy may not be enough in itself to deal with these issues, or in terms of looking at the other instruments like the Democracy Shield and other kind of initiatives to deal with this. How far have we got into this mess, and how much can we reverse ourselves?
How far have we got into this mess? What a question. I think the question of this moment is Europe going to be a beacon of democratic resilience, or is it going to be a vassal? That's the question. Now, Nasho, when you introduced this panel of wonderful colleagues, you alluded very briefly to China's lost century. And I want to remind everyone, because a few people have raised this analogy in the last week to me in conversation. So let's all remind ourselves of what happened to China. Opium wrecked Chinese society. And the British, and then the British and the French, it was a double team. There were 2 opium wars, which resulted in a series of the so-called unequal treaties, where China was told, you are not sovereign. Your law does not apply to our companies on your soil. Now that should be familiar to everyone, because in the weeks, about a month after the humiliating trade deal, we then had this move from Trump to say, our companies should be immune on your soil from your tech rules. And we had some mutterings in response, not very loud responses. We didn't have the anti-coercion instrument deployed. It sat on the shelf. And without missing a beat, Trump's new ambassador, who's a zealot on this particular point, said, and you know what else? Our companies should be immune from your environmental standards too. So to anyone who laughed at the Brits and said you'll all be eating chlorinated chicken, that's where we're going if we don't do something. But what we can do today is to remember that we are not weak, we are merely pretending to be weak. And you asked me about the instruments. We have created so many tools that we could be using. Let's pick some unpopular ones. There's lots of shiny ones, you mentioned them, but let's take the older generation that we also fail to enforce. The AVMSD, to protect our kids, we didn't enforce it. It would be enforced through Dublin. We didn't, right? And that would require the Commission to buy in the TRIS procedure. It wouldn't. So there's 2 layers of failure. The GDPR, which in my view could fix many of these problems, as far as the substance goes, totally unenforced, really, in material terms. And then all of the last generation of law, in the case of the DSA, maybe the services are beavering away, but they're moving at a stately pace. And we are in bumpy waters where the throttle should be down full so that we can get through the crested wave. So it's clear for everyone that there's an urgency, except the people who matter. And what I'm hoping is that with something like the Democracy Shield, when you have the commissioner here today and he talks about the Democracy Shield, I think the one thing that'll be in my mind is platitudes will not save us. What are you going to put in that communication or in something else in the next 30 days that might save us? Because the way we're going right now, we haven't yet remembered that we're actually strong.
No, that's a great point. And we will open the debate on precisely, this what to do next. But let me first turn to Camila, because I don't know, well, not fortunately for Brazil in a sense, but we're not alone in this fight. It's fortunately for us. Maybe you would like everyone else to be not in this fight. So, of course, Brazil has also faced and continue to face tech coercion and has also been leading in taking some very courageous decisions, which caught the eye of everyone. And we're very grateful for you coming all the way to discuss this with us. So, so what is your reading and, of the situation? And then in terms of what are you doing to create or recreate, digital ecosystems which meet these criteria that we're all trying to, to set up?
Yeah, sure. First, thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to focus on the competition side of the problem. So I'm pretty sure that we are all very aware how the risks that we are facing globally right now are not abstract, and they materialize when critical communication, cloud infrastructure, mobile distribution, and AI inputs depend on few globally controlled gateways. So the Brazilian experience illustrates this, and the problems are quite similar, not the same, but similar. We know we have all the developers, retailers, restaurants, fintechs, media outlets, and everything with cost structures that sustain barriers to entry. Sorry. And what we are going to now is that we believe that this sits within a broader policy context. So Brazil's digital agenda combines online protections for children and young people with a stranded data protection authority. It advances proposes to update competition tools for platform markets. And it is debating about a data-centric strategy to promote resilient and sustainable infrastructure. So these initiatives are complementary, but my focus here, as I said, is competition and platform economic power. So what we are doing on that right now is that there is a recognition of the need to expand the Brazilian Competition Authority, CADE, was I work for, towards ex-ante regulation. So including all the capacity to identify systemically relevant platforms through the objective economic criteria and following also transparent and technical assessment, target and proportionate obligation that can preserve contestability and so on. So what we are expecting right now is in Brazil, this approach is embodied in the bill number 4675, which is currently awaiting referral by the President of the Chamber of Deputies. And the goal is not to replace the enforcement, but to anticipate and prevent lock-in and foreclosure before harms become irreversible. So we also know that digital markets evolve too quickly for remedies that we are doing right now in regular antitrust policies. So what we're seeing is a middle course is therefore needed, proportionate, evidence-based instruments that act early enough to preserve contestability, but remain adaptable and reviewable as technologies and business models change. And what we do expect is that Brazil contributes to a shared middle path, so preventive tools applied by an independent competition authority in a transparent and accountable way to keep markets open, innovative, and full of choice for users. Of course, that the evidence suggests the problem is serious and requires modern, proportionate tools. So an upgrade of competition policy for digital markets can expand options and improve outcomes for firms, workers, and consumers without collapsing the distinction between economic regulation and content matters and without isolation. So it's an agenda of sovereignty through openness, interdependence, cooperation, and contestability.
Thank you. You know, Johnny was discussing or putting on the table the idea that, you know, we don't have time or that, you know, that we need actions. We have a panel on the Eurostack and kind of in the long-term investments and the long-term strategies. But I wanted maybe a reaction by you, Maritza, and so also you, Alex, but also in terms of the time pressures. Do we have, like we tend to think that, okay, in 10 years time and with 300 billion, we will be better off. Yeah, that's maybe reasonable. But do we face crises or situations to which we will not be prepared, and we need precisely to take these kind of decisive actions like stepping up the anti-coercion instrument, or as you say, enforcing existing legislation in a more muscular way? What is it that needs to be done kind of right now, between now and when you have this stack of technology available or not?
Yeah, so I would not treat digital sovereignty or Eurostack as a long-term strategy. I think that's one big mistake, because it's actually something that we could do steps towards every day. And that's what needs to happen. So, you know, yes, we have to enforce laws that are on the books. It's another kind of sovereignty. You know, it may not be sort of infrastructure and technical alternatives, corporate alternatives, but it's, democratic sovereignty. You have a law that's legitimate, and if you're not going to enforce it, you're eroding it under pressure, and that's a sovereignty problem. So I think there are multiple facets of sovereignty. But one of the challenges that I've identified is too few politicians are talking about tech policy because they've been scared to think that it's too complicated. And it's not. Because a lot of this, Sasha mentioned it in the first panel, is about what do we want for our kids' well-being? What do we want for our democratic debate platforms, communications between people, news media? What do we want for our national security? What are our obligations? What are our concerns? How are we going to tackle them? This is all the matter that politicians talk about every day without degrees. And actually, most of the issues that we are facing right now are of a moral character. And so I think we need to politicize the tech discussions in the sense of making sure that everybody feels a stake in it. I'm from the Netherlands. We have elections in a couple of weeks. There is, and I'm not exaggerating when I say zero discussion about the role of technology. There's hardly any discussion about geopolitics because everything is, again, about migration and housing, which, are important topics. But if you would close your eyes and listen, you would think that we were having a political debate that might as well have been 5 years ago or 10 years ago, as if the geopolitical situation hasn't changed, as if technology has not changed our world. And so there's sort of an alienation, is what I can only conclude, among politicians. And I think one of the challenges is also that the notion of dependence is an abstract notion. I mean, people understand, okay, dependence is not good, but what does it mean practically? So, for example, I urge the Commission to, maybe the Parliament can help encourage this, to mandate a mapping of our dependencies on foreign technologies, all countries, but we will know that the outcome will be significant dependence on US technologies. But I want this to be concrete, so that when somebody says, Mr. Prime Minister or Miss Minister, why don't we have a national cloud? That this person, if they say, well, we want to develop it, the journalist asks, what's the budget? 3 billion. Oh my God, nobody has 3 billion. That's going to be mission impossible, long-term project. This is difficult. I want the politician questioned to be empowered to say, well, if we would take 20% of what we're spending on US cloud companies and redirect this to a national cloud, we could already have A, B, and C. So, it needs to become politically much more of an easy, accessible, and normal discussion about how we tackle this dependency. And so this mapping I see as a step in between, but it's also a matter of what the Commission can do itself. If the European Commission starts spending money on European-made technology, there will be a example effect flowing from it, meaning because the Commission does it, for example, they read the contracts that exist as being legitimate to invoke a national security exemption or an unreliability exemption, all within competition law. This will send a signal to all public institutions that they can in fact do the same to rescind existing contracts. That's one step that really would send an enormous message to markets. So that's one. And then, of course, start spending differently for new contracts. But you have to help people understand what is the space within competition law, what is the goal that we have, how urgent is it that we are going to get there, and empower organizations step by step. So, for example, also do guidelines on public procurement so that any organization that is in fact worried about its dependence, I don't know any organization, civil society, corporate, or otherwise in Europe that's not worried about this. But you have to empower them to do the right thing. And that can only happen when politicians and institutions here set the right example and show that this is not a long-term issue, but it's an immediate urgency, and that we are empowered to be a part of this change. So these are a couple of examples, but I really think that this is not rocket science. It's about breaking it down and empowering people where they lack information, we offer information. Where they lack facts and figures, we offer facts and figures. But also we want to see this embraced as something where we can all take concrete steps and where it's actually a good moment to strengthen Europe, to finally build that digital single market that people have been dreaming about, and to indeed make the tech layer part of being this rule of law-based digital champion, or whatever the words were that Johnny used. The key question that we have to answer: is Europe going to be that beacon of democracy, including on tech, or be a vassal? And you know, the good news is that there's so much we can do because there's so little that we've done. All we have to do is that we have to start.
Amazing, thank you. Alex, maybe you want to come on this one?
Yes, I think that it's not an issue only of national member states investing outside of our continent when it comes to digital resilience, but we are also doing it as a European Union. We have the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which was basically continuing to increase our resilience on US hyperscalers. Basically, we were funding and putting our money not within European industries to be able to help them, at least to be an alternative for US big tech. But ultimately, we were also using those funds to continue to help these hyperscalers outside of our continent to continue to grow, and therefore continuing to increase our dependency on them. So I think that if you would ask me, are we already too late? We don't need numbers to prove that we are already too late when it comes to our dependency. I totally agree also with the point that it's also a question of communication and ultimately the perception of our citizens. The issue of digital sovereignty is definitely not being communicated correctly enough with our citizens. And there is lack of knowledge of the importance. Everyone right now is speaking of resilience when it comes to defense, when it comes to military, when it comes to critical infrastructures, but the digital ecosystem, the digital platforms, the digital infrastructure is by itself critical infrastructure for us. So it is of utmost importance to take this seriously, not to continue to organize countless events, activities, discussions, papers ad nauseam, and at least not taking a concrete action, proactive action to send a message out there that we can do something about this. Because ultimately, because a lot of people are saying, even when we are meeting our constituents, that this is a beautiful topic when you speak about digital sovereignty, but how can you achieve it? It's impossible. We are already too late and we cannot do it, but we have to start from somewhere. I was looking at a FEPS paper, which was very interesting, and they pushed forward a number of initiatives where we can start at least to send a message. For example, when it comes to platforms, we cannot create an alternative for Instagram, Meta in 2 years, in 3 years. But when it comes, for example, for education, can't we invest directly in creating an educational platform where universities, secondary, primary schools, at least have a platform, a European platform, which represents our values, which is safe for our children, which is ultimately keeping sensitive data within Europe? We have to start from somewhere. So it is useless to continue to speak about channeling the right investment, about having new funds to help our businesses, to help our innovators, and we have the best innovators within Europe. I think it's a question of we have to start from somewhere in a tangible way, which until today, we surely haven't done.
Yeah, you know, maybe we have the luxury of having with us Nicu Popescu, who, as you know, was Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Moldova on 2 occasions. And I think there are maybe some lessons being learned from countries as Ukraine and Moldova, who had to do things which had to be done, and they didn't have time, resources, or sometimes even the knowledge to do that. But under pressure, they managed to do it, like turning electricity grids westward instead of 3 years, which was what every expert said they needed to do it, but do it in 3 years. And then in the last Moldovan election, I think we had a very good example of how could you put together a team comprehensive, looking at all aspects of election integrity, from cyber to interference and also platforms and so on. So my question with this, John, is when, if we move into a national security or at the European Union level, at an economic security paradigm, and we try to frame all of these under this, or at least part of it, and we bring together instruments which are maybe fiscal, but also public health, and you start looking at this, with all the tools, is this something to be gained for that, or are we gonna just complicate our lives even further by putting all this together and trying to design the instruments, the strategies, and so on?
I hope so. I think, I'm not sure, but I think a decade ago, I stood here in this room, and it was a meeting of the European Data Protection Supervisor, and I was explaining, using slides behind me, how something called real-time bidding works. There's a few titters for a very good reason. That was an industry I worked in. It's a big part of the online advertising industry. Now, I was explaining to the data protection community of enforcers, this is the biggest data breach ever recorded. I'm in industry. I'm telling you how it works. And not only was it the biggest data breach today, but tomorrow it'll be bigger. It keeps breaking records. Now, speaking of records, I've been saying that for a decade. So fundamental rights didn't do it. I'm saying how we applied them. I'm not saying there's a problem with the rights. I'm saying there's a problem with the fact that they aren't real. But if you take that same message and you say the locations and the personal, very sensitive proclivities of every major utility manager, every major military figure, every major political decision maker in the Union are being broadcast to foreign adversaries, maybe you get a different response. We'll see. The jury is out. We've been trying that for a year and a half, and we still don't have a result. But it is an absolute certainty, and it's a tragedy, that just approaching this from the fundamental rights perspective has utterly failed.
Then maybe, Camila, is that the case also in Brazil? I have maybe two questions to you on Brazil. One, to which extent, again, in Brazil, this has gone far beyond a market regulation or competition issue, very clearly, in your case. But also to which extent, when you listen to discussions on the Euro stack and so on, you would want to see something being called a global stack, or rather than the Euro stack, or something that would appeal to countries that are out there also facing the same problems, in ways that you feel that you could link to that effort to develop a democratic and open, technology infrastructure. I know that already. For example, your scientists are having access to supercomputing facilities and from Europe in order to develop your large language models. So we saw in the system, we can work still with a lot of people in the US, but there's a lot of people also outside Europe that we need to work with in order to get this done, right?
Yeah, sure. I think that the most important thing to start is to understand how this business actually work. So their model evolve constantly, especially with AI, but the stable core remains. So private data, algorithms, and infrastructure. So if we ignore the core, enforcement in competition way aimed only at the outcomes of those models and will come late and fall short. So when of course, this is my perspective as a competition policy person. I think that this is why economic regulation matters, because competition tools, when applied carefully, can help limit the market power of systemically relevant platforms, for example, and as the bill defines them. So I think that what is important here for this part of the enforcement is to understand what is needed and how is the instruments that can be adaptive and credible enforcement, and tools that act early enough to preserve contestability yet remain flexible to accommodate innovation and technology change. But it's also important to understand that this agenda should be complemented by adjacent policies that address structural asymmetries. So data protection requires strong institutions and co-regulatory tools. Protection for minors should be designed into products to rebalance the attention incentives as digital infrastructure spans sustainability standards or on energy, water, and transparency must be part of the baseline. And also fiscal and industrial policy also can crowd in capabilities that shift bargaining power, open standards, testing beds, interoperability tooling. Diplomacy and security frameworks can diversify trusted partnerships for critical services without, of course, fragmenting the open internet. I believe that from a global South perspective, practicality is the key. Rather than replicated complex rule books, countries can co-develop lightweight standards, share tools, and exchange data to enable peer learning. And again, the goal is to advance sovereignty through openness and contestability and not isolation. So we should work together.
Great. Maritza, maybe? One of the, so because in the last minutes of the panel, maybe let's look at, maybe what are the things that you see coming as, immediate crisis probably that you would see, triggering maybe some of these answers or effects. I'm thinking, for example, on Trump's AI plan, there is this line that LLMs should remove constraints on disinformation, diversity, and climate change, as we were discussing also this issue. So is there, this pressure is not going to stop, it's going to increase and it's going to widen. We have issues with kill switch in cloud and so on. You also, I think you gave the figure in your book, like 80 billion in procurement of is this to design cloud as a critical infrastructure, at least for government services, so you're not blackmailed from companies? Is something maybe you see coming? What are the next things that you see coming in terms of tensions and critical junctures? Crypto is also something you advocate for banning.
Well, against, yeah, I would never hear me. If you ever see me advocating for crypto, it's a scam, and it won't be the only one. Oh my gosh, what's the next thing? There's so many. It's hard to even imagine. But just want to pick up on one thing that Camilla said, and then come back to your question. That I think the sovereignty agenda has to be an EU focused one first, while we continue to build coalitions of like-minded actors, nations, but I hope it would also include individuals, people who are working in the United States right now at the tech companies who are incredibly uncomfortable that the tech that they are helping to build is being used for fascist agenda. So it's also a real opportunity to attract talent, for example, so that we redefine this notion of like-minded coalition to also include those people. Of course, a lot of Americans are quietly or not so quietly coming to Europe. And I think there should be much more energy there to also show that the point of gravity is switching and that it is switching to a democratic open market that we have here in Europe. Now, I don't know where the first escalation is going to be, but the temperature is really rising, and I think there have already been escalations that have not been treated as such. So, having Elon Musk interfere in the German elections should have been treated as an absolute point of no return, and it hasn't been. Okay, do we have to wait for blackmailing of one or the other country over one or the other decision? Do we have to continue to accept, what's sort of a public secret, that the big tech companies blackmail governments into removing investments if they take some sort of decisions left, right, or center? I think the the mood of crisis in the transatlantic relation has already, tainted everything related to tech. And, instead of maybe waiting for some kind of escalation or action from the other side, why don't we just get our act together and focus on the actions we can take right now? I love how you mentioned Ukraine and Moldova. Ukrainians, if somebody would told me 5 years ago, Ukraine is going to be a lead innovative producer of drones, I would have been like, okay, what is happening here? Under pressure, so much is possible, but I'm afraid, going back to the public debate, AI and tech not being a subject in elections, digital sovereignty being much more of a sort of phrase in papers than a thing that people feel in their hearts. We need to mobilize the population to be a part of this. And politicians need to use language that is accessible, take leadership that breaks down the aspirations that are big and problematic into bite-sized opportunities, because otherwise people are already depressed. I mean, it's a pretty shit moment to be in anyway, with regard to democracy, geopolitics, the position of Europe, climate change, the Middle East, everything else. So it's important that when we try to tackle this issue, that we don't wait and that we take actions instead of more strategic concepts. And I fully believe it's possible. Like, I don't think there's anything, if we were to be locked up in this room for like 5 days, we could come up with sort of concrete action steps that can be distributed maybe on leaflets and shared across the EU that can be done starting a minute ago. And I think what's needed more than anything is this mental shift of where we are, and not to look elsewhere or to look at the past for guidance. So that's the last thing maybe I'll say, what irritates me about the EU, even though I love it at the same time, is only in Europe is it possible to compare what's being done to how things done. So to say, oh, well, the budget is great because we got 20% more, or, the GDPR is great because we're now integrated and we weren't in the past. The only question that matters now is what we're doing enough to tackle the problem. It's not relevant whether it's more than we used to do. It's not relevant whether it's the sort of best political compromise that was possible. What's relevant is whether we're doing enough.
Yeah. And this is maybe for the final round, Camila, that also you mentioned the experience of the German election, how little was done. But in Brazil, you had an election already in which you did see things, from your electoral court that were important, and people looked with a lot of interest. And now you're going to face another election with the sheer pressure, not just from the platforms as such, but from another foreign government as such. So how are you viewing the concrete actions that you could do, I mean, both in Brazil, but also, internationally by working together with others in order to make sure that your next election is, is fair and is not interfered from abroad?
Well, I think that for me, it's hard to say because I'm really in the competition discussion and I do understand that there's a lot of issues on that, and they're really important. But I'm also I also consider that when we are as working in a competition authority, I think that the efforts that we are doing right now is to go into the sovereign, and again, making it not as an isolation, but make it as a credible options. So I think it's like, as you're saying, it's really hard when we are in a kind of trying to making efforts to go into a direction that needs cooperation and integration. But it seems that you're saying and talking a language that nobody's understand, and it's very common with competition policy and in Brazil. So even when we are talking into the digital community, it's really hard to connect competition issues with other issues, and we really need to go into these efforts and make it more clear and more united. The effort to go into a more developed and to go into the gatekeepers problem. So, and one thing that it's very important is to understand, for example, when we talk about the regulation new design, that what Brazil is trying to do, it's to, for example, design tailored obligations, so not blanket rules, so we can identify systemically relevant platforms through objective thresholds, and then calibrate these obligations to specific and strategically defined bottlenecks. So this is strategically is very important, I believe, for Brazil, for example, because you can calibrate what you want to attack first.
Exactly.
And then maybe you can connect more easy other parts of policies and other connections of problems, not an isolated competition efforts, but thinking about other goals and targets that you want to attack first. And again, I think this agenda works best when anchored in infrastructure governance, for example. So contestability should be paired with sustainability, and we need coordination among regulatory communities. And I think that resiliency needs the plan B that stay open. Public systems should include continuity, safeguards, and tested backup plans. Procurement, as you said, can support this by favoring multi-cloud strategies and easy data portability so that service can move safely and quickly when needed. And for us, I think that from a global South perspective, practical and scalable solution matter most. So open standards and CIPO compliance models allows regulators in Brazil, India, South Africa, and elsewhere to act without heavy resource. And also, again, prioritization is essential. I think European cooperation with the global South, for example, can help build us as a third path of openness and contestability, avoiding new digital divides.
Yeah, so we have 2 minutes for each to conclude the panel. Maybe, language of tailor obligation sounds very well. Some people say that these are discriminatory tariffs. At the other end of the Atlantic, Johnny.
So when you asked Maria that question, what are the things coming? I started scribbling and I figured them all out. So let me tell you, what's going to happen. No, let me tell you the questions I'm thinking about. First question of 4, will Friedrich Merz realize that this tech stuff is existential for him politically? It's existential for Germany. Because if he realizes that, the game changes, I think. The second question, will the European Commission remember that democracy is a fighting sport? And that means that the slow, steady, graceful pace will have to change. And that applies to Eurostack, it applies to enforcement. And as a rider on that, third of the 4, will the Commission finally start putting pressure on Ireland to no longer be a haven for the giant Chinese and US firms? It would not take, I think, much political pressure to get Ireland moving on enforcement that would transform the domain. And as a final question, will we learn to learn from Brazil? And will we find and replace all references to the Brussels effect and change that to the Brazilian effect? And will we learn that the way you deal with a bully, okay, you can run away from him, but if you're not fast enough, punch him in the face.
Thank you, Jonathan. And Alex, a last word, thank you.
No. If you tell me what is the biggest urgency, I think that the biggest urgency that we're facing as a European Union is the fact that we have to make it super clear very clear that European Union legislation is not up for bartering when it comes to trade agreements. I think that this is the starting block for everything. So are we in an escalation right now? Yes, we are. I think you have to be deaf, blind, not to understand that we are in an urgency. It's not only an issue with the meddling of X in the German elections. We had Romania. We have Mark Zuckerberg dismantling all mechanisms when it comes to fighting disinformation. We have President Trump, who 2-3 weeks ago told us that after the US take-up of TikTok, that this will be MAGA approved and a MAGA system. So if we truly believe that platforms have become the new public utilities of our time, that platforms are ultimately conditioning our values, our democracies, they are conditioning our elections, I think the urgency is there. So I am going to close with the same remark that I opened up with. This is an issue of having a European Commission which is bold, courageous, and not giving in to bullies, because ultimately these are all bullying tactics. During the last mandate, we have seen and we have witnessed this ambition, this driving force from the European Commission, from Margrethe Vestager, from the previous Commission, to not only enforce our legislation, but put on the table stronger legislation to take back control. Now it's the time not to reinvent the wheel, but ultimately to send a message out there that we mean business. And we can only mean business if we enforce our own rules.
Thank you so much, and I think it was an incredible panel. Please join me.
Well, that was a great conversation. And we are going to go, actually had the words bold and courageous right at the end of that conversation. And that's actually a very great way to begin to introduce our next speaker. Margrethe Vestager is one of the true heroes of international liberal democracy. And here's one reason. In 2014, when she was named head of DG Comp, she inherited a 4-year-old investigation to Google. And there was every reason to believe, to expect that her team would settle. In 2013, in the FTC in the United States, John Leibowitz had dropped a very similar case, declaring there was just no antitrust problem with Google. Meanwhile, Margrethe Vestager's predecessor at DG Comp had already moved to settle with Google 3 times. Once in power, Commissioner Vestager did not settle. Instead, she moved swiftly to bring formal charges, leading within 2 years to the world's first big antitrust victory over Google, an inspiration to people around the world. And here's another reason why Margrethe Vestager is a hero of liberal democracy, international liberal democracy. Last year, our group, Open Markets, we hosted a conference in Washington about disinformation and interference by big tech. And in the preparation conversation with then Vice President Vestager, I asked the Vice President to remind people what anti-monopoly is all about. In that speech, this is in June of 2024, in that speech, as a sitting Vice President of the European Commission, Margrethe Vestager went back to the origins of anti-monopoly of the European Union in the 1940s. And she said the purpose of anti-monopoly is to stop fascism. That's the purpose of anti-monopoly. That's what's in your laws. That's what's in your founding documents. And then the kicker, the sitting Vice President of the European Commission then said, sadly, once again today, we face a threat of totalitarianism. Again, the first, again, fearless, again, a true leader of international liberal democracy. Please join me in welcoming Margrethe Vestager.
Well, that was kind. So, what can be added? Well, we should split up now and get the things going. You just heard the panel. There are things to do. But just to take you back a bit as to why all of this is important, because it will only work if we engage people. This is not for the few. The fight for democracy is for the many. That's the very point. And the foundation is the respect of the integrity of the individual, of each and every one of us. It's from this that we can have peace, democracy, a social market economy that gives everybody a fair chance of making it. Not a guarantee, but a fair chance of making it. To start a business, get a job, buy a home, educate their children, live in a healthy environment. This is the promise. This is what we're thriving for. The reality that we live in is war, climate crisis, dysfunctional governments, erosion of trust in our institutions and in our leaders. So the progress towards a society with all these benefits for each and every one of us, at best it's stalled, more likely it's reversed. Ask any woman who follows other women's issue around the planet. You'd see the reverse. And the thing is that things are accelerating. The world was not too good before. Before Trump, it was not too good before. You know, the UN didn't work. The WTO didn't work. There were so many things that weren't working, but yet we had a stable disorder. And that made us think that we had time to talk and to think and to move slowly. Now we have an accelerating, unpredictable, unstable disorder. So the good news is that when everything is up in the air, it's not a given that it falls down badly. That depends on us. And that is the urgency, to show that we believe in the future and that we want to shape that future, that we see a better future ahead of us. It's not just about preventing totalitarianism or whatever that word is. It's about figuring out what we hope for, what we work for, what it is that we want. Because otherwise we'll not be able to address the climate crisis. We'll not be able to not only preserve, but also develop our democratic systems, to create trust where it's missing and to preserve it where it still thrives. Of course, the digital future is here. It's driven by AI, all of that technology exists. So it's not about the technology. It's about how all of that is being used. And the problem that we are faced with is a problem of concentration, because concentration threatens democracy in itself. As said, it's not the digitization, it's not the technology. It is concentrated platforms, dominant intermediaries, unchecked AI. That is a substantial part of the problem. Because the thing is that with market power, you get political power. When a handful of companies control how we communicate, what information we see, which businesses can reach their customers, well, then they shape democracy itself. And this was the original fear that was addressed with competition law. that concentrated market power poses an inherent threat to democracy. And I think that concern has rarely been more acute than today. So unchecked dominance, it's not just a question of harming consumers or competitors, it undermines democratic institutions. When platforms can amplify or suppress information, when they can make or break businesses with algorithmic decisions, when their lobbying power exceeds that of most governments, of course our democracy becomes fragile. And that, of course, makes competition policy a democratic tool. Yeah, it's also good to keep prices low, quality high, to drive innovation, obviously. But it's more than that. It keeps market contestable. It prevents abuse of power. It preserves plurality. And those are core descriptions of what is a democratic society. So some suggestions. First, enforce existing laws. There will be no digital sovereignty without enforcing the laws that we have already, full stop. Then it's just a talking point. So GDPR, as it was just said, a lot of issues can be solved with preserving privacy. The rights that are in there, well, they will solve a lot of things. And without it, surveillance becomes the default, and with that, the individual autonomy. So copyright, it's such an old concept that if you produce something, you own the rights to it. It's not strange. It's not radical in any way. And yet it becomes quite radical because enforcing competition law is a way to make sure that we will have a future of writers, of singers, of filmmakers, of journalists, all those creative sectors that are now under massive attack. AI cannot be allowed to hollow out the funding for fact-check journalism or creative work. And the copyright laws, well, they are there to be used. Third, the DMA, open and contestable market. Interoperability, data access, restraints on self-preferencing, untying. This is not radical. This is the bare minimum to make a market work. Everybody should ask for this because it gives people a fair chance of making it based on their ideas, their work ethic, the people they have on board. It's not for the gatekeepers to decide whether you should be successful or not. The DSA, of course, we cannot be the collateral damage of Section 230, which is the situation right now. And DSA is also a very simple thing. It's a transparency infrastructure as to what is taken down so that you can complain about it if you disagree. It's also the only way to make sure that national laws are upheld. As you will know, we don't have European laws on content. These are national laws. It's a reasonable thing to ask that those laws are being upheld. It's not radical. And it's also, I think, quite simple to ask for products being safe to use. Also digital products, that they do not undermine democracy, that they're not a risk to our mental health. These are basic things. We have been following this all through the history of the European Union, all through the history of member states, having made sure that products should be safe to use. We'll never accept endocrine disruptors in a feeding bottle, and yet you give the baby an iPad. The AI Act, safety when AI is deployed, no embedded discrimination, transparency about how systems work when they are part of making decisions about our lives. Can you get an insurance? Can you get a mortgage? Can you get into a university or another educational institution? simple stuff. Very old and definitely not radical. And then, of course, competition law. Bring cases, assess mergers. You know, these are laws, they need interpretation. When we find something that we do not immediately understand, reinterpret the laws. Tell everybody how you're going to do it, and then enforce it equally towards each and every one. You know, 10 years ago, we didn't think about harm to innovation. Now, harm to innovation, we see that and we look for that, the new colleagues, in each and every merger case. So that is first things first, enforce the laws and put your resources to do it. Second, provide alternatives. I listened to that Eurostack, important, sure. How many people understand what that is? Very few. We already have European cloud. We already have European social platforms. We already have European word processing products. We have it all. It's just to get out there and to use it as it was suggested. Make switching possible, make it visible, make it viable. Show that we have choice. We need to organize the big shift day. Because of course you don't want to be the only one to go somewhere unprecedented. No, you want to go as a crowd. Because that's the only difficult thing. It's not difficult to build new digital products. A lot of that is commoditized. There's a lot of funding flowing around. The real difficulty is the network effect. And this is why we're here. Because this is part of the network effect. And that can make us change. Third, have a life that is not digital. Well, have a life. First things first. Have a life of football, of scouts, of community work, of face-to-face connections. Don't let AI come for our relations, because that is a real threat. You know, digitization came for the contact points. AI may come from all our relations. The physical world, unmediated relationships, that matter. It's important for the kids. It's important for us as well. You know, the brain works much better with other people than with a screen. Fourth, build AI guardrails. Yes, we have some in Europe. We have the Hiroshima process of the G7. But we need, of course, much more, and we need to keep pushing. As long as AI is unguided and unguarded, we're in trouble. And fifth, know what is the race that we're in. We're being told this constantly. We're in a race. The US and China, they're ahead. Well, what is it, a 400-meter or a marathon, or what is it? You know, this is not a race for us to become China. I think we would be very poor Chinese. We're not in a race to adopt unregulated platform capitalism either. We're in a race to continue developing socially inclusive societies where people like to live. This is the race that we're in. And that is encouraging. That is something that can make you sign up, because it's not complicated. Because that is what we have been trying to do for decade after decade after decade, to make these societies worthwhile. Because you have freedom, because you have choice, because you have a fair chance of making it, buying a home, see your children well off. My suspicion is that that is not the race for the US or China. It's just a hypothesis. But I think it's the dream of almost everybody to live in such a society. And that is where strength comes from. And this is why we are strong. So the question is not, can we keep up with technology? The question is, can we shape technology to serve that dream, or will we allow it to undermine it? So let me just finalize where I started. That competition equals opportunities. It lowers barriers to entry. It favors plurality. It democratizes the relationship between individuals and the business community. And it touches on our most fundamental values: individual freedom, fairness, to compete on the merits and not on the power that you hold. And it's especially critical in the markets between knowledge and government, the news media, information platforms, the threats to independent journalism that we're faced with today, the eradication of local news. The platforms and AI, they're not neutral. They're concentrating power, extracting wealth, reshaping how we think, how we communicate, how we govern ourselves. So this is the time to show that we're the guardians. Obviously, this will not be solved by competition alone. I think that is an absolute given. But it can play a role once we do all the other things at the same time. But we cannot do it without competition. Because if we do it without competition, then we'll just have another set of concentrated powers that will do exactly the same thing as those we know today. So this is what we need. And of course, we need to do that with US friends. We need to work together with those who want to and can. And the Brazil example is amazing. We're not against anyone in Europe, but I think the point is that we need to do what we can to preserve the freedom to compete, the plurality of voices, the contestability of markets, because in that, we built democracy. And all of that comes from the respect of the integrity of each and every one of us. That's the race we're in, and that is one worth winning. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. That was fantastic. And, you know, one of the things I wanted to unpack, and, you know, you're seen as, you know, you were the head of DG Comp for a long time, actually, you know, in European.
You see it, I'm afraid.
So the, you know, in competition, you ended with a statement about competition, which was actually very powerful. But you know, during the course of your conversation, you know, you spoke about the Eurostack, and you spoke about journalism and advertising, and you spoke about copyright, and you spoke about enforcement of competition laws. So actually, can you just, I think a lot of people, when they hear the word antitrust, or when they hear the word anti-monopoly, they don't really understand just how broad, how fundamental these laws are. That this is, you know, so, you know, this is really a way of shaping our lives. I mean, and just can you sort of maybe sort of talk a little bit about just the power of competition policy as a way of running a political economy?
So when I started in DG Comp more than 10 years ago, they had just made a small video about the environment around the Tower Madu, where their offices are. And part of that video showed them coming into a bakery, and they asked the woman behind the counter, "So do you have any competition?" And she says, "No, thanks God, we don't." Because the thing is, for some, competition is heavily felt. And the benefits, they are so thinly spread on each and every one of us that we don't think about it on a daily basis. And that can lead, I think, to a very dangerous misunderstanding that it's not important. But the thing is that if there is no one to challenge those who hold power, then we're done. And this I think people do understand, because a lot of the feedback that I get is that people are very happy with big tech having done something illegal, and you want to say they did something illegal. I think the first ever press release I was presented with said something, this company have behaved in breach of section yada yada, something yada yada, another yada yada. I said, no, this company has done something illegal. That is what we're going to say, because that is the case. And the fines, we can discuss whether they work, because a lot of behavior do not change or come back in different shapes and forms. But the fines, they tell a story that you're willing to hold power responsible. And that people understand, because that is one of the fundamental histories that we tell. This is also the story that was told here, that we want to stand up to the bully. We want to see through the bullying tactics, and we want to do something about it. That is the most fundamental story, and that is also a story about competition law enforcement.
And actually on that issue of holding companies accountable, corporations accountable, you know, there's a big action recently by DG Comp on ad tech. And, you know, there was a deadline that was built into that decision. You know, there was both a fine and there was the deadline. And, you know, how, I mean, if you were, I know that you don't want to sort of put pressure on your successor, but when you're looking, you know, now that you set a deadline, what would be a next step?
But since you know that, why do you ask me? No, I think
it's better when it's in your words.
Yeah, but no, it's always difficult, you know, and it has happened so many times also with my cases that there was a deadline and then the companies came back and said, oh, so difficult, we cannot make it. Yeah. And then you gave them a bit more time. And then it turns out that once you've been reasonable and given more time and then you put the screws on in the end, it turns out possible. Surprise, but it was possible with the sufficient time. What I think is important about the AdTech case is that it's a really good illustration of inherent conflict of interest, because it's a case about Google owning the marketplace for buying and selling advertising space, owning the one who sells advertising space on that marketplace, and also owning those who buy advertising space on that marketplace. And I think that is the original thing, that we allowed inherent conflict of interest to be a thing in the market. Because that is the same thing when you see Amazon selling Amazon products on the Amazon marketplace. Because we had a case on that, because it turned out that they use all the others, so we think, as a live, you know, consumer investigation, what will sell and what prices, which enable them to take the lion's shares of the profits without having the lion's shares of the products. So we have seen that so many times, that inherent conflict of interest. Had we taken a decision 25 years ago to say that is not going to happen, then the world would have been different. And this we should think about today, because this will be worse with AI, so much worse.
You at one point today, you know, you said this is what we're doing is not radical. It's common sense. You said that, you know, you use the word not radical, you know, 2 or 3 times. And those of us who've been doing competition policy, people call us radicals. And I personally always say, you know, what we're actually being radical to conserve the foundations of our democracy. So when you're conserving the foundations of democracy and human liberty, radicalness is, if we have to uproot power, then we'll uproot power. But, you know, can you just actually even maybe broaden this, you know, understanding for people that what we're doing is not radical, that this is actually fundamental. This is what we've been doing since the 1940s in Europe.
But it's because I have an issue with the word, because I'm a social liberal, and in Danish, my party is called the radical left. As you can hear, consumer people should look at this because, the name of the package is not what is inside. And it's more than 120 years old, this party, and the name radical was put in front because they were expelled from the rest of the Liberal Party. So they said, okay, then we will be the radicals one because we will go to the root causes of the issues. That was what it meant. We want to be the liberals that goes to the root causes of these problems in order to solve them structurally and not just gloss over them. And that's a wonderful meaning of the word. And that's a wonderful endeavor and mission. The problem is that it's used as a swear word. It's used as if you're asking for something crazy. And what we need right now is for people to come on board, to see that the laws, they may look technical, but they're asking for something simple. They're just asking for you having a fair chance and for the products that you use to be safe to use and for you to be protected as who you are. That should not be labeled as going to the root cause of the problems. That should be labeled as something that we should all enjoy every day of our life.
We talked about this earlier, but back when Mario Monti was the head of DG Comp, the Bush administration put enormous amount of pressure on Commissioner Monti not to enforce the law. In your early years, you were dealing with the Obama administration. The Obama administration put enormous pressure on Europe not to enforce the laws. We now have another president who's putting enormous pressure on the European Commission not to enforce the laws. As we talked about before, in 2014, you said, well, Google, yeah, let's enforce the law. So, if you were sending a message to President von der Leyen or Mr. Merz, is there, you have pressure and then you have the law and you have some democracy somewhere in between. So how important is it to enforce the law in a difficult time?
Yeah, but enforcing the law is keeping the promises that politicians gave. Alex was just here, Andreas, all of them. Also the Commission. These laws are promises to Europeans that markets will be contestable, that services will be safe, both for you personally, but also for our democracy. These are promises given. And in enforcing the laws, you show that in a democracy, what you promise to the voters is your first priority. And the paradox here is that, the majority of Americans, they agree. They're deeply suspicious of what big tech delivers. Deeply suspicious, because they see the effects on their kids. They see the effect on their attention span, just as the rest of us. They see the effect on their society. And this is why, when you live in a democracy, it's really important to show that your first priority is to keep the promises that were given. And that should also be the priorities in the US democracy. And of course, there's pressure, fair enough. But this is not about US companies. It's about market power and the misuse of market power, no matter where you're headquartered.
Last question. You talked about a lot about the making a better future. And there's a problem with the language, we deal with antitrust, or we've changed it to anti-monopoly, but it's you're anti concentration of power, you're anti a particular company, you're anti a particular behavior, but sort of making, and I think a lot of people in our space fall into this trap of being anti and thinking that's sufficient. I'm against that. But I was really taken by your statement about, what we are doing here is we are envisioning a better future. We are envisioning the world that we want to live in. And these are the tools that we use to build that world, the political tools that we use to build the better world.
But as they sing, don't stop thinking about tomorrow. It's going to be a beautiful place. And it's so much more engaging to build something constructively. Maybe you have to be against something on the way, but it's so much more engaging to say, this is where we want to go. This is what I want my children to enjoy. This is what I want my grandchildren to enjoy. Here in Europe, we put a gigantic loan in the name of the next generation, so better use the money wisely. So I think it's really important to have that. This is why we do it. And it's a good thing. And I think it's Disney who says this, that if the good had not won yet, it's because that we're not at the end.
Well, everybody, please. Thank you. Are we going to lunch? Oh, no, we're not. It is lunch. We're going to lunch? All right, we're going to lunch. Okay.
Hello? No. Can I start? Hello, everyone. Welcome back after lunch. I think it's always dangerous to schedule anything after lunch when the attention wanes and then idealism kicks in. But we are here to talk about information integrity at the age of AI. And I'm told all the time that in this time and age, half of the information is automated and the other half is annoying. So this is really a brave choice for the afternoon session. But I guess democracy has survived far more. So let's go straight to the panel. I would like to introduce the moderator, Roger McNamee, and the panel who will be talking about how we can defend democracy in the age I and whether reality is still worth defending. So welcome to the stage.
We're just missing one of our speakers still. Give us a minute. This is the post-lunch slot, as you know. I might make a start and then embarrass him when he arrives. Thank you all very much for returning promptly after lunch. So my name is Maria Donde. I am Director of International Affairs at Commission Naman, which is Ireland's Digital Services Commission, Digital Services Coordinator, and Media Commission as well. We are responsible for a broad spectrum of issues across media, online, and very much what we would, I think, refer to as the information environment. So the issues that we're going to be discussing today are very, very central to our work. I have an amazing panel who I'll introduce in just a moment, but just to say a couple of introductory words about what we're going to be talking about today. So I have, in my role, and particularly since I started at Commission Naman, participated in a number of discussions on this topic, around this topic, looking at the risks of what we call AI for what we call the information ecosystem or the information space, and we'll be digging into some of those understandings a little bit in this panel. Of course, we tend to talk also about the opportunities that AI and technology can offer for improving the information ecosystem, supporting and further enhancing some of the tools we use to try and create a safe, trusted online and wider information environment, content moderation, illegal content detection, and so on. And of course, we tend to touch on, as we will today, some of the aspects of the regulatory frameworks that are coming online, especially in Europe and especially in relation to some of these new technologies. We will discuss, I'm sure, we will touch on the AI Act, associated codes and guidance, the DSA, the DMA, all of these instruments that have already been mentioned this morning, the standards under development, and the softer instruments and tools and initiatives related to literacy, public awareness and understanding. And I think when we have these discussions, we sometimes, I have certainly already started to sense a sense of frustration, disappointment, impatience, despite the fact that many of these instruments that we are going to be relying on are new and as yet untested. There is clearly a massive concern amongst experts, amongst all of those who participate in these discussions, although we are a bubble to some extent. A recent report from the UN, I noted, reflects significant concerns from experts across 68 countries. 78 thought that generative AI posed significant risks to the integrity of the information environment. We are going to get into what that means. Underlying all of this, I think there is a palpable and a deep sense of unease that we haven't fully understood the scale of the risks. to our information environment, or indeed to our wider societies. The tools we're developing, that we've developed, they don't and won't address the structural concerns that might go beyond simply just talking about the application of the AI technology itself. That's the ownership structures that we're seeing emerging, the concentration of power that's unfolding through increased interconnections between old and new tech giants. There's also, I think, large questions to be asked about the role of the state, both as a consumer and a regulator of AI and technologies and services, and indeed as the state as responsible for industrial policy and a proponent of acceleration and innovation. We'll also touch on the AI strategy unveiled last week, I'm sure. So in this context, this deep sense of unease is that ultimately we're gambling on the prospect of an uncertain and maybe oversold benefits from some of these technologies. So our purpose today is to try and unpick some of this sense of unease, to reflect on possible mitigations to some of the risks that we see in the context of how we can discuss how we can conceptualize AI in the public interest, responsible AI, what regulatory frameworks are already in place, and what solutions we need that need urgent consideration. So the experts that we have on the panel today are supremely well placed to discuss these topics. So let me just introduce, starting in my immediate left, Nathalie Hellberger. Nathalie is a professor of law and digital technology at the University of Amsterdam and a member of the executive board of the Institute for Information Law. She is the founder and co-director of the AI, Media and Democracy Lab and of the AlgoSoc, which looks at public values in algorithmic society. And following on from Nathalie, we have Kate Brennan. She's the Associate Director of the AI Now Institute, where she leads programs to shape the AI industry in the public interest. She's worked in the tech industry for over a decade before that, including at Google, where she oversaw product launches and research initiatives tackling disinformation, censorship, and online harassment. And next to Kate is someone who I'm sure needs very little introduction, Andreas Schwab. Welcome to our panel. Andreas is the MEP for the EPP party from Germany. He's been the Parliament's rapporteur on the DMA since 2021. And is the coordinator for the EPP on the IMCO committee. Welcome to you all. We have another panelist who I believe is here, and will be joining us shortly. And there he is. Please welcome Roger McNamee to the stage. Roger, I'm sorry. I said I'd embarrass you, so it literally just in time, amazing timing. Roger you're very welcome. Please make yourself comfortable and relax. Roger is the co-founder of Elevation Partners and Silver Lake Partners. He was an early stage investor in both Facebook and Google and has become a leading critical voice, campaigning to warn elected officials about the threat to democracy from big tech. He is the New York Times best-selling author of Zucked, Waking Up to the Facebook Catastrophe. Welcome, Roger, and thank you very much for joining us. So I'm going to start, I think, with some opening questions for all of our panelists. We'll then move on to a wider discussion, and I'm also very happy to do Q&A towards the end of this session. Someone needs to also tell me when we're aiming to wrap up, given we started a little bit late. But just in terms of opening questions, Kate, if I may, I'd like to start with you. I sort of want to ask you, how did we get here? What is the nature of where we are? Can you give us a bit of an introduction to the evolution of automated systems and their impact on the information environment? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. This is on. Great. Well, thank you so much. It's so nice to be here and be in conversation with you all. And, since we're on a panel about safeguarding information integrity in the age of AI, it's always the follow-up question is, when did the age of AI begin? And it's super tempting, right, to view what's happening right now in this relentless AI hype cycle as new, but there's very little about this moment that's new. Algorithmic systems have been shaping our information environment for over a decade. We are seeing commercial surveillance business model, the consolidation of power in a few players, and even the underlying technology that's being deployed is over 2 decades old. So it's hard to say that a lot is new. But I'll take us back kind of to a famous moment in AI history to kind of ground the trajectory of how we got here. In 2012, when 3 very famous AI researchers created the AlexNet model. So basically what they found in this was that, supervised machine learning trained on a lot of labeled data was extremely good at predictive pattern recognition. Now, the algorithm in this actually wasn't the thing that was so important. It was that this algorithm paired with computational power could be extraordinarily powerful. And they were the first to use NVIDIA's GPUs, which shape a lot of our conversation today. So this discovery really set off, I think, 3 super important currents to ground us. So the first, Google hired them immediately. So they wanted to capitalize on this investment. The second, they realized this algorithm was exceptionally good at recommending and classifying YouTube videos, which really set the trajectory for recommender algorithms that shape our media landscape. And then 3, they kind of, proved this, kind of created the paradigm of scale that we're pretty much trapped in right now, which is that in order to have the most advanced compute models, you need to have as much data as possible and as much compute as possible. And so already in 2012, this was, housed in big tech firms. And this is all the more true today. So, at AI Now, we routinely say, there's no AI without big tech, and that's exactly what we mean. The players who are most poised to win in this market are those that have computational resources in-house, have data monopolies to capitalize, and are able to monetize as quickly as possible with their revenue. So that's where we came from. Where are we going? I'll briefly offer this, that the current trajectory offers more of the same, more commercial surveillance, more data, more compute, more scale. Currently, AI firms lack a business model. They are burning money and they are throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks. So despite talk of innovation and amazing possibilities, most firms are relying on their tried and true pathway to monetization, which is ads. And there's an urgency given the trillions of dollars of capital investment that's going into these systems. But a second really important part of this is, the extraordinary gamble we're seeing right now, trillions of dollars of investment, no sustainable business model, is that they're all but required to turn to the state for support. So, we're seeing firms trying to secure lucrative government contracts and pushing an industrial policy strategy where deregulation, de-risking, and direct investment is basically a way to shore up their business models. So, we've talked a lot about the impacts this has on the information environment. I'll name just a few, and then I'll pass it over that maybe haven't been spoken about as much today. We're seeing big tech exploit information asymmetries to manipulate and jack up pricing, changing the information about how much things cost. This future of AI agents that we're hearing is a really clever marketing term, I think, to gain more access to more data and undermine more privacy. And it asks some really existential questions about our free press. Who is incentivized to make content that is only going to be read by AI scrapers that are pulling us into more closed environments? And the fusion of state and tech power that has come up a lot is implementing some really important questions about what state control can happen over our core AI components. So in the US, we just saw the woke AI executive order, where the government can place conditions on content moderation. And of course, there's an outside political pressure that's undermining, even our independent judiciary and agencies in the US. So I'll end, by just offering 2 provocations for the panel. One is, how do we interrupt this paradigm of scale that has defined this trajectory, and questioning the uncritical mass deployment of this technology that is pretty rotten to the core with its business model, and that we already know is bad and have known for decades.
Thank you for painting what is a fairly stark picture and bringing us up to speed to kick off. Natalie, if I can turn to you, I wonder, how would you respond to that? Does that sound a bit like how you would conceptualize the risks? Do you think there's anything more to be said about some of the more basic aspects, the authenticity of information, misleading aspects to it, or do you really think we are talking primarily about structural problems?
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you also for the introduction and for organizing and bringing us all together. And I would like to connect what you've been saying to the way how information integrity is at the moment being discussed, also from the perspective of citizen and the perspective of a regulatory framework that we haven't talked so much about yet, which is the AI Act. And part what we see is that information integrity is very much framed as an issue of authenticity, problem of authenticity and trust. And my argument, this is exactly the problem, because when you look how the AI Act is then addressing that, is it is classifying synthetic content as low risk, minimal risk to fundamental rights and democracy that can be solved with transparency. So essentially telling people this content has been AI generated. And my argument here is that doing this largely underestimates the problem, the dynamics that you've been citing, and also puts a lot of burdens on citizens to solve the information crisis because we expect them to recognize when something is AI generated. And I would like to give you an example from the Dutch election. So a member of my team, Fabio Wotta, is looking very much into the way how Gen AI is used in the Dutch elections. And there is the case of the site Geen Aangifte, which is a right-wing Geert Wilders support page. Geert Wilders is the leader of the right-wing populist party. And this site uses almost exclusively AI-generated propaganda material. And then imagine something like a video, the Netherlands in 2050, where on a typical Dutch shopping street, you only see women in burqas and children speaking Arabic. And other videos. And these videos are actually very easily recognizable as AI generated. They are not even, there's not even so much a question about authentic or not. But what is interesting is that even these contents that are clearly non-authentic or AI generated have driven almost more engagement than for the political leader himself. And this video in question has been downloaded more than 600,000 times. So integrity of information is one issue, but I think something, and that links back to your point, and the discussions this morning, something we need to talk much more in this information crisis is the integrity of those using the models and those developing that, to reinvent media and public spheres, essentially. For example, by directly influencing voters, but also realizing that some of the leading tech CEOs, and we've talked about them quite a little bit, are actually at the moment using generative AI to reinvent the future of the media and the public sphere. We already talked about Meta, the company that is famously described the DSA as institutionalized censorship, which is essentially using now downranking media content and replacing it with synthetic content. Take the example of X. There was reporting in the New York Times how reportedly X chatbot Grok has been tweaked repeatedly to make its output to be more conservative and reflect more the political agenda of Mr. Musk. And then the CEO of the most widely used Gen AI model essentially has been fired by his own board of directors for a lack of integrity, at least temporarily. And don't forget that part of the reasons why these models could reach the scale is because of extensive extractive practices on a massive scale, IP, environmental resources, labor, and so far. But these are the LLMs that will produce more and more of the content that people get to see. And yet there are very serious reasons to be concerned about the biases in these contexts, amplification of unfairness, and the motives, values, and societal responsibilities of their leaders. And I think we don't talk about that enough. There's companies, but in the end, it's a very few who decide the policies that these companies needing. So the urgency to talk about the integrity not only of pieces of information, but also the speech machines we use to generate this information is further stressed by the fact that we see a structural change in the way how people access information and search for information. So the current writers report found actually in 6 countries a significant raise of Gen AI use by people from 40 to 60% in the span of a year. And the important thing is that the primary reason why people have used Gen AI has shifted from creating funny memes to searching for information. And that means that while social media so far have used AI essentially to moderate the public sphere, Gen AI technology companies will directly tell people what is worth knowing. And a lot of people stop there and don't go to media sites anymore. And this is, I think, another reason why we should not only speak about the integrity of content itself, but the integrity of the speech machines we use to generate the content and the leaders of these companies and the extent to which they are committed to issues like fundamental rights and societal responsibility. And these are issues that we cannot solve with transparency and telling people that something has been AI generated. These are far more structural issues indeed that we need to think about, and why we really need to think also in terms of finally getting serious on alternatives.
Thank you very much. So what you've described, sorry, I want to react to that. Just too enthusiastic to continue the discussion. Thank you, Natalie. So what I've heard from both of you, I think, is that increasingly we're seeing a smaller number of companies who already we know we have experience of the way in which they have their practices are exploitative, extractive, and so on. And they're changing the way that fundamentally the way that we understand, consume content, understand the world around us. Roger, let me turn to you. We've seen here in Europe in recent days some proposals about how we might develop AI in Europe in particular. We've had the AI strategy published and a lot of discussions and debate around that. What do you think are the risks associated with the approach that Europe has taken, and what is the lesson from the US from your perspective?
So first, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to participate and to arrive a few minutes late for this panel. I believe that fundamental misunderstandings about big tech and AI currently dominate policy discussions in every part of the world, but especially in Europe. And it's causing you to be blind to investment opportunities that are literally staring you in the face. American companies have invested nearly $1 trillion in large language model technology and infrastructure in only 3 years, despite evidence that the technology is flawed in ways that cannot be fixed. It is reasonable to ask why big tech would do this. Big tech understands that its existing monopolies are vulnerable. The platforms that dominate social media, search, and enterprise productivity applications, those platforms have been enshittified to the point where they actually undermine the productivity of the people who use them. Everyone who has used Microsoft Office or Google Search or Facebook over the past 15 years knows that the current versions are awful in comparison to what was available in the past. There should be new competitors. Thus far, no one has had the courage to try. That needs to change. Large language models, and I want to pick up on something Kate said. Large language models are big tech's attempt to breathe new life into existing monopolies. LLMs are not innovative. The technology is decades old, but it's been repackaged for a new audience that doesn't know the history. There are at least 10 major AI development projects in the United States, all using the same approach, technology and data, and targeting the same customers. In a normal competitive market, no more than 2, perhaps 3 companies would survive. I mean, what is going on here? Observation number 1. AI is not a normal competitive market. In the United States, tech power is being combined with state power. Democracy has given way to whatever strategy big tech wants. Big tech wants to replace humans with machines in business, in government, in medicine, in education, and everywhere else. If widely deployed, LLMs will cost literally tens of millions of knowledge worker jobs in the US alone, while simultaneously degrading the quality of the services that those human workers deliver today. Observation number 2. It is almost inconceivable that big tech can earn an appropriate rate of return on the $1 trillion investment it has already made by licensing software. Software is not that valuable. They must be playing a different game, and that's the thing we need to focus on. What is the game they're playing? Big tech has my first hypothesis is that big tech is playing for China-style control over individuals and the whole global economy, but with that control in big tech's hands rather than those of government. Big tech has somehow convinced policymakers and CEOs that LLMs will give them efficiency and that somehow efficiency is the most important thing they can have. In reality, LLMs will give big tech control over the governments and enterprises that use those LLMs. If big tech can get enough governments and corporations to use their products, big tech will be able to influence every decision everywhere. The combination of surveillance and LLMs will give big tech unprecedented political and economic power. Now, they want you to believe that LLMs are inevitable. Pardon my French, but that is bullshit. You have the power to say no, and I recommend you do so. There are valuable use cases for LLMs, but the scale of those use cases is tiny in comparison to the dollars being invested. A recent MIT study showed that 95% of AI projects run by corporate customers failed to achieve their financial objectives. AI usage in the law, in medicine, in education, and in software development has often failed spectacularly, and sometimes with deeply harmful consequences. Google's AI summaries and Microsoft's Copilot are often just plain wrong. And yet, CEOs and policymakers around the world continue to embrace LLMs and the apps that train LLMs. They ignore the threat to their sovereignty. They ignore the threat of massive unemployment and the degradation of services that LLMs will create. Hypothesis number 2. Big tech knows they've created a mania that will end in a crash. They are not concerned. They understand that a crash will not only wipe out smaller rivals, it will wipe out the economies and the governments that they're trying to take over. This will allow big tech to more thoroughly dominate whatever comes after. That's the only game plan that makes sense when you invest $1 trillion of other people's money. It's an incredibly cynical strategy, but it has worked in the past. As happened in the financial crisis of 2008, big tech is counting on policymakers to bail them out. And as things stand today, that's what's going to happen. The EU must recognize that big tech poses not one, but multiple existential threats, including to freedom of thought and democracy, our main topic today. LLMs and cloud-based enterprise applications are just weapons. It will take political courage to resist the siren call of big tech because everybody else wants to do it. But EU countries should follow the lead of Denmark and commit to technology sovereignty, not at the leading edge, but with the products that are actually indispensable in people's lives. Big tech talks about innovation, but they do not deliver it. The last truly innovative product to come out of Silicon Valley was the iPhone 18 years ago. I'm serious about that. Goodwill built up over 60 years in Silicon Valley, now reinforced by monopoly power, allows big tech to abuse our trust without consequence. We have 15 years of evidence that these people cannot be trusted, and yet we continue to trust them. We have 15 years of evidence that every new technology is worse than the one it replaces, and yet we continue to adopt the new ones. The time has come to say enough. Moving on from big tech will be really good for the EU politically, but it will be great for your economies. There's an investment opportunity staring you in the face and you're ignoring it. I'm an investor. I've had real success in betting on the future. Here's what I see now. The markets for enterprise applications are so large that every country could make its own profitably. You don't need a $500 billion market to justify making a spreadsheet. You need a $50 billion market, and almost every country is that big. Same thing's true of search engines. France can have its own Google, so can Germany, so can Belgium. Seriously, $7 billion a year in Canada alone from search revenues. $7 billion. Right? Not a problem. The results that you create with these products are going to be way better than you're getting from Google right now. And there is no technical risk, right? Because what we really need is new versions of what existed in 2010, because everything since then is shit. Remember, 2010 is the pivot point when big tech abandoned productivity in favor of extraction. So the next good future will not come from the United States. It could come from the EU, but that will be up to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for inspiring us. I think to think a bit more, and we'll move on to a more forward-looking reflection in a moment about what good tech and what a better future actually could look like, and what solutions what ideas and what solutions we might propose at this point. Andreas, I'll come to you because you heard the word monopolistic behavior several times there, and there is obviously a really significant discussion here about concentration. Now, you have worked considerably on questions of competition in digital markets. Do you share these concerns? Do you think that these concerns will be exacerbated by the developments in AI? Do you think that the EU is currently appropriately balancing innovation and acceleration with the need to secure our information environment? And as a lawmaker, what do you think of how far we've got with this legislative framework?
Well, thank you very much for inviting me and for giving me the chance to answer to this question. I may look a bit miserable, but I would like to start quoting Kate, who said at the beginning, it's not hard to say that there is nothing new. And I think, generally speaking, what we have observed all over the last 20 years is that there is so I'm a Christian Democrat, I'm not a socialist or a green, but I have to be very clear that there is some sort of capitalistic movement that is placing money in digital with the hope of growing a return on investment, and that's the driver of that stuff. And there is also human errors because they may invest into ideas that don't work, but there is a drive, and plenty of people are in that drive, and plenty of people invest. And so, to a certain extent, it's an example that we have seen in history already very often. So what can we do? We can defend our rules that are there to stand up against that. And I have to tell you that, unfortunately, plenty of people, because you are all specialists, I have not these details that you know, but what I would like to say is that our people, they are very conservative. By the way, also the socialists and also the Greens, everyone is very conservative. And they believe that it's shown on the screen that works. They don't wonder if this is, as you mentioned, scrap. They use it. And I wanted to make that example here, a new colleague from Spain who is sitting next to me now after 1 year said, well, you know, I'm not really convinced that we needed DMA and DSA. Really, I have really strong doubts. And okay, we had a beer. And at the end of that beer, he said, well, if it's just the application of old competition policy, I have no problem. And to a certain extent, it's just a translation into the digital age to be fast on enforcement. So bringing people back on that very basic reflection that in an economy in Europe, we don't need 100% capitalism, but some sort of social market economy is something that everyone understands, but you have to dig a bit in and to explain why in digital, rules that have been working in the old economy don't work anymore as before and have to be adapted. But if you need already to explain this, you can imagine how more complicated it can become if you are digging into more complicated issues like AI now. Because there is a tendency for people of all political colors, and not only in the EU, also in the US, to believe that that will be useful and it's the way of life and the next step of technology and so on and so forth. And there is no one really challenging that deeply. So your question, coming back onto your question, what can the EU do? What have we done? Are we well placed? I think we are perfectly placed. What is missing is action and enforcement. I'm continuously writing to our Commissioner Virkkunen and to Ms. Ribera that we have to designate AI and cloud as core platform services, because like that, the gatekeepers that are now buying these services enormously had to justify in which way they respect the openness of the systems, the transparency of the systems, the access of third offers. At the moment, it's not yet happening. I don't know why. We could have done it already 1 year ago. It's not yet happening. That's a big mistake of Europe, and we could do much better. Would that be the solution to all the problems that have been mentioned here? Probably not, but it would be one element to create transparency for those that have accompanied all that money that you have been referring to, because it's in the end all the gatekeeper companies. Now, I would say there is also some sort of optimism, because it's true that some of the AI models that have now been bought by the gatekeepers, they were developed outside. So there are still intelligent people that are not bought by the gatekeepers, that are developing themselves. And that's the whole idea of European legislation, that we push these companies to stay out of the gatekeeper systems and to try to make their way into the market themselves. Unfortunately, this idea, I think, which is still the leading idea, has not been materializing, because what we see is that these gatekeepers have now been managing easily, quickly, all AI systems on top. And for that reason, we have to come also to AI. I mean, the key question is how we can maintain all these elements of democracy, of open markets, in a way that normal citizens can still follow on how and why they are getting some sort of result after having made a question. And I think with AI systems being used, the examples have been done here, it's getting more and more complicated to understand how the result is composed, how it's done. And that makes it extremely complicated. And this is not to repeat all the concerns that you mentioned about publishers not being interested anymore, people losing interest in public affairs. There is plenty of questions linked to it. But I think sometimes it helps us also to bring it back to very basic things. I think it's all about money and return on investment, which is fair to a certain extent, but in the way how it's done in the area of big tech, and now we speak about AI, it's just not controlled. It's just intransparent. And in every area that has been touched here, it leads to the wrong direction. And therefore, Europe can just apply the laws that we have to make an important impact. Will it fix all the problems? I don't know today, but it will be an important step to do it. And we will then see what we can do next.
Thank you very much. Natalie, did you want to come in? I saw you.
Yeah, no, I very much subscribe the enforcement problem. We have actually really interesting rules. They might not be perfect, but we really need to start enforcing them. And that is an important first step. I don't think it's enough. Because what a lot of these rules try to do is get a grip on big tech and avoid that we have a lot of irresponsible technology. What we haven't talked so much about, how can we incentivize responsible technology, and regulation could play a role here. We will launch a report we wrote with the OECD on media freedom next week. And an important point is that we really need to think more about structural changes and maybe not big tech, but small tech, tiny tools, decentralized and interoperable instead of the next hyperscaler. And when I look at the EU Continent Action Plan, there are many good ideas in there, but it's again about scale, about gigafactories, about hyperscalers. And I think it's not self-evident that European tech is necessarily better than US tech, unless we manage to define really the values that we care about, like public interest infrastructure, open source, environmental friendly, and agree on them and use our tools, public procurement, to promote that. And in that respect, I think we also should talk more. I mean, we talked a lot about we need more sovereignty, we need alternatives. I think we should also talk about the initiatives that are already there. And because there is already a lot of happening, talking about my country, the Netherlands, the media organizations in the Netherlands have actually collectively united forces to support the development of the Dutch language model. And there's now initiative to collectively step off large platforms to federated systems together with the Waag Society. The universities in the Netherlands have urged their directors to move away from Microsoft and offer alternatives. And I think we should talk more about also these alternatives and how we can actually help them to survive and grow bigger.
Thank you. I think this raises a couple of questions that I wanted to move on to. The point about incentives is obviously really important, and what do we want to incentivize as well as how do we do it? I'm wondering some of the things that you're sort of describing, and maybe I'll come to you, Kate, because I think the question of what is AI in the public interest, and what does that even look like? I was just wondering if you might share a few views on that, but also in the context of who really is responsible for getting us to that place. I mean, I think we've talked a bit about regulation, so we obviously have a conceptualization of governments, of public structures that are responsible for that. But is that enough? How should those interact with industry?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think, deeply skeptical of any AI for good or general public interest AI initiatives, I think for a lot of the reasons that we laid out, because it doesn't really get at the structural root of a lot of the problems. It's like solving the problem with the problem. I think maybe three things that your question makes me think about is one, especially as we're pursuing, an industrial policy, especially in the States, of questioning this investment, first setting the goal and saying, okay, what is the public assertion over this technology, and do we want to continue feeding into this large scale paradigm? So if we have goals, for the US, for example, if we're thinking about decarbonization goals or renewable energy goals, then very quickly we get to a place where well, investment in hyperscaled AI is going to undermine those goals. And so therefore that poses an existential threat to some of the goals we care about as a society, and therefore we might want to curb the limits. So I think placing strong conditions on where and how we're investing in AI. And then, we think a lot about collapsing the policy silos around what we're talking about. And so I'm really glad that tech workers came up today. Thinking about labor as a really strong intervention has not come up so much today. But, workers are often where surveillance technology is deployed first, and workers have a huge say in this. And it goes to the larger question of who has the seat at the table for crafting these solutions. And then also thinking largely, again, speaking from a US context, but I'm excited to see where there's overlap of, when we're talking about the democracy problem, we have to be talking kind of in the same breath about the regulations that are helping to support healthy democracy, like in the US, getting money out of politics or thinking about redistricting. Some of these large issues are deeply related to what's happening to push back on corporate power. So it's very exciting to talk about competition and enforcement and some of the, downstream effects, but without thinking about some of the larger structural ways to, attack these issues. And I think we're going to end up in the same issues of kind of litigating, what happens when the technology is deployed in harmful ways.
It was really interesting to hear you talk about breaking down policy silos. I think that's a really important, really fundamentally important discussion here, and probably still hasn't happened quite enough, especially in the context of looking at the kinds of multi-stakeholder models that we have used in the past for trying to decipher our societal responses to new technology. We haven't those need to be expanded quite considerably, probably, in order to take in the full breadth of what AI is talking about. I want to return, Roger, if I can, to this idea of what is that large scale AI, as you described it, is neither efficient nor useful nor needed. What does small scale AI look like, and what could be an alternative approach look like?
So I don't think anybody's seriously pursuing what I would describe as the rational academic, staged development with respect to AI. You test something, see if it works. If it works, then you do some more of it. If it doesn't work, you try a different approach. These guys skipped all those stages and went straight to commercialization. So let's put this in the context of the World Wide Web. Tim Berners-Lee used a Next computer to develop the World Wide Web. The initial deployment was on supercomputers manufactured by Silicon Graphics that cost $1 gazillion. That was not economic, so they waited a little bit, and then they began the first real commercial development on Sun servers, which cost 10% of what the Silicon Graphics ones did. But Google comes along, they look at that and go, that's nuts. So they went to raw Intel motherboards, which were 1% the cost of a Silicon Graphics, of Silicon Graphics, no, excuse me, of the Sun computers, 1/1000th of the Silicon Graphics. And so they waited and they did the massive deployment when the cost was down. These guys have literally spent $1 trillion on supercomputers. It is clinically insane. There is no way to get a return. We skipped entirely all of the studies. We're doing exactly the same thing, the same technological strategy they recommended initially 40 years ago, just with a lot more compute and a lot more data. And the answers are no better today than they were 40 years ago. And if I were a policymaker in Europe, there are two things that I would really focus on. The first is that I hear people tell me, we don't want to think about big tech right now because our core industries, automotive and everything else, are declining. And that's where the political pressure is. And you're not connecting the fact that big tech is responsible both for the underlying problem and the political problem, right? It's in their interest to disrupt old industries. So they're going out of their way to make your life more complicated. It serves their goals. Keep that in mind. I mean, there is no context in which these guys are your friends. None. I mean, maybe they can give you campaign dollars. Maybe they can give you a white paper, but those don't actually solve your problems. Those solve their problems. But here's the second one. This is the really big one. In Europe, there's a ton of pressure at the border to keep out immigrants who want to embrace the culture of the country they're trying to move to, who are willing to work and willing to work in jobs that people who live in the country are not willing to do. There's a lot of pressure to keep them out. Where's the pressure to keep out the technologies that are going to displace all of the citizens who work knowledge worker jobs today? There's nobody sitting at the border going, wait a minute, we need to, why is it that technology gets all the benefits of personhood without any of the responsibilities? Why does no one sit there at the border going, you know what? You got to wait in line. You got to actually prove you deserve to come into work. Because with AI, there's no chance in hell they're going to pass any test you put up in front of them. None.
And you're nodding and smiling, Andreas, and probably not smiling inside. Do you feel that pressure?
No, I mean, the point on, I don't know why everyone is speaking to me about automotive. I mean, I mean, there is that idea of in-vehicle car data. And I've always been saying, if you want to have any privilege, you can only have it if you use your own technology, but not by importing Apple and Google into the car. Why should we protect that? That's the most stupid idea that we could have. And that's a bit the example that you wanted to refer to. But, I said it already before, so I'm aware of this, but there are probably other examples where we could have similar reflections, but we have them. I would say that Europeans are open because it's coming from the US. Maybe today it's a bit more it's a bit more difficult to have that easy conclusion that it's because of the US it's bringing in its good, but that was in the past largely also defended by American governments, also by democratic governments, by the way, and therefore maybe we were a bit naive. But the argument that you made before about LLM models based on national tools is an argument that we all the time use because we believe, especially after having been in Japan, ahead of that AI and the summit at OECD level, I mean, Japanese have been scared that their language, which is a bit different, might not enter as fastly in these systems as others. So there might be a Japanese answer to the question that you don't find in the Dutch system, and there might be a French answer that you don't find in the German system. So we have an interest that we exactly do this, and we agree on this. The question is only who will finance this. And I believe that we have to find a way, a competitive market structure, but that's now at the very, very basics, where money flows also into these systems because people understand that there is an interest for this system to exist. And not that we say here we have to ban the Americans and invest public money into, if I may come back to you, provoking you a bit, in a Dutch language model. This has to be done by private investors. I have always believed in this, but after your intervention, because this Dutch company has invested a lot in Mistral AI, and I know these people a bit, they are looking urgently also to the US to get money and investment into Mistral AI. They got it from the Dutch. Is it now positive that the Dutch have been investing? Or
No, it's a large language model. There is no positive version of that technology. Whatever money you put in it, you're setting on fire, because unless you can compete at the scale of Microsoft and Google and OpenAI and X, they're just going to outscale you. And you need to be looking at something other than LLM as the approach, because LLM doesn't solve the problem it claims to solve, which is to create intelligence. To do that, you're going to need all kinds of things we don't have today. If you really care about AI, that's where you should be investing. But I wouldn't bother with that. I think you should sit there and realize the US is literally setting $1 trillion on fire, right? Which is going to put us at a huge competitive disadvantage at a time when we're destroying the value of our currency, right? I mean, we're going to unemploy tens of millions of knowledge workers. Which part of that story do you like, right? I mean, if you have any social values at all, you realize that humans are actually really good at doing an awful lot of jobs, and computers are actually terrible at doing anything else other than computation. And maybe, just maybe, we should remind ourselves of that.
But we have that, if I may use one other example, because this computation power that is needed in the US is done all with private companies. They have the money, they invest, and they build it themselves. In Europe, we have these supercomputers that you can rent for a day, and you can run your model, you can test it, and you don't have to invest that much because it's an available resource that you can use. With the AI gigafactories, I don't know what giga and what, the titles always change, but anyway, in fact, we want to do the same. We want to put at the disposal of Dutch, of German, of Swedish, and whatever people, such computers that they can test large language models or regional language models or even better computing models, but on high performance computers at low cost. I think that's a great idea of bringing societies further with public investment. But what systems are tested there, that has to be done at private investment decision, I believe. We cannot put that into the public space.
But we can have standards, right? We can have standards that we indicate to those private investors that they need to stay within the bounds of. So I'm being told we need to wrap up a little bit. So
but just don't forget, you might just be investing $1 trillion in a new version of the steam engine. Okay.
I think that the message is no, but the message is very clear. We need to think much more seriously about exactly what, LLMs are not AI. And so we need to think about what it is that we actually want to create here. Natalie, you wanted a final, you wanted to say a final word?
And
then I'll wrap up.
As long as we measure the success of these models to be as scalable as Microsoft and Co., then I think we are exactly in the problem where you are. And I really, I'm working a lot with media organizations. A lot of applications that I see do not even need these super hyperscaler models. They need specialized startups that are small enough for media organizations to actually negotiate about their professional values and get them to build what they need. So I wouldn't go so far as all LLMs are evil. I also see interesting experimentation of using Gen AI in use to engage people. But I definitely think that part of our problem is this whole scale discussion, and that we really should get from scalability as the hyper goal of these developments.
Thank you very much. I'm going to wrap up because I think we're out of time. But so I'm afraid I can't come to the audience for questions. I'm sure our panelists will be very happy to continue the discussion and amongst themselves after this panel has wrapped up. But I would like to please join me in thanking all of our panelists, and I'm sure we'll continue the discussion further. Thank you.
Okay, everybody. Johnny, sit down. You're not allowed up. So we have actually we have more coffee in the future, so don't worry about that. Well, right now we have Mario Monti is about to speak, so I want to, and he's online, and I want to, respect his time. Some years ago, I had the great honor of having dinner with Mario Monti. This was in Oxford, the night before a conference on antitrust. This was soon after Brexit. It was soon after the 2016 Facebook election in the US. And these were the first two great social media earthquakes of our time. And not only was this the former prime minister of Italy I was having dinner with, but, and who had helped to stabilize his country politically and economically after the twin disasters of Berlusconi and the Great Recession. But he was also a two-time former EC commissioner for internal markets and for competition. Clearly, in other words, someone who could command the table if he chose. Yet rarely have I ever spent an evening with such a gracious, open, curious person who asked question after question after question. Not that Prime Minister Monti does not know how to make his views known when he wants. During his time in DG Comp, he established the gold standard for European enforcement of the law, a standard that Vice President Vestager has adhered to very closely, another gold standard keeper. And the day after that dinner, he got up on the dais in Oxford and he exploded that debate by quietly saying that he had concluded that his 2001 decision to import the neoliberal consumer welfare philosophy from the US to Europe had been bad for Europe. In recent weeks, Prime Minister Monti has taken on the role of a lion defending European sovereignty, including in two roaring op-eds in Politico, which I encourage every one of you to read. The key takeaway, Europe has all the power it needs to fully protect its democracy, and today's leaders have all the power they need and all the wisdom they need and all of the duty and responsibility they need to do that. Anyway, Mario Monti.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Barry. I hope you can hear me well. You have been very kind in introducing me. I will try to be concise in my initial remarks by saying the following. President Trump's America has two faces. One, the most visible, is assertive and sometimes aggressive in the use of power, perhaps of force. The other face is less visible, is one of abdication from leadership, from the position that the US held leading the West and in many respects the global community for 80 years. Europe nowadays, understandably, is very uncomfortable and it feels forced to play on the defensive. I believe that if Europe were more self-confident in itself and in the like-mindedness that it has with so many countries in the world, it would also be better equipped to cope with the more threatening face of the US. What do I mean? all of a sudden, we have an ideology, a politics, and a set of policies emanating from Washington, which I respect, which discard some key principles that we were taught by the US more than by anybody else. The rule of law, open markets, the clear distinction of powers and responsibilities between the economic power and political power, the existence of and respect for independent authorities, the need for a multilateral governance of the global economy, in particular to take care of the increasingly needed public goods, such as health, climate, and even security. Now, all that seems to be abandoned by the US, but I believe that this intellectual and political abandonment is not shared by many countries in the world. And therefore, the Europeans should, I believe, leverage on the stance, which has nothing anti-American, nothing at all. On the contrary, it can be presented as the interest in preserving the huge legacy that the US gave to all of us by federating mentally, by exploiting the like-mindedness that there is among countries which are not ready to abandon the rule of law and all the other things that I mentioned, neither in the conduct of their domestic affairs nor in the efforts to manage the global economy multilaterally. This is, I believe, a very widespread attitude in many countries. I'm not speaking of setting up a new union or a structured organization, but some sort of soft but frank link of mindsets and inspirations of statements and of policies, so that no one of the countries which are not ready to give up all that feels alone. I see that many countries would be ready to inscribe themselves morally in this set of the like-minded. Maybe not the European Union. You might be surprised to hear me say this. Maybe not the European Union, because the European Union has to move unanimously on such matters. And I'm not sure that 2 or 3 of the member states of the EU would be ready to proclaim themselves as defendants of liberal democracies, because that is what it is. For example, Prime Minister Orban is on the record as having said that he defends his own form of illiberal democracy. But most countries of the European Union, I think, would be ready to share the position I am mentioning. So I'm sure it would be the UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, several Asian or African or Latin American countries. This should not be a matter of global North versus global South, least of all a collection of anti-Americans. On the contrary, the day will come, perhaps, that such a alliance, open at any instant in time to Washington, would have Washington again among its big promoters. But in the meantime, many points on the global agenda could be addressed in a coordinated way, hoping to have as much as possible the consensus also of the US administration on points like how to manage the existing international institutions for them not to neglect the existence of a climate problem, of a public health problem, and so on and so forth. But one could say, well, this implies that one keeps some faith on the fundamental positives of having a liberal democracy and a rule of law. That's right. That's right. I do personally stick to that position. And I realize that these days one might be tempted to say, well, but don't be naive. In the competition among power states that will profile the next years and decades, perhaps the time of democracies has gone, and the fact of being an authoritarian state, an autocratic state, puts a state in a huge position of comparative advantage. Well, I thought of this, but I'm not sure this is the case. For example, when a number of countries acting together, using the merits of democratic capitalism and the power of attractions of that, using the alliance transatlantically, were able to favor the demise of the USSR, of the Soviet Union. Well, all of those were liberal democracies. The two leaders, in a sense, were a Republican US president, Ronald Reagan, and a conservative British Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher. And the US, in that phase, was very closely coordinated with a number of European countries of different political colors at that time. And together they put a coalition of democracies, not trying to export democracy. That experiment 20 years later would have failed, but trying to exercise the appeal of democracies on those who do not yet benefit of it. So let's not be pessimistic about the powers, the soft powers of democracies and more generally of states which intend to abide to the rule of law. When it comes to competition, Barry, you refer to one of my past activities as the EU Competition Commissioner. I was perplexed, I must tell you, initially when I was invited to this very important event by the Open Market Institute. Somewhat superficially, I found myself asking myself, well, democracy and open market, I see some common points, but are those enough to justify that an Open Market Institute has such an ambitious project on democracy? Yes, my answer is positive, and you are right. Because after all, ladies and gentlemen, democracy is not against power. Democracy is for the legitimate acquisition of power, of political power, through elections. But democracy, liberal democracy, does not like and even opposes the abuse of political power, taking the shape of those democratically elected to pretend to overwhelm the barriers, the limitations that the respective constitutions have given to each executive power in the different countries. Isn't that very, very similar, I submit, to what we witness in the economic, not the political market. And isn't the job of one of the jobs of an antitrust authority to not to be against large companies, even dominant companies, if that dominant position has been acquired legally in conformity with the rules. But the competition authority has the duty and the remit to stand against the abuse of dominant position in Europe or against monopolization in the US. So if there is such an affinity between people who love democracy and people who exercise or have exercised the function of protecting the economic aspects of democracy, and I was privileged to be able to hear some time ago the remarks by Margrethe Vestager. I found that a very practical and understandable treatise in democracy and competition. And so I of course, support the European Union when it takes decision in the area of competition. Individual decisions may also always be wrong. There are the courts to take care of that. But as I wrote in one of my recent political articles, President Trump has no reason whatsoever to complain about the fine for abuse of dominant position to Google recently adopted by the Commission. That was simply an application of what also the US antitrust authorities do on the market, which is their jurisdiction. And I also remember that when we acted against Microsoft 20 years ago, one of the most fervent supporters of the inquiry of the Commission on Microsoft was Eric Schmidt, then the CEO of a 3 or 4 old internet startup called Google.
Thank you, Prime Minister. It's it's great to see you today. I'm sorry that you weren't able to make it. I know you planned to be here in person.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Apologize.
Yeah. So, and it was only last week that we learned that you were not going to be able to make it. But we are thrilled that you have made the time to be with us today. So, just reading your recent, I mentioned this in the introduction, but your recent op-eds in Politico were very, very, very forceful statements. And one of them was, about the willingness of the European Commission, European leaders right now to fall into line behind strong man. I mean, is this since you wrote that very challenging op-ed to the present leaders of the European Commission, I mean, has your feeling changed about the willingness of the Commission to sort of address this crisis fully?
Well, we have an issue of democracy, clearly, because liberal democracy is under threat from outside of Europe, we have seen, curiously also from the West this time. But we have a big issue of democracy within the EU because of 2 reasons. One, the EU made a huge mistake in past years for a long time, pretending that it could not defend itself, but outsource its defense at a rather low price to the US. It is because of that that in spite of the admonitions by many US presidents, not just President Trump, we now feel in Europe in the position of being objectively threatened, because until we haven't built a sufficient defense system, I hope coordinated as much as possible with NATO, every time that President Trump asks us to do something or not to do something else, we have in the back of our minds the idea that, well, he might withdraw defense if we do not comply with his wishes. That is a very bad position to have put ourselves in. But also to get out of that bad position, I come to another aspect concerning democracy in Europe. We cannot proceed as we have since the beginning of the European Union with the idea that foreign policy for the EU and defense policy, the day we will have it, could proceed under the unanimity rule. This is, in fact, the appearance of perfect democracy, but is the reality of the betrayal of democracy, because we cannot consider it common sense or even legitimate that few people in one or two countries might, through their veto, jeopardize the ability of the EU to come to a common will in order not to be the prey of one or other of the autocratic states around the world. So we have a serious problem within Europe, consisting in the necessary update of what is democracy. But I think strong leadership in Europe, unfortunately for them, has to cope both with that aspect and from the US, from autocracies generally, and from this aspect of building a more effective democracy within the EU.
Well, I think that's a fantastic answer to leave this on. I want to thank you on behalf of everybody for your time today. And thank you again for all of the work you've done over the years and for your recent lion-like defense of the sovereignty and the freedom of, and democracy of Europe. So thank you again, Mr. Prime Minister.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister and Barry. I'd like to invite up the next panel and apologize for the sound and the late addition of the subtitles, but it is on YouTube with better sound. So I'd like to invite up the next panel, the role of independent digital infrastructure and strengthening European democracy, be moderated by Robin Bergeon, who is a principal at Super Mundane Agency, so can't wait to hear more about what that is, and a technologist specialized in questions of governance. Over to you, Robin. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the panel on infrastructure and democracy. It's great to be here. And we have an outstanding panel aligned today. So I'm really excited to hear what these fine people have to say. Before that, allow me to frame the issue a little bit. So the title of the panel is The Role of Independent Infrastructure in Strengthening European Democracy. How do these things hang together? Well, infrastructure has always been powerful. By definition, it is hard to replace. It is useful across all of society, and it is able to set rules for its users. This isn't new at all. So, if you own the road, then you can tax people who use the road. If you own energy, you control literal power. So in the pre-digital world, way back then, people like me, born in those ancient times, remember, we developed ways to govern that power so that it would not undermine society. It was imperfect, but we did it. But we didn't develop that governance for, as digital became mainstream, as it sprouted an onslaught of new infrastructure. And what I mean by infrastructure in the digital space is, not just data centers and connectivity, but things like search and social and app stores and advertising ecosystems, mobile operating systems, browsers, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of it. And, as the internet itself became the infrastructure of infrastructure, this infrastructure shock of so much new ungoverned infrastructure happening disrupted our ability to govern essentially everything. So now, quite simply, sovereignty is the ability to set your own rules within your own jurisdiction, right? But when the rules set by the infrastructure are more powerful than the rules set by your laws, there is no sovereignty. And without sovereignty, there is no democracy. And so people everywhere are now realizing that tech is not actually about innovation. Tech is about power. And a society running on authoritarian tech infrastructure is an authoritarian society. So the question becomes, how do we reclaim that power? And how do we use it to strengthen democracy? And with this, I would like to turn to our brilliant panelists today and see how they will try to answer that question. And first, I want to go to Christina. Christina, you wanted to talk about a concrete industrial effort that you feel can push this in the right direction.
I think just like every novel needs a villain, I'll be the villain of the conference because I cannot talk about what I was going to talk about without also picking up some of the discussion that has taken place here today. A lot of people in this room, there's a lot of consensus around the idea that, we need competition. We need to enforce more competition. I've been in competition for 30 years, and my concern and the very reason why I think we need to do something else and more is that competition doesn't do it. Competition hasn't worked. It isn't to say that it isn't a valuable value. It isn't to say that it is something we should do anyway, but to continue to say we need to achieve competition. And what we do is competition is not going to take us very far. And the history of the last 15 years is very clear. We haven't moved the dial very much. We're here talking about the power of the monopolies. We haven't remotely succeeded with 15 years of enforcement in doing a single thing. The reality on the ground has not changed. So when we all talk in the bubble and we pat ourselves and we say we've done all these great cases, the reality is it hasn't changed anything on the ground in Europe and in the US. And unless we accept this reality that competition and regulation are also incapable fundamentally of breaking power, we are not making much progress. A final thought on this: when we talk about regulation as being one way that if enforced, it would really challenge the monopolies. You know what the monopolies really think? That regulation is just a bit of a nuisance. I've been in those tents. No one there is scared. No one there is shaking. They just think, well, yeah, okay, throw them something. It's a bit of a thing. They'll nibble us at the margin. Regulation, even if implemented, which it isn't, will not change the power. So that is the starting point. And if anyone wants to smell the coffee around, that is where we are. And it is an unpopular thing to say, but it is. Digital rights enforcement has done nothing, achieved nothing. Competition enforcement has not achieved much or anything. All of the cases, I was with Jonathan Cantor, who mentioned this morning the AdTech case. We knocked at the door of DigiComp in 2017 and said, there's a great case. What, who, Texas, who, when, where? We are in 2025, the AdTech case is still unresolved. And we clap the Commission for giving Google a fine of a day's revenue and telling them to come back with a remedy. Come on. This is not going anywhere. So in this world, what preoccupies us, I think, is where is Europe as a continent? What is our economic model? Is it viable? Look around, Mario Monti screaming from the rooftop saying, our economic model is tanking. Germany, the lowest productivity, the biggest loss in manufacturing in the last month. Cars were being killed by China. I mean, there is a whole economic model that is tanking. And one of the reasons and one of the weaknesses is our dependency in every single sector, including digital. So I'll get to the point and I'll try and be brief. Why does sovereignty matter? I don't view it all solely as a value, democracy, gaining. It's an issue of economic viability of a continent. I see it as an industrial project. We need to absolutely accompany whatever regulation we want to do, because I'm not suggesting we abandon it, with a plan. And who is going to do anything in practice to try and reduce our dependency from the big tech companies which own the continent, which own our infrastructure? Who is going to do it? The European Commission? Who is going to do it? DigiConnect? Or is it going to be industry investing somewhere? Because the only thing that can possibly change anything is somebody making some money investing into something. I'm not waiting for the European Commission to design a digital map of the future. God preserves us from that. But I'm looking at business to get out of the reverie, to be funded by private capital, which exists. There is a ton of private capital. Since I started Eurostack, I have family offices and I have VCs coming to say, we can do a fund of funds, we can support Europe, we can invest in that. So let's not just bleat and think it's all DigiConnect who's got to put money on the table. It's a question of do it. I mean, this is the extent to which I agree with Margrethe Vestager this morning. Do something. Let's do it. Let's not just say, and I conclude, it's always somebody else's fault. It is our customers don't buy our products. Why? Well, because maybe it sucks, but no, you think it's their fault. Or it's the Commission who doesn't do enough, or it's the Americans who are too good. I hear this, the Americans are too good, we cannot compete. Are you serious? This is the problem in Europe, and not competition. It's fine, you can't do it. I've done it for 30 years, it doesn't do very much. Good luck.
So that's a good introduction to the panel. We're going to go through each panelist to get their position, and then we'll have more of a conversation. But since we talked about villains, let's switch to a space that has lots of villains, right? Social media is dominated by knockoff Bond villains. Like, you look at Musk, you look at Zuckerberg, you're like, oh my God, they couldn't even make the cut in one of those movies. They have terrible products. And there's so much better than what they have. All these things are possible, and the fact that they hold together, the fact that they're still there, is really just about monopoly power, right? And so social media is infrastructure for freedom of expression, but it also itself has infrastructure. And so I turn to Sebastian. You've been involved in both building social media products and social media infrastructure. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? No.
How about this one?
Yeah, that one's on.
Okay, so it's test. No, still. Thank you. Yeah, I'm an app builder and a founder. You can tell by the white tennis shoes. So this will be more of a practical input. When building an app, there's a big difference between building a platform and building on an open protocol. Open protocol like email is an open protocol. So if you build a platform like, for example, Instagram, you basically have to build the entire thing around it, the hosting, the moderation, the storage, the algorithms, everything. And that's expensive and it's complex. And it means that at the end of it, it's all inside one company's walls, these walled gardens that these companies we talked about build. And you can't really compete with that as a small company, and users can't take anything with them if they leave that platform. And this is the main reason social media today looks the way it does. A few massive platforms dominating everything because nobody else can afford to rebuild this stack. So innovation slows down and public debate happens inside these de facto private spaces that we don't really control. The second problem I personally see with the traditional platform model lies in the business model that these platforms adhere to. Being free and monetizing through advertising, this paradigm necessitates keeping these users in these apps for extended periods of time to maximize the ad revenue. And how do you achieve user engagement? It's mainly by polarizing content. And I believe this is a structural issue in social media. While these platforms prioritize profits, right-wing politics just thrive on this polarization. So I personally went another way. I built an app called Flashes. It's kind of like an Instagram app, and it's built on open infrastructure and on open protocol. It's the same protocol that powers the social network Blue Sky. So that means I didn't have to build everything myself. And I got a potential user base of almost 40 million people, users for free from the start. And that's because the network underneath already provides and shares things like moderation, identity, data storage, all that. That difference between a closed platform and something that is based on shared infrastructure and open protocols, that might sound technical, but for developers, it's pretty huge because it's the difference between whether innovation is even possible or not. Instead of one company owning the rails, everyone can build on the same foundation. Because of that infrastructure, Flashes behaves differently too. The feed algorithms are all open. You can literally see how they work. They're called feeds, and there's over 50,000 of them that you can select to choose how your timeline is sorted. You can also select where your data lives, whether you want to have it at home or somewhere else. There's no lock-in. If you leave my app, you take your account and your whole social graph with you. And the cool part is other apps can see that data too. So they can show posts from my app inside their own app, and the other way around, it's all connected. So instead of one company controlling everything, you get a whole ecosystem of apps that talk to each other. And that's a big change. It takes power away from single platforms and gives it back to users and developers. For example, if you're a journalist and you want to build a small photo app for documenting local news, they can plug directly into the same network that my app sits on. And their users could follow photographers or artists without having to create a new account, new identity, giving up privacy, stuff like that. That kind of interoperability just doesn't exist in the current platform model. And if you don't believe me, you can try liking a photo on Instagram from Twitter. So another thing I'm working on, that's the second thing, is Eurosky Social. And that's a project of the non-profit organization Free Our Feeds. And that is building shared infrastructure for Europe. That includes hosting, moderation, and distribution. So social media apps like mine can actually run here under European law. Right now, even if you build something open on open protocols, you still end up relying on US infrastructure for cloud and moderation and all that. And with Eurosky Social, we want to fix that. Apart from hosting and distribution, the first unique module of Eurosky will be COCOMO. That stands for Commons Content Moderation, and it's basically shared moderation for any European app that uses it. So instead of every team of these apps having to figure out moderation on their own or outsourcing it to the US, we can share the work and keep it transparent. Everyone will stay independent, but we can apply the same standards, and the rules are made here in Europe. That data in the system is also public and verifiable. That means you can check whether information comes from someone that you know, and it's much easier to spot abuse or manipulation. You don't need to trust one company to police the internet. The structure itself makes bad behavior visible. For policymakers, I think that's important because you can actually audit how the system behaves rather than just hoping that a private platform is telling you the truth. So what this all ends up to is simple, I think. Open shared infrastructure and open protocols make it actually possible for small teams in Europe to build serious social apps, even ones that could compete with TikTok. There is actually a TikTok clone out there. And that's without asking Silicon Valley for permission. It gives developers leverage and it gives citizens transparency and choice. And if Europe really wants to talk about digital sovereignty, this is what it looks like in practice. Not just regulating the old systems, but building new ones that reflect our own laws and values. So to me, this is what strengthening democracy looks like in the digital age.
Thank you. And so, yeah, one thing I really like about the work that Sebastian and others have been doing on this is that you can think of it as essentially like if you wanted to start a bakery online, you would have to go and like find a field, grow some wheat, collect the wheat, build a road all the way to your bakery, bring in electricity, et cetera, and then you could start selling bread. And then the people who would come to you to get your bread could only eat your bread. They couldn't get other food stuff at the same time, right? With that kind of system, you want to build a bakery, there's already a road, there's already a market for wheat, there's already flour actually that's already been ground by someone and brought to your door, and you can actually collaborate with other shops on the same street to like help people compose a meal. So like this is a really powerful model, and I think it really shows like no one ever wants to talk about infrastructure, but well, I mean, yes, the people on this panel do, but I don't think they're representative from society, Christina. But this I think this really shows hope in terms of like doing something and building something. But doing things actually requires money. So we have Zuzа here, who's been, on behalf of all of us, looking into the depth of European financing and how this whole thing works. And so I would like you to tell us a little bit more about what you found out and what's happening there.
Thanks, Robin. And one of the disadvantages of having your panel late in the afternoon is that it's hard not to respond to what was said before. So you have your nice notes, and then you end up with this because you want to. But I'm going to try to resist that urge and stick to the script. But I want to start by saying that Open Future, we care about digital public space, but quite early on we realized that we're not going to regulate our way out of the mess that we're in. And this is not to say that regulation does not have a role, but we simply don't believe that you can fix Meta. It will never provide the public square that we want online. And so that was the first realization. The second was that some of the dependencies that we talk about, this is not only, and by now we all know it, this is not only the app level. In other words, you cannot have a public square in a shopping mall, right? If somebody has the kill switch and your apps are running on servers, on infrastructure that you can't rely on, well, you're not really sovereign. So all of that should have been clearer earlier on by merely looking at the business models and at the funding approaches behind these companies. And in a recent book, Catherine Bracey, the book is called World Eaters, How Venture Capital Cannibalizes the Economy. That's a telling title. She says that this commitment of big tech to the power law returns is the single greatest driver behind the negative societal impacts of the tech industry. And that's a bit harsh for venture capitalists. I'm sorry to all the venture capitalists who are in the room. I'm sure there are many. But the lesson is that again, you cannot rely
on these companies to deliver us the public value that we want. And I don't even know why we believe that in the first place, right? I think that was a sort of a mirage of this neoliberalism and this idea that state shouldn't have anything to do with the online space, right? We somehow believe in the value of libraries and public parks, but when it comes to the online, we're like, no, let them do it. From my part of Europe, I come from Poland, there was also a huge amount of mistrust in the state, and very well justified mistrust with this in the state of, like messing up the online. But we ended up in this situation that we are here. So if regulation alone doesn't work, and we don't want to repeat the same funding and business models that got us here in the first place, well, the logical next step is to think about how can we do it differently, and what are we doing in Europe in all of this. You will hear that, although what Christina said, this is not really true, but you will often hear that there's not enough private capital in Europe, that we don't have a single market, and this is all true. But even in this situation, there's still a lot of money being spent on digital services, on digital tools, on digital infrastructure, and a lot of that money is public money. And since we are a civil society organization, we are interested whether that public money actually translates into any sort of public value. And we started analyzing the funding approaches in Europe, and well, to cut the long story short, it doesn't look well, right? And just a couple of lessons. First of all, the funding that we have, the public funding in Europe especially, is not adjusted either to the realities of infrastructure nor to the realities of innovation. It's short-term, project-based. You have to write a 50-page application to get 2 million. This may be good for research, right? And I think I see Natalie saying no. It's not good for research either, but it has so chance of succeeding. But in terms of innovation, come on, right? And in terms of infrastructure, this is not how you fund infrastructure. You don't fund infrastructure on a project-based model. The second lesson is that European bureaucrats, European Commission is terrible with falling for tech hype. Honestly, if you read these work programs, it reads like a bad cyberpunk novel. It ages so bad. So you read these calls for metaverse or whatever in a situation where we don't have a European spreadsheet, as someone else said. And the third thing is that we don't believe in what we actually fund ourselves. So European Commission is funding alternative to big tech solutions, but then it pays for Microsoft licenses, right? So come on, again. So what can we do about all of this? I mean, it matters now more than ever. I mean, it always matters how public money is spent, but it matters now because Europe is in the midst of negotiating this next multi-annual financial framework, the MFF. It's a long process. It takes at least 3 years. So I say European Commission, but to a larger extent, member states are in the process of deciding what the priorities are. And based on what I said, I think at this point it should be clear. So first of all, we should adjust the way the funding is designed to the realities of both infrastructure and innovation. So grants won't cut it, right? I mean, grants are good for some things, but we need to figure out new ways of supporting business if we want the business to thrive. But we also need to think about alternative business models, right? I sometimes feel like we're in this dichotomy, right? It's either grants or venture capital, right? As if there was nothing in between, as if there were no business models that can scale healthily, right? That don't think that competition is for losers and don't operate on this basis they have to kill all the competition, right? As the Ubers of the world have done. So, and the third, maybe final thing, I know I'm over time, is that we need to think about procurement, right? That has been said before in other panels, but procurement should be a strategic tool. It cannot be just a purchasing exercise. And, nobody got fired for buying IBM. Nobody is getting fired for buying Microsoft, but I don't know, maybe they should, maybe they need to be encouraged to experiment. Okay, I leave it at that.
Maybe people should be fired for buying Microsoft. I like that. I like that. I mean, no, but I mean, seriously, like at a recent event, we had someone from the European Commission, who I won't name, but you can look it up, who said publicly on a panel, maybe we should name and shame the people who buy from big tech. And you know, it's like, like you. So yes, you know, we now turn to our final panelists before going to more discussion. And you know, since we're talking about infrastructure, I think perhaps the most stunning piece of infrastructure ever built might be the infrastructure of mass surveillance that Apple and Google have assembled with some side help from Meta. You know, we don't even pay attention to this anymore, but like we have ICE buying location data for literally hundreds of millions of people, which is everyone in the US in this case. We have data brokers who are selling off-the-shelf data sets for, you know, military personnel that frequents brothels or nuclear plant workers who spend too much time in casinos. Like the kind of stuff that you can do with this is, you know, next level state actor espionage at scales not imagined to date. And this infrastructure is like working really well today. So, you know, Proton, Bart, you've been working on privacy. So like, how do you approach, you know, counterbalancing the power of this incredible infrastructure that, you know, is basically surveilling us all?
Well, that's
quite
the question. Yes. I'll start with a little disclaimer that I'm going to violate Jonathan Cantor's rule from this morning that Americans shouldn't throw stones. I do it from a position of love because Europe is maybe the last best hope for a free society today. But, you know, it needs some help, right? And I'll be very brief about Proton. In case you don't know, we develop a suite of privacy-preserving products in Europe. We encrypt lots of stuff so that we don't hold your data. You do. And we also have a business model which I wouldn't call revolutionary because it's not in anything but the internet, but we sell services to consumers who pay us for them, and that is how we make money, including some businesses. I know it's wild, right? Just complete wild, yes. And we've also run our own infrastructure for now 10 years. We started with one server, and now we have more than 0.5 megawatt worth of servers in multiple, you know, more than 3 data centers around Europe. And you know, the reason we did this early on, it did not save us money. I promise you that. Now it does, actually, but early on it did not. And the reason we did that is because we were afraid of getting shut down by big tech who didn't want to. And this was not an idle threat. I mean, it never happened to us, partially because we took precautions. But, you know, Cloudflare, which, you know, even 10 years ago shut down some very nasty people from the internet, but that is a lot of power. And I think one thing that a lot of governments miss, Europe included, is that, you know, you build something where you can shut down viewpoints, even odious ones. Well, next time somebody else is in charge, they can shut you down too, right? And this is a bad situation to be in. And so we started it with our own infrastructure precisely to sort of insulate us from this kind of threat. Big tech has sort of, you know, it has several natural monopolies and scale. And with all due respect to previous panelists who said that we could have, you know, a search engine in Belgium and something, I'm really sorry to say size does matter, okay? And scale matters. And, you know, Europe is just too small. I mean, yes, the Lilliputians did capture Gulliver. He was asleep at the time, so I don't think it really counts. And 99 times out of 100, that's not going to work. Okay, if you want to compete with Microsoft, if you want to compete with these, with Google's, if you want to compete with other things which you have to have resources to do it, right? Sometimes I get the sense, I mean, I'm not a policy guy, I'm an engineer. We like to build stuff. And we're also capitalists. We like to sell stuff, you know. And capitalism is not the enemy. You know, capitalists want competition. Capitalists want to play the game with a a fair playing field. They don't want to be like, oh yes, I get a niche and now I have monopoly rents and now I can just extract value forever. This is not capitalism. Okay, this is crony capital. This is late stage capitalism, falling into authoritarianism, not or crony capitalism. It's not capitalism as we think of it. So we need to consider capitalists. I mean, yes, self-serving, but capitalists like myself and others as friends, not the enemy. Like it's not just about regulating. Don't do bad stuff. It's about making sure that people who are playing the game correctly and fairly can succeed, and that includes some, maybe dirty words like industrial policy. I wish I could talk about friendshoring, but Europe really has no friends anymore. I'm sorry, but this is something we have to consider. Another thing, deregulation is even more dirty word, right? And regulation is a very good thing in many cases, but there is such a thing as bad regulation. And Europe, yes, in many ways there's a common market, but there's a lot of balkanization. No offense to the actual Balkans, who I know are also in Europe, right? But there's a lot of balkanization of markets, right? Today, if I wanted to sell a product managing sensitive data, which is kind of our ball game, right? We protect sensitive data with encryption. There are lots of regulations that say, for instance, that I have to have that data based in France if it's French data, right? So me as a European company, what do I have to have? 3 redundant data centers in France just to serve French data, and then I have to do the same thing for Belgium, and I have to do the same thing for Germany, and I have to do the same thing for Italy. I'm not going to be in that market, right? And I can guarantee you that California does not have the same rules, that their Californian data can't be in New York, right? We need to fix this kind of stuff. We need to make it easier for businesses to serve this kind of stuff. So, because who does have the kind of money to have a French cloud and a German cloud and a whatever cloud? Big tech has that kind of money, right? And then you get a structural situation where you just lose. Another maybe misguided regulation, which is central, near and dear to my heart, is chat control. Sorry to hijack the
but hijack away, my friend.
EU is the land of privacy, right? We have GDPR, all this other stuff, and mass surveillance is really, it's a tool of authoritarianism, and it really is antithetical to free society, as Robin said about, I used to have this joke, which is a lot less funny than it used to be, that Facebook and Google built the most sophisticated surveillance network in the history of humanity, and they do the most American thing ever with it, which is to sell you shit you don't need, right? But the existence of these networks is actually an existential threat to free society, because the wrong person gets in charge, and if you can't think, you can't communicate, you don't have free society anymore. Like these things should simply not exist. And privacy, encryption, being able to structurally speak private to one another is a bulwark against this. And I'll quote another American, sorry, that those who will give up essential liberty to purchase a little bit of temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. This was said by Benjamin Franklin 250 years ago. It's as true. It was as true then as it is now, maybe even more true now. And privacy really is a bulwark against authoritarianism. Let's not be authoritarianism light. Europe should embrace this, because it really is important to preserve free society on this earth. So thank you.
Thank you. Lots of interesting stuff. So there's been a bit of a theme, or maybe I'm making it up by stitching things together, but I think it's there. Like Bart, you said, these things shouldn't exist. Zuza, you said, like, you can't fix Meta. Right, Sebastian, you're talking about alternative infrastructure. Christina, you mentioned that the money's there to build all this, right? And so this makes me think of how President von der Leyen made tech sovereignty a priority in 2019. And you might want to do the math, that's several years ago. We can't tell any effect, any impact of anything that's happened from that priority. A lot of it has been about taming big tech. And, you know, in practice, we've seen it discussed many times over today, like these companies are enemies of freedom, they're enemies of democracy. So why should we be talking about taming? We have alternatives, we have the tech, we have the products, we have the money. Why are we not talking about obliterating big tech? Is that something that any of you feels that we should be stepping into?
I mean, I'm not sure how Europe is going to break up American tech companies. That should be the U.S. government's job in a perfect world. But I mean, that is what should happen in many of these cases. Or, I mean, it's not going to happen, but in the meantime, we have to do what we can, right?
One at a time, one at a time.
Yeah.
What we can all talk about how in a magical thinking world, we would like to tame them and obliterate them and break them up out in whatever direction. But it isn't going to happen in any kind of serious timeline that I can see. That's the reason why I think that as Europe, it is super important to, yes, let's tame them a little bit, whatever, but we build something else in parallel, which is not going to replace them, because they are not replaceable. We are not going to rip up. I remember I did an event with Meredith Whittaker about, I think you were there, Robin. Barry certainly was. And Meredith, a year and a half ago, was, we were all talking about big tech dominance. And indeed, we're talking apps, we are talking social networks, we are talking search, we are talking ad tech, we're talking all of this kind of upper layer. And Meredith said, you Europeans are so quaint. You spent years thinking about this stuff up here. And what you haven't seen is that the Americans have said, okay, we are gonna come and throw you something over there. But we are digging, covering your continent in data center, in cable, in connectivity, in compute. And that's ours, and you haven't even noticed. So the reality of it is that there is an infrastructure, which I don't call only, for me, infrastructure doesn't end at the sort of the data, the apps and all that. It's hardware as well as software. There is an entire infrastructure. We are wall to wall a digital colony with data center, with cable, with connectivity, with software, which we don't own. So unless we wake up and start building something and the money is there, we are going to shrink. The direction is shrivel. There isn't another direction. Shrivel is the future. So, I mean, okay, we can tame them, but that's pointless to some extent. They are not going away. We are not going to break them up. We're not going to obliterate them. Show me a path.
And so precisely, I don't think that obliteration necessarily means regulation. You went straight there. It doesn't have to be breakup. It can just be build better things that win in the market, right? And so with that in mind, like Maria made this good point earlier today that the Ukraine became a leader in drones under pressure, right? Very significant pressure indeed. How do we increase the heat? And like Sebastian, for instance, you're one of these people building alternatives, but funding has been hard to get, support has been challenging to get. How do we increase the heat to build European digital infrastructures and, you know, alternative products that go with them when, you know, everyone seems to be waffling around and like waiting for like the Russian border to move, you know, closer to Brussels?
I'm supposed to comment on the Ukraine war now.
Tell us what you need. Like how can we help?
Like,
right?
Example from my company, everyone I've talked to so far for funding has been from America. Every VC I've talked to has been from America. The German VCs I contacted, I got no callback. So it's either hardcore capitalization with putting ads in there and following along the same way these other companies have gone down before. I don't want to do that. Or try to thrive in a shared infrastructure, which is I'm currently trying, because I think it's the right thing to do for a democratic product. We don't need to maximize capitalization out of every product, especially when it comes to social media, because it's so important for democracy. I think it would be the wrong thing to do to follow these polarizing algorithms again, just to drive engagement in that. What were you originally asking?
How can we help you, light a fire? How can we light a fire?
Yes,
so that
money.
Can I
take space from the other speakers, but the issue is demand. We can return.
yeah, can I jump in on that? Because we seem to be in a sort of like a schizophrenic situation, because on the one hand you ask us about how we can increase the heat. I really don't know how the heat can be increased more than it is now. So on the one hand, we are like everybody literally from the Greens to the right wing, they're talking about sovereignty. So it's not like it's not on the radar. But at the same time, less than 2 weeks, like everybody talking about procurement, very important, right? So it seems to be like, finally this is sinking in, but at the same time, I don't know, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, you read a letter from the Dutch tax office explaining to the parliament, I think, that unfortunately they have to go for Microsoft, right? And they have to go for OneDrive because no other solution, no European solution offers the convenience, right, security that they need. And
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
Exactly. So let's call this out, right? This is like, and this happens in the open. It's not like Polish government who's still naive and saying, oh, we're proud, we signed a contract with Google, and everybody's like, dudes, like we're not in the 90s anymore, right? It's the Dutch.
But these governments are all captured. Hello, don't we know it? I mean, they're all in bed with the hyperscalers.
So it's not about political pressure, it's about lack of leadership in the end, right?
Yeah, hello, yes.
And as you said, it's demand, because I mean I'm not going to say that Microsoft's been building, say, enterprise email, calendar, other features for what, 30 years now, 40 years. I mean, we're not there. We're not quite there yet. We have a product that we sell to businesses. It tends to be small businesses now, but we're building it rapidly, right? Maybe we should have, if the demand was there and we had, and the procurement was there, and maybe those governments, maybe those businesses, maybe they could suffer a little bit. If you want to make the Ukrainian analogy, the Ukrainians are certainly suffering. Maybe they could suffer a little bit, but to support efforts within Europe that maybe don't have, I don't know, the fanciest mail merge option that you can think of and that Exchange supports, but will do the job. I mean, OneDrive certainly, come on, basic functionality, that's something European solutions can do. And yeah, contracts would help a lot in
This is
that.
the point, because when you talk to people who are actually building, for example, data center, there is the narrative of the hyperscaler that says, what do you Europeans need little cute guys, data centers for? We can build them all for you. And I'm like, no, sorry, want to build my own. And the guy who builds the data center, I won't name names, he says, Christina, I don't need cash. I don't need cash from the European Commission. God's helping me. But what I need is demand. When I build a data center, my question is, can I put a customer, a European customer in there, or do I need to have Microsoft as a tenant? That is the only question, and it is the question on the gigafactories. Do we have anyone who's European, or is it full of Microsoft server and NVIDIA chips? This is the question. If governments, which are all captured, started instead being told, now you need to buy European, then demand would arise, and the private sector too. Fortunately, some of it is moving, because I get private sector company saying, this Eurostack thing, we don't want to have all our data with Americans. Can you find us a cloud? I mean, I don't make a penny out of this, but the reality is that companies are waking up. If demand is there, pre-procurement is there, then things can happen. Not, mañana we regulate.
And to be honest, oh no, it's back. To be honest, I have to debug my children's Teams accounts almost every day because that's where they get their homework. Like, I don't think that the competition isn't there. I use Proton. Yeah, it's missing some features. I use a number of other products as well. Like, I don't think it's that hard to compete with Microsoft on a lot of these things.
I mean, Teams is Internet Explorer Redux, right? They give it away for free. You get it for free with your bundle. There's nobody who likes Teams. I saw a meme that was that basically had it was reacting to a car company, I forget who was going to integrate Teams with their car, and basically said, "I am going to go on a killing spree if this happens because this is the definition of hell," right? Nobody likes Teams, but it comes for free with the bundle that you get with all this other nice stuff that they've been building up for 30 years. And yeah, is it convenient? Sure.
There was a competition case for 5 years on Teams. Is it anti-competitive that it comes with the bundle for free?
I mean, we sell bundles too,
We said
but
for nothing, and it didn't do anything, it's not going to change anything. Just saying.
yeah, I mean, I think bundles themselves aren't fundamentally anti-competitive, but you know, but when you're a monopoly player, they are. Exactly.
Okay, so let's maybe recap, because I think it's really important that we that everybody gets the message, right? It's not about lack of the solutions, right? It's about capture, government capture, and it's about lobbying, right? And unless we tackle this, we can have amazing European solutions. If they are not bought and then used, we will get nowhere.
I mean, we got, this was 5 years ago, and it mattered a lot more to us at the time, right? But we, I think, got a 2020 Horizon grant from the EU. I forget what it was. Maybe it was $2 million or something. And even at that time, we spent a lot of time on the proposal and things like that, and we were not entirely clear that it was worth the time to get it. I mean, we did, and certainly, yeah, exactly. And certainly somebody buying Proton Drive from us, a lot of it would be a lot more useful than that $2 million.
So the conclusion basically at this point is that people should really get fired, especially politicians, for buying Microsoft. I mean, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. And with that in mind, like shifting a little bit to a slightly different topic, like we've heard, like Roger made great points about AI in the previous panel. You know, it really is a normal technology at best, right? We can maybe hope, you know, with an optimistic estimate that LLMs will amount to maybe 5% of the value of the entire tech stack, right? At tops, right? And you know, we also know that you could build the absolute best model in the universe in Europe, and without demand, without access to consumers, it would come to nothing. It would just be something sitting on the shelf gathering dust. Actually, we have several of those. And so despite that, we see the same politicians that we were talking about earlier, like who jumping on it like with like billions of euros, like kittens on crack. And so do you have any sense of how we can shift that funding towards productive users, to productive applications, so that we you know, because the money's there, obviously, but can we do something about that demand? I think someone like twiddles something when we speak, so.
Thank you. Yeah, this it's complete madness around the AI, and I think the only strategy that makes any sense right now is that because everything is called AI, we try to direct that money towards something useful. Because honestly, if you read into what these billions of euro are supposed to fund, it's unclear, right? It's totally driven by this mirage again around AI, and we've heard on the previous panel how unreal that is. So, but I think this shows very well what I tried to say before, that Europe doesn't have the grounds covered, yet we are willing to commit to something that will not provide any public value and any increase of productivity, if we want to use the more economic terms. So so I would love that money to be spent on something else, but by now I don't think that's possible. I think the institutions are so far on that hype train that stopping it now, I don't know what it will take. The fear of losing out at this point is so great that the only way I can think of is actually directing that money towards something useful.
So basically stealing it.
Under the umbrella of AI.
Of AI, yeah.
Let's say we do AI, but let's do something else with it.
So Sebastian, are you going to do AI infrastructure for social media?
So, obviously, yes. No, what I was going to say, I totally agree. We need to distinguish between the LLM bonfire that we're throwing money on and actual AI that is useful. Like, for example, for Eurosky Social, we're looking for moderation tools because moderation is a hard topic. You don't want humans to do that. You want to pre-filter most of it. But for that, you need AI. You need AI to figure out disturbing images, CSAM, all that stuff. The thing is, actually all of these solutions are US-based. There is no European company that I know of that does decent content moderation with AI. So we're again stuck with a dependency that we cannot resolve by now. So this is something that I would say put money on, like take it away from LLM stuff and put money on moderation tools.
Yeah, it's still AI. That's true. One thing I wonder about is when you look at investment in AI, you immediately have to switch to a mode where you're investing in a stack because like you can't invest in just one thing. You have to look at like infrastructure levels, at least if you're doing it slightly more professionally than the European Commission. And so I wonder if that's a way, perhaps, a gateway drug, as it were, to explain to these people that the same models could apply in other systems. So like, as Sebastian was talking about, like you can have a social media product and social media infrastructure that are separate. I wonder if that is something that could help eventually get there. Bart said that you couldn't have a Belgian search engine. I actually disagree. You could, if you had search infrastructure separate from search products, you could actually specialize for Belgium in ways that have scale, but also have like meaningful local applications. Do you think that is a model that's potentially worth pursuing with people who have those funds, or it's absolutely hopeless?
That's for me. Okay.
That's for whoever wants to take it, but you seem to have an idea.
So I don't think you couldn't have a Belgian search engine. I don't think it would be very good. Nor do I think Belgians are parochial enough to need a Belgian-specific search engine, and I just don't think you have the scale. I mean, at the end of the day, the unit that can compete economically with the US and China is Europe. It's not France, it's not Germany, it's not Belgium, it's not Italy by itself, it's not Poland, it's not any of this, it's Europe. And there's a lot of economies of scale that unless it's Europe, it's just not going to work.
So when you say, Robin, words to the effect that can we convince them of? Who is them? Who is them? Are we talking about, again, some sort of leprechauns hiding in some sort of cave? Who is them? We're talking about the European Commission, who in their infinite wisdom are doing things that nobody completely understands. They're designed at a desk in Connect. Nobody completely gets what they're doing. And everybody looks perplexed. That is the reality. Okay, so I think that the notion that we somehow, the people, could convince them, unless you show up with and your Brad Smith and your Microsoft or your Apple, etc., nobody will even receive you. So the reality is that I think the only thing that makes sense is to create some bi-European opportunities and fund it privately, because the Commission isn't coming out to play. They'll continue to fund crazy stuff. I do not see that funds, you can label it AI and they will do some other crazy stuff. Hundreds of millions for meeting. We'll go to Barcelona, take selfies and put it on LinkedIn, which is the purpose of many of these activities. So, I mean, let's not be delusional. I mean, the money is there. I know that VCs are difficult to tap, but there is a momentum now because people are beginning to say, well, you know, Europe has got a lot of demand for this stuff. Maybe we should pump money into it. I hear it all the time. Family offices who've got billions around, they're saying we can do a fund of funds. So it's not desperate, but I ain't gonna go with cap in hands to DG Connect and saying, will you just do this for me? Forget it. That's the reality.
I agree, but I also don't want to totally give up on public institutions. I know that, you know, we have different roles in this game, but I understand that this is the logical conclusion looking at how EU has invested in digital tech thus far. But I think we should try at least to use this momentum also to steer that, because otherwise we can simply, you know, dissolve it. So I think, and maybe if I make a call to action right now, is that civil society is pretty good at following legislation. We're good at the, you know, at going to the hearings and tabling and trying to make other people table amendments. But in terms of this MFF negotiations, we know nothing, right? This is like a process that takes place every 7 years. So, you know, the cycles are longer. And I think it's really, as I know the window is narrow and I share the disillusionment to some extent, but I think it's really important that we at least signal to the member states, to the Commission, to the Parliament, that we are watching, right? And we don't want this money to be spent on metaverse or some illusionary ideas.
Or Industry 4.0, yeah. No, absolutely, and you know, I completely agree with everything that's been said in terms of how the Commission is incomprehensible. Their focus, their ideas, whatever they say, is ungraspable and impossible to understand. As an engineer, we have something that's called black box testing, where like you might not understand what's happening in the black box, but like you press buttons in a deterministic order and you see how you can change it. I think maybe the Commission could work that way, right? If we press enough buttons, eventually maybe we get something out. We don't know. But so like one thing I was curious to, so Zuzana, you were talking about like how this grant-based model of funding, et cetera, and looking through the MFF don't work. One idea that has some momentum behind it is doing a European level STF, the sovereign tech funds that the Germans have pioneers. They've been doing really good work with what, 20 million a year, which is, you know, small change. Do you think that's something that could be scaled to Europe?
Absolutely, and thank you for bringing it up. This is a proposal made by several open source communities to set up something like this at the European level, based on the example of Sovereign Tech Agency from Germany, which is very successful. And I think it's also important to bring it up in this panel, in this context, because this is exactly the sort of infrastructure that needs sustainable funding. And you know, like, I don't know when we got into this mode of talking about first billions, then trillions. I can't even imagine that number, but this is literally still millions, right? So and I think it's also important to keep that in mind, that you can still do quite a lot of stuff with millions, right? And I think the open source community and the German model, and now trying to put that at the EU level, is a great example of how can you strengthen the infrastructure that we all depend on with only millions.
Yeah. Millions can achieve quite a lot. I think Roger was talking earlier also about like, you know, the scale of things. And I think Ecosia, which is like what, 1% market share, makes something, this is off the top of my head, don't quote me, but I think it's like 90 million a quarter. You know, that's a decent revenue. I would take it, you know, personally as a company. And so at the same time, we see these, you know, like I'm sure Proton could benefit from that kind of income. So yeah, absolutely. I would be super interested in seeing more in terms of the STF. We're reaching the end of this panel. I want to invite like the panelists to give us maybe a 30-second last call to action. Does any one of you want to go first?
I can go first, since I already have the mic, and I'm just gonna repeat what I said a minute ago. I think it's important that we pay attention to this process around the MFF that is taking place right now. I'm not yet totally willing to give up on trying to influence that. I think there's a lot of projects that need public funding, that have public interest in mind, and we can't simply leave it to the markets. And I think now is the right moment to act and to use the momentum and to at least try to spur some sort of innovation and business models and approaches that have the potential of delivering what we actually want.
Can I, okay, I'll make it quick. Yeah, I'm just going to use the 30 seconds to advocate for leaving, because I'm the social guy, obviously. So I'm advocating for leaving these traditional platforms, especially X, but also the others that have just fallen to the right. They're undemocratic, and there are alternatives out there. So may that be Mastodon or Blue Sky, just use those for now, I say.
I mean, I personally, I left X like a year and a half ago.
Yeah, me too.
10,000 followers.
But
there.
a lot of people have not.
I feel so much better. And like people come to me and they cry about like their social media lives. And I'm like, get the fuck out of there. You know, like I now have more followers on Blue Sky than I had on X. You know, I'm just hearing from the people I like. You know, it's much better. I will take that bubble over a Nazi bubble any day. Bart?
Sure. So privacy matters. It really does. And Europe should make a decision on this. Like, I hate coming back to chat control because it's not the subject, but it's a zombie policy. It gets resurrected every time the European presidency changes. Europe, it should just die. It should die for good because free society is worth it. And also, yes, Europe, please buy European stuff. It'll get better.
So this isn't just about bringing down the big bad American guys. I really care much less about that than I care about Europe muscling up as a continent, investing, selling, and preserving a presence as an economic power. And it's particularly important, I think, in this group to say, do not, you talked about capitalism, do not think this comes from the public sector only. Unless people make money, there is no change to the dial, okay? Unless people make profits and invest real money to make real profit, nothing changes. Susanna, I admire the notion that we need to be public-minded, okay. But unless somebody makes money, it isn't gonna happen. So please don't just stay in a bubble in which, oh, we are all so noble and we're public-minded and we are all doing it for non-profit. No, profit matters, okay? Without that, and if this world doesn't start talking to business, you're in a bubble that doesn't matter. So that's my final message.
I mean, thankfully, business is on stage here. So like, you know, hopefully a few of us can help guide this conversation. Thank you very much to your panelists. Thank you very much, everyone. And it is my pleasure to announce the coffee break.
Welcome back, everyone. People are still filtering in from the coffee break, but we're going to kick off. We're on quite a tight schedule with the commissioner coming to give a speech at about 5:05. So we've heard a lot in today's discussions about the harms of concentration in the tech sector, whether that's the power that it gives a handful of private corporations to shape how we think and communicate each other, or the way that our dependence on the infrastructure of those firms undermines the independence of our nations. And we heard a lot about that on the last panel. And obviously, a lot of these harms aren't new, but we've also heard a lot about how these harms are being dramatically amplified by new dynamics, whether that's the rapid rollout of generative AI by many of the same big tech firms we've been talking about, or the accelerating fusion that we're seeing between these firms and an increasingly authoritarian administration in the US. But with this panel, we're going to focus much more on the solutions, on what we need to do about these threats. And we're going to build on some of the previous panels where people have already been putting forward some kind of interesting ideas on the way forward. We'll talk about solutions that are already out there, things like the Digital Services Act, for example, things that are big ideas that are kind of not really, haven't made it yet onto the political table yet. And I think we'll also talk about some of the barriers to kind of enforcement and implementation of these solutions, whether that's lobbying by tech firms, whether that's the geopolitical pressure from the US government, but also some of the things that can enable the kind of realization of these tools, particularly the role of civil society here. So before we get stuck in, I'll just briefly introduce the fantastic speakers who are joining me today. So first, we have, in the order that they're sitting next to me, we have Alberto Alemanno. Alberto's a leading thinker and commentator on European affairs, whether that's the future of European democracy or Europe's role in a very rapidly changing world. Alberto wears many hats. He's the Jean Monnet Professor of EU Law at HEC Paris. He's a democracy fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School, and he is the founder of the Good Lobby, which is a nonprofit that seeks to enhance the advocacy capacity of civil society. Next to him, we have Chi Onwurah. Chi is a member of the House of Commons in the UK, and she also chairs an influential parliamentary committee on science, technology, and innovation. Interestingly, Chi is also an electrical engineer by training and spent 20 years working in that field. So I think it's fair, unlike many politicians, Chi actually understands the technology part of technology policy. Then we have Cornelia Voll. Cornelia is a professor of political economy and president of the Hertie School in Berlin. And she is, among many other things, a leading expert on regulation and on business-government relations in the EU and the US, which is, of course, very relevant to what we've been talking about all day, and particularly on this panel. And then finally, we have Thomas Hughes. Thomas is the CEO of a pretty new organization called the Appeal Center, which is an out-of-court dispute settlement body established as part of the EU's Digital Services Act, which we'll be talking a lot about on this panel. And Thomas has a breadth of experience at the intersection of freedom of expression and technology. He used to lead Article 19. He was a founder of Meta's Oversight Board and many other roles. So thank you very much for joining us here today. So Alberto, I want to come to you first, kind of set the scene and give us, the big picture on what's going on in Europe. So, we've seen a flurry of laws passed in recent years, right? We talked about them today: DSA, DMA, AI Act, Data Act, GDPR. I can mention more. From your perspective, looking at the rulebook as a whole, how successful do you think it's been so far? What is working? What isn't working? And I think also if you can talk about the way that the pressure we're seeing from the Trump administration is now kind of interacting with that.
I would like to reformulate your question by basically asking the simple question that any citizen in the street would ask. What impact, if any, has this digital rulebook had on his informational experience so far? And the answer is little or nothing, or perhaps even worse than that. So a frank assessment or where we are, with perhaps some radicality, I can afford being an academic, not working for neither the public or the private sector, is that basically this huge castle we have been building and busy with for the past 6 years has been too much, and it came too late. It took too much time to craft those rules, and we all know that perfection is the enemy of what? Perfection is the enemy of the good, right? So it took too much time to craft them. It took too much time to see them enter into force. It took too much time to realize that they were too complex to actually to be enforceable, at least on paper. And when finally we realized we had an amazing opportunity to enforce them, we just miss it. So it's difficult to be kind vis-a-vis the policymakers. It's very difficult to be kind vis-a-vis the political system that has and is currently preventing, just on the other side of the road, to make those rules a reality for most of the citizens. An example that is really in the pipeline, the fact that there is a Digital Fairness Act that is in the pipeline. So we are still keeping and adding things in order to fill up the gaps we left behind. I think it just symbolizes the fact that we are in this we are a bit lost in the way we are simply in this catching up and looking for expanding the scope of rules that have not even had the chance to be applied. So we lack a proof of concept to actually show empirically that an approach that's been very much right-based, which has been very much based or reliant on civil society action, an approach that has been very much based on the idea that once those rules are out there, they will be automatically be delivering for the people, could actually take place. And since you have pushed me to go further in my frank assessment, when you examine this design of the rules, the way in which they were crafted, the way in which are very difficult to apply today for a variety of reasons against the current political landscape, then it's difficult to become, let's say, more optimistic. We spent the last 5 years crafting those rules. In parallel, we're also crafting the climate legislation that is not directly related to what we're doing or discussing today, but then it's gone. So these legislations are not even into the books anymore. Whereas when it comes to the digital rule book, we might say, at least from a civil society perspective, well, those rules at least are still in the books, even though every single day we hear voices, both from corporations who don't miss the opportunity, and the US administration say, scrap the whole thing. It's coming for the Digital Markets Act, but of course is happening for many other rules which are today under scrutiny. So finally, there is a sentiment of frustration. If I could speak on behalf of many European citizens who might have followed these developments and basically say, how is it possible that we have been quite, I would say, in a prescient way, preparing ourselves to a situation which seems a bit dystopian, we miss the opportunity today to actually apply those rules with a bit more boldness as a tool to actually allow the EU to craft a positive story about who would like to be and to become in a moment in which its own dependence is clearly at stake. So it's a missed opportunity politically, in particular when what is at stake today is the democratic quality of our conversation. It's not only about protecting the markets and new entrants, but it's really about protecting the preconditions for having political conversations enabling us to not only craft better rules, but also to make them applicable. So you will hear me perhaps later to talk about the bazooka, the Anti-Coercion Act, and why possibly this remains something in our toolbox. We should ask our political leaders to give it a chance, because that instrument has been crafted exactly for these kind of circumstances in which Europe is coerced together with its member states.
I think you've whet our appetites a bit there, but I mean, do you want to already say a few words about the ACI, or do you want to save that for later? Yeah. So yeah, thank you, Alberto, for that frank and maybe slightly pessimistic assessment of where we are now. I agree with a lot of what you say, certainly on the need for boldness. I do think there are some wins that we can point to still in the early days of enforcement. Thomas, I want to come to you next, and particularly I want to deep dive on the DSA, which you are very closely involved with through the appeal center. So what's your take on how it's going there? given I think the DSA is the EU's main tool when it comes to dealing with the threats to freedom of expression from kind of the power of the tech platforms that we've been talking about today. So over to you.
Max, thank you very much. So in the spirit of hopefully having a lively debate on this panel, I'm going to take the diametrically opposed view to Alberto. And I'm going to say that I think a lot of the opinions that have been expressed throughout today actually have been somewhat unrealistic and unfair in relation to both the speed in which you would expect implementation to take place with new regulation, but also what the purpose of the regulation was in the first instance. And I think quite a few opinions that I've heard have set against some of this regulation, like the DSA, an expectation that it would do things that it's not designed necessarily to do. Now, let me try and give some justification to that statement before Alberto jumps and criticizes it. I set up together with colleagues, set up a new institution called the Appeal Center Europe. The Appeal Center Europe got up and running at the very tail end of last year. So it's just a little less than a year old, but really operationally is only functionally a few months into its existence. And the Appeal Center Europe was created under Article 21 of the DSA. So I am not assuming that everyone is absolutely familiar with all articles of the DSA. So that's the out-of-court dispute settlement article. And what it does is provide both an affordable, a realistic, hopefully a timely route for any user, so that's a person or an organization in the EU for the first time really to be able to challenge a content moderation decision that a platform has taken, either about a piece of their own content that they've posted online that's been removed, or an account that's been suspended, or about a piece of content that is harmful. I completely accept that this particular aspect and a lot of the DSA is about the content layer. It's not about the tech stack, it's about the content layer. So that's what I'm specifically speaking about. We published our first half-year transparency report actually just very recently. We received in that period of time 10,000 disputes from users across the EU. Now, I accept when we are talking about the scale of content moderation that takes place on platforms, that is a low number, but I think nevertheless a really meaningful beginning and actually a part of the DSA that really for the first time connects with individual users. So I do agree with Alberto that a lot of the provisions within the DSA, whether it be systemic risks and the auditors or vetted researchers and data access, or even trusted flaggers flagging illegal content, they feel a little bit remote from the everyday person in the street. But I do think, and looking at the way in which we see scale reaching up or disputes reaching up through the course of the summer and hopefully continuing, that there is still very small, I accept, right, but growing awareness that actually as a normal individual, a user of social media, you do have the right to be able to challenge what a platform does. And a platform has to engage in good faith, which by and large there are. I would say that there's still a lot that platforms need to do, especially YouTube, which is not compliant. But the other major VLOPs that we work with, broadly speaking, I'm happy to speak in detail about what I think they need to do to improve, but broadly speaking, I've set up teams, are giving us the content, we're reviewing decisions. As I say, in quite a lot of cases, they can't find the content or they're challenging whether the content is in scope and we're pushing back and the regulators getting involved. So there's still much to do, but it is starting to work. So my call would be, I accept the fact, of course, that there are ways to improve in the implementation of regulation, but my call would be, I think the DSA is beginning to work. And I think this is not the right time to say, well, that didn't work, time to move on. Let's look for something new and different, right? We've got to stick the course, apply the regulation, accept the fact to some degree that the European Union is a complex beast of many countries, and it takes time to get implementation up and running across all of those jurisdictions. But I believe we are now on the right course. Will that radically, totally change tech giants? No, probably not. Will it improve the content ecosystems? Yes, I believe it will.
Just a quick follow-up, actually. The DSA has been the main target of the attacks from the US government and the US Congress under claims that it's censorship. Have you noticed, kind of looking at enforcement up close, any kind of chilling effect or any change in the behavior of the platforms because of that so far?
So to break that question down a little bit, so I cannot say I have seen any change in the narrative and tone that we hear from the regulators, obviously, and here I'm thinking, European Commission and Commissioner Mann in Ireland. It seems to me that they're very committed to the implementation of the DSA, accepting that, that this is quite a bureaucratic process by its very nature, right? Because of what we are dealing with in terms of regulation. But where I would say there is a change is that the platforms themselves, right? And we saw that quite clearly earlier in this year, deprecating various trust and safety components and teams, changing policies to make them more permissive, particularly attacking specific types of groups. That is a clear change, which I think is a response to the political environment and maybe wider environment in the US. That has definitely had a ripple effect. That has had a ripple effect on the types of decisions that we've taken. We've seen decisions and they're in our report. I would encourage everyone to read it. But we've seen decisions and acted on them that are clearly a response to those changes. And we also see that organizations and civil society, and here I don't just mean the sort of the human rights community, right? We're hearing from medical professionals and sports bodies and all sorts of different stratas within society who are saying, well, wait a second, there's this really, we see worse content. Now, unfortunately, we don't have data sets that compare the pre and post period because we only started at the beginning of the year. But we're seeing a response from those communities to try and engage in this space and to be able to report a lot of this type of content. And I think maybe later in the panel, we'll get to some of the challenges that civil society are facing, which are sort of connected to this around funding and other resourcing to help them do this work. But we see a response from other communities, as it were, to those changes.
Thanks a lot. And we'll come back to the DSA and the EU picture in a second. But I want to move to the UK and to Chi. So, on the one hand, I think despite Brexit, you can still see a lot of alignment between the approach of the UK and the EU to digital regulation, whether that's the similarities between the DSA and the Online Safety Act, or between the DMA and the UK's DMCCA. Lot of acronyms here. On the other hand, I think there is a sense that, particularly more recently, there's a growing divergence. I think of, for example, the UK government not moving as quickly with AI regulation compared to the EU. Or I think, a greater receptiveness to work very closely with US tech firms and with the US administration. I'm thinking of, for example, the tech deal, the UK-US tech deal, than the EU, where I think there's more wariness. So, I mean, how do you look at the UK's approach right now?
Thanks very much, Max. And it is true that one of the areas of divergence that you don't follow so much since Brexit between the UK and the EU is divergence of acronyms, which can mean that we are not speaking the same language and make it harder to compare. But I do think that there are still clear areas of alignment, and you can see that, for example, in how unhappy Google and Microsoft have been with the recent declaration by the CMA, the UK Competition and Markets Authority, to designate Google and Microsoft as having strategic market status, using the powers that they were given under the Digital Markets Competition and Consumers Act, which they responded to in a similar way they responded to the EU's decisions under the Digital Markets Act. So that there are still, I think there's still strong alignment there on competition policy. When it comes to the AI bill, so the committee that I chair, the Science, Innovation and Technology Select Committee, the Parliament's scrutiny committee on those areas, we've had some conflicting evidence. We heard from the Science Minister, Patrick Vallance, at the start of the year that there would be no bill. But recent media reports suggest that a bill is imminent, and also there's the AI and copyright issue, which has a lot of coverage and traction in the UK, particularly given our huge strengths in the creative industries, and the possibility of combining those an AI bill which addresses AI regulation for consumer harms and AI regulation for copyright. So we're still waiting on that. But I do think I do want to take a little bit of issue with what Alberto said, and in terms of the Online Safety Act has made a difference. I mean, two ways at least. I mean, firstly, the fact that there is an Online Safety Act. I mean, I spent, say, 20 years in tech before coming into Parliament, and the idea of regulating the internet or regulating tech was seen, given the libertarian origins of much of much of the platform technology, it was seen, and particularly under the Conservative government in the UK, was seen as being outrageous. So now we have regulated online safety. The tech companies acknowledge that when they come to see my committee. Christiana suggested that they may not take it very seriously, but they certainly acknowledge the right of a UK Parliament, for example, to scrutinise that, and it has also made a difference, for example, to children's experience on the internet. The Online Safety Act focuses on children's safety, and I do think it has made a real difference there. There is much further to go. My committee did a report on online safety, on social media algorithms, and the riots that we had last summer in the UK following widespread misinformation about a tragic attack on young girls. And the government's recently come back with its report, with its response to our report. Our report said it was based on principles, and just sort of, technology should be regulated according to principles rather than the technology. And the principles we set out was that, online harms were bad, freedom of expression was good, and platforms should take responsibility. Not that controversial, you might think. The government came back and basically agreed with all our analysis, and this will be published in the next few days. It's not official yet, but I can tell you that they agreed with all our analysis and almost none of our recommendations. So in terms of recommendations for action, so in terms of where the government is waiting to see how the Online Safety Act beds in. I have concerns about that. Significant concerns about that. But I do think the critical test, and I think Alberto did try to get at this, is showing that government, in particularly in a democracy, government is on the side of the people, not on the side of the tech giants. And we need the policies and the actions which show that. Investment in tech is good. Investment in my constituency to bring AI jobs is good. But fundamentally, people need to think that they have agency and that government is on their side.
Thank you, Chi. And yeah, there was some really interesting ideas in your report, which would be good to get into a bit more detail on afterwards. But first, I'd like to come to Cornelia. So Alberto said something earlier, kind of critiquing this idea that all you need to do is come up with a nice law, pass it, and then problem solved. It kind of executes itself. We know in reality that isn't the case, and that actually the real challenge is implementation. And that's particularly true in the digital area, where we're dealing with some of the most powerful companies in the world that have huge resources to lobby against these rules, to stifle enforcement, or to simply just pay fines for not complying, right? And so I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you see that, and also whether there is a solution here.
Thank you, Max, and also thank you for having me. It's lovely to be here. Let me maybe start a bit more generally. So I'm an academic, and academics by definition are very critical, but I'd like to be kind, and actually also I agree with Thomas here, and start off with saying that I have a relatively positive view on the EU's digital rulebook, for the simple reason that I haven't been in the 6 years trenches of going into all the details, but I've been in a lot of discussions with the colleagues in the US, and I cannot think of a European initiative that has drawn more interest and attention from the US colleagues and what Europe is going to try to build than this. Throughout the entire period, they said, we all know social media, the internet is broken. We're not going to do anything about it. You are. What are you going to come up with? And the reaction, once we've come out with something, also tells me that this is significant. So this is the reaction of Congress, this is of the US Congress, this is the reaction of the companies. It means something when so many people are reeling, complaining, and trying to lobby against it. And so I do think this is significant and not something we should scrap immediately. If you want to get the critical academic part of me, ask me about anti-coercion later on, but we haven't gotten to that discussion yet. Now, in the world in which we live, which I'll just describe as a geoeconomic world, the challenges governments and companies are facing is that state interests or regional interests, but governmental interests today, in order to be implemented and enforced, have to go through, against, and with private companies. It doesn't matter when the US government says we want to sanction Russia. It matters whether companies are actually going to comply and pull out of the country or deliver whatever, or stop doing business with, I don't know, people on a targeted individuals list. So companies are hugely important for anything that is part of the geoeconomic conflict that we currently see everywhere. And that means that certain companies, the companies that are delivering the important infrastructures or services for this geoeconomical world, have power over the political system in ways that will make them almost part of government interests. I'll put this differently. Data providers, data companies, digital companies, same as financial service companies, energy providers, all these infrastructure service companies are crucial for a government's self-interest. And no matter what the government may think on competition policy, they're still happy that their digital companies are in the markets that they need to weigh in on. And so I think it's not just implementation that is difficult, it's also enforcement, and they're not exactly the same thing. And the companies we're talking about here, platform companies, are so essential to the US's interests in Europe or in the rest of the world that the two actors are almost aligned. And I'll just say a second thing. I've heard a lot of discussions about capture. And my work has always been about business government relations. In the 2000s, I called myself a lobbying expert, and then I got uninterested with lobbying because, and I'm sorry to everybody here who works in that field, because I actually don't think that that's where the action is. I became more interested with something that you may call reverse capture, or you may call, I don't know what you actually call it. Governments actually need companies to do what they want, and they will go through a lot of efforts to have companies kiss the ring of the people in power. And that to me is interesting, because a lot of things happen when companies align with state interests and not necessarily the other way around. And I think that we need to understand what exactly creates this alignment of interests that will make it very difficult to really separate the private actors we want to regulate from the foreign interlocutors we have for all sorts of diplomatic questions that we might need to address. So I'm opening a lot of big boxes, but that's, I think, what we also have to grapple with.
Great, thank you. And we want to tackle the big questions here, so that's very welcome. I think reverse capture is a really good way of putting it, and I think is very much what we're seeing in the US right now. So also, I've been told we have 15 minutes or so left, but I'd like to come back to all of you. So hopefully, let's try and keep the answers as succinct as possible. So Alberto, I want to come back to you. Kind of two parts to my question. So one is you mentioned very briefly the anti-coercion instrument. We've touched on it here and there today, but on paper at least, it seems like a very powerful tool that the EU can use to respond to the threats that it's receiving from the US, including by targeting the US tech companies. So we'd love to get your views on that. And then also, particularly through your work with the Good Lobby, I think it'd be good to get your thoughts on how can civil society play a bigger role in supporting effective enforcement.
Okay, I'm gonna revert, if I allow your two questions, by first of all clarifying that I didn't say we need to scrap anything. That's not the argument. The argument is that it just took too much time to build and craft those rules, and the design of those rules is not conducive to an easy or quick implementation. We feel to be a bit in a usine à gaz, as we say in French, which is complicated things further and which shows the inability, almost by design of the system, to deliver in time for the nature of the challenge ahead of us. This is not about scrapping, it's about waking it up and using the digital rulebook in combination with existing instruments, including the Anti-Coercion Act, that allows the EU and its member states, when they are economically coherent, to basically leverage on something that we completely forgot. We have heard for so long that the major rationale for the US administration to hate Europe, or at least to legitimize his action against Europe and betray its former allies, is a trade deficit. Well, the trade deficit is in goods, but Europe was a trade deficit, and that is in services. In other words, if we look at the transatlantic relation through Trumpian eyes, and from a European perspective, well, the EU is legitimized to do what Trump has been doing to us, the reverse. And this could be extremely painful because our dependence on those services is particularly significant and is much more significant than the dependence the US has vis-a-vis the trade in goods. We live in a service economy. We don't live in a good economy, despite all the optics that we see every single day on the media. If you buy this premise, then you realize that there is a clear case for the European Union to use the bazooka, to use this anti-coercion mechanism, which has been in the book since 2023, in order to do at least two things: to protect its people, but also to guarantee this informational ecosystem that we are unable to protect otherwise. In other words, we're going to kill two birds with one stone. But of course, for this, we need the kind of political will that we have been lacking in the trade negotiations. I suspect that there might be a time in which the overall situation will become so painful that the very same European leaders, at least some of them, I call them leaders in between brackets, might actually rely on that instrument. They're going to say, well, now is a bit too much. The pressure is becoming too much significant to make it happen. In a way, we need to catch up this too long period we devoted in crafting, waiting for those rules to be enforced, hold these mechanisms to be basically enforced. And let me conclude on civil society and just draw your attention on an incredible paradox that we've been witnessing here from Brussels, perhaps is slightly more visible. On the one hand, we keep crafting rules, consumer rules, that ask civil society or presuppose the existing of civil society to fill the gaps and to be able to mobilize and to monitor. And on the other hand, we've been delegitimizing the very same NGOs, we've been defunding them, we are making them basically in a situation not to longer be able to provide that work. So there's something schizophrenic. On the one hand, we assume NGOs, civil society organizations, monitor organizations are there to exist and to do watchdogging, but on the other hand, we don't create this ability of these organizations to be epistemically and financially capable to play such a role.
Thank you, Alberto. So you were advocating for a very robust response to US interference in EU digital sovereignty. And so, Chi, I want to sort of get your thoughts on that. UK tech regulation has faced similar criticism, perhaps a little bit softer from the US. The Online Safety Act has also been described as censorship, and there's also been criticism of the competition rules in the UK. So do you think the UK also needs to be showing kind of more teeth to Trump, or do you think the current approach is working?
Yeah, so neither of the above. We had investments of I think government said it was 150 billion pounds announced in the lead up to President Trump's recent visit to the UK. A good few billion of those pounds were coming to the northeast of England, which is the area that I represent, Newcastle in that area, which is an area of high unemployment, a history of deindustrialization. We used to have mines, shipbuilding, steel. We have none of those anymore, and I understand, and not only understand, welcome those levels of investment. But what I said to the government, and what the government did make clear, and now we'll see what happens in practice, was that that was not contingent on changes either to the Online Safety Act or to the digital services tax. And I think that gets back to the issue of government being on the side of the people. And people want jobs, but people also, and Brexit certainly shows that, people also want sovereignty. My issue with digital sovereignty is that I don't know what it means. Actually, sorry, I'm not sure everybody knew what sovereignty meant who voted for Brexit either, but I think one of the things we're looking at is how we define digital sovereignty. Is it about owning the infrastructure? Is it about having the control over the platforms? Is it about being able to decide what rights UK citizens have in digital terms? And I think there's a lot of ambiguous sort of thinking or not even thinking statements on that. But what I want to do, and one of the things the committee is focused on, is helping to give rights to citizens that they can actually mean something to them, because a lot of the online safety and the GDPR, etc., it goes over the heads of the vast majority of my citizens, my constituents, and they may press lots of buttons on the screen, but that does not inspire them with a sense of agency. I think, and that's it, we need to sort of take a step of giving some kind of, in our report, we advocated for what we called a right to reset, which was that anyone could reset all their data with any provider, with any social media, in the algorithm, everywhere when they wanted to. And I'm not saying that is the answer, but I think we need to accustom people to the idea that they do have rights that they want to use, and hopefully from that help build out a more political will to address some of the huge issues around how we regulate and support the future innovation and digital space in a way which is for the public good.
Thanks. And actually, a quick follow-up for you. Your report also had a really important recommendation, which was about limiting the ability of platforms to amplify certain forms of content, yes, particularly misinformation and extreme content, which, I think in many ways is the flip side of empowering people, right? They also need to not be manipulated in order to exercise those rights. And I was wondering if you could say a few words about that.
Yeah, I think one of the key things which came out of the report was that in terms of, with regard to the free speech debate, which is really important, I mean, J.D. Vance did hugely criticize the UK at one point on the Online Safety Act on that. But freedom of speech is a basic human right. But the amplification of misinformation is an act. It's an act for which platforms should and need to take responsibility. It is not a it's not a sort of transparent it's not transparent, and it's not without consequences. And so we recommended provisions that would reduce and give responsibility for the specifically amplification of misinformation, proven misinformation, but also to reduce the speed at that. The other significant recommendation was about digital advertising, because I follow the money. And I think the money that drives now, I think there are questions around the generative AI model, but the money that drives the current social media model, it comes from advertising. And we've heard about how that market is closed in it's a multiple player market, and it's closed in multiple senses. And so having effective regulation for that market to also reduce the incentives for the amplification of disinformation.
Great, thank you. So Thomas, I want to come back to you now. So essentially to pose the same question that I asked Alberto, which was around the role of civil society in supporting tech enforcement. Do you see that as a positive thing, or do you also see risks? So, Alberto was talking, for example, about the delegitimization of civil society in certain cases. There's also risks of a lot of the burden of enforcement being put onto organizations that themselves are have very limited resources. So can you talk a bit about both the opportunities, but also some of the risks there?
Yeah, certainly. And on this, I'm entirely aligned with Alberto. So, obviously civil society, let's say pre-digital era, has always played a very strong role in the protection of those who are marginalized and more vulnerable in society, or the protection of democratic norms and processes and so on and so forth. That, you could argue, translates into the online world, maybe even equally or more so. But to the point that was raised, a lot of the funding sources, either from the Trump White House essentially decimation of development assistance and rights-related support, or in a European context, the shift from obviously development to defense budgets. We see many organizations in this room, really under pressure, under huge pressure. And they were the organizations who were leading the charge often and gathering up their communities to help in identifying and tackling harmful content. And it's not just about the identification of individual pieces of content. It's the whole ecosystem of making recommendations about policy changes, identifying where systemic risks may lie, thinking about product design changes that the platforms need to make. And it's a huge ecosystem of change. So removing that is a real problem. It's a real problem. And I think, resources are scarce, but I think European governments really need to think carefully and hard about where they invest those resources and to make sure that civil society remains vibrant.
Great, thank you. I've been told the commissioner is here, so just a couple more minutes. So Cornelia, you get the last word. Feel free to respond to anything that you've heard from the other panelists, but I think also something I would be keen to get your thoughts on is, how do we build political will to enforce these laws, but also to be bolder, as Alberto has rightly called for, at a time where I think we are seeing what is quite a negative narrative around regulation, whether that's because it's a burden on European companies that are trying to grow, or because it's a burden to receiving investment from foreign tech giants. So any thoughts on that would be great as well. Thank you.
Yes, let me maybe just say a word on enforcement. So I'll start out with saying we do see economic coercion in a lot of different cases. And the question is, at what point do you want to respond to economic coercion and how? But what is economic coercion? A lot of times it's you have some sort of rule, and in order to get a company to comply with that, you use a stick. And that stick has been in the last 20 years a very well-defined use by the US in particular of extraterritorial enforcement of domestic laws through extraterritorial law enforcement and corporate criminal law. And that's something the EU just doesn't have, because we don't have criminal law at the EU level. What the EU has as a stick is competition law, and that's the closest we've gotten. And so I actually think the Digital Markets Act does exactly that. It can respond with coercion to coercion in a way that is maybe different in kind, but still relatively significant. And I find that more relevant than the Anti-Coercion Act, which companies say is just another very European response to a problem that doesn't live in the business world and in the business lifetime. If a company is threatened by corporate criminal prosecution and will pay something that is not going to be 500 million, but possibly 9 billion, like BNP Paribas was when the Department of Justice came after it, you don't think, okay, that is coercion. I'll wait for the competition, for the commission to use the anti-coercion instrument, and maybe 3 years down the line get me some sort of reimbursement. It's just too long. So what has to happen is the threat has to be equal on both sides, and for the EU that is competition law, and I think we really should use it.
Okay, well, we'll wrap it up there. But we've only really scratched the surface, but I encourage you all to debate these questions with the panelists over drinks. But we're now going to move on to the commissioner's speech. So please just give a round of applause for the panel.
So good afternoon, everyone, and good evening. Thank you very much for still being here. So my name is Mark Dempsey. I'm EU Advocacy Advisor for Article 19. I want to thank the Commissioner for being here, especially given how busy your schedule is. So on behalf of Article 19 and the Open Markets Institute, thank you very much. Before I leave the floor to you, Commissioner, I want to give a brief introduction for our audience. So you became EU Commissioner for Democracy, Justice, Rule of Law and Consumer Protection on the 1st of December 2024. And it's fair to say your mandate is broad and somewhat daunting. Your brief includes responsibility for upholding the rule of law, protecting democracy and fundamental rights, tackling disinformation, improving the criminal justice cooperation and strengthening the rights of victims of crime, and improving EU competitiveness through the reform of company law and civil law via the upcoming Digital Fairness Act. You are also responsible for ensuring full enforcement of the GDPR and promoting trusted data flows with international partners. Before your appointment as Commissioner, you served as Ireland's Minister for Finance from 2022 to 2024, as Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform from 2020 to 2022, and you were an elected member of the Irish Parliament between 2007 and 2024. Professional life aside, you come from beautiful county of Cork in Ireland, are married to Claire and are a father to 7 children. I can relate myself, being in a big family, being one of 9. Excuse me. And if big families prepare you for anything, it is a good debate around the kitchen table and an ability to get on with people. Something I've heard that you have in abundance, Commissioner. So very quickly for the audience, to know how this will proceed, Commissioner McGrath will say a few words on one of the main initiatives he oversees, namely the Democracy Shield, and more broadly in democracy. And then we will hopefully have enough time for me to ask a few questions. Over to you, Commissioner.
Okay, great stuff. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mark, for the introduction, and thanks to all of you for the warm welcome. It's great to be here. I hope the event is going well so far, and new connections are being made, and that you get a lot out of it. I want to extend my sincere thanks to Barry Lind from the Open Markets Institute and to Mark from Article 19 for giving me this opportunity to address the conference this afternoon. Both organizations are undoubtedly undertaking invaluable work to promote democracy and our cherished freedoms. So let me begin by addressing the big question: what does the future of democracy look like? As John F. Kennedy rightly put it, democracy is never a final achievement, it is a call to an untiring effort. The answer to this pressing question is clear. Democracy can never be taken for granted. It is not a guarantee, but a responsibility, and the future of it depends on the collective actions that we take now. We stand, in my view, at a critical juncture on this question. The geopolitical landscape is unquestionably more volatile than ever. Authoritarian regimes are gaining influence across continents. We see attempts to undermine the rule of law and to silence media. Disinformation knows no borders and is not only spreading rapidly, but also impacting us deeply. Information manipulation and attempts of electoral interference are definitely on the increase. And cyber attacks are severely impacting infrastructure, as we saw all too clearly with the recent attacks on Brussels, Berlin, and indeed Heathrow airports. All of this has one aim: to create social unrest and also to erode trust in our democracy and in our democratic institutions. No matter where they come from, external or internal, these threats are undermining the very freedoms that we hold dear. Freedom in Europe and other parts of the world is not a given. It's now become a task that we must carry out daily. So the overall message is that we have to continue to invest in democracy and invest in the safeguards that underpin democracy, or else we will see a deterioration in the overall outlook. Freedom in Europe, as I said, is something that has been hard won and needs to be protected and guarded in our everyday work. The freedoms of our citizens are not just values, they are lifelines of our sovereignty and of our security, and we must do everything we can to protect them. And this is, in a nutshell, the overarching goal of the European Democracy Shield that we are currently finalising and plan to present in the coming weeks. And I have the privilege of leading on this initiative within the European Commission. Many of you have already heard that the Democracy Shield will protect and promote our European democracies in the long run. The Democracy Shield is itself structured around three main pillars of action: reinforcing our situational awareness and response capacity to counter threats such as FEME and disinformation campaigns, strengthening democratic institutions and protecting free elections and also an independent, plural and free media, and boosting citizens' engagement in democratic life and increasing our societal resilience. But today, I don't want to speak about pillars of action. I want to speak about the essence of what democracy means for Europeans and what I consider crucial for the success of the Democracy Shield. Democracy, as Umberto Eco reminded us when he said, freedom and liberation are an unending task. It never dies suddenly. It withers away gradually. When fear replaces curiosity, when truth becomes optional, and when those who hold power to account are silenced, not by decree, but by exhaustion. Democracy does not survive through institutions alone. It endures through those who speak, those who inquire, and those who challenge, and those who hold power to account. Free citizens and civil society, free media, and a scientific community with its academic and research freedom. A thriving democracy relies on these crucial watchdogs. In many analyses on the state of democracies, we hear expressions such as zombie democracies, illiberal democracies, and semi-democratic systems. I will not today delve into partial or full democracies, into perfect or defective democracies. I would need a lot more time to give that issue justice. But I'd rather speak about healthy democracies and why we should invest in the defence of our democratic institutions and processes. To gauge the health of our democracies, we must observe the well-being of those whose daily work is to safeguard our democratic guardians. And there are signs that these guardians are under growing pressure. I would say that there is clear evidence of that. Political, legal, or economic pressure on civil society actors, on the independent media sector, and the scientific community is now at an alarming level. Citizens' right to information and free expression is squeezed by polarization and disinformation. And we also see structural challenges to our democratic space: the algorithmic reshaping of public space, the corrosive spread of coordinated manipulation campaigns, deepfakes and online scams, the capture of attention and advertising by a handful of digital gatekeepers, a growing number of citizens disillusioned with the political status quo, their elected representatives and their ability to deliver tangible solutions. As Commissioner with responsibility for democracy, justice, rule of law and consumer protection, I believe that our European response must be determined, assertive, and it must be looking to the future. It must embody a European spirit, rooted in shared values, guided by evidence and driven by the unwavering conviction that freedoms are non-negotiable and that rights are indivisible. Being a free citizen, a European citizen, means having the space to speak, debate, challenge, and to engage in politics and in democracy without fear. It means having the right to vote in free and fair elections and to influence decisions that shape your own future and that shape society. It means enjoying freedom of association. A vibrant civil society plays a crucial role in defending human rights and safeguarding democratic values. And today, disinformation on social media platforms is making it much harder for citizens to find reliable information or to even know what is reliable or what isn't. We're living in a world overwhelmed by disinformation, where finding reliable information has become one of the greatest challenges that we face, making truth a precious and a fragile resource that we must protect. And this is why for citizens to be truly free and make informed decisions, it's essential that we have a free and independent media sector within Europe. And this requires a media landscape that reflects the diversity of our society, that champions freedom of expression and speaks truth to power, and to do so in a fashion that is without fear. It's not just tackling the wave of disinformation, we're also facing the troubling realities of declining media revenues and pluralism, especially at a local level, and increasing pressures and threats on journalists. Democracy also relies on the freedom of academic and scientific research, which is essential for scientific progress. By providing evidence-based knowledge, scientific research informs policy decisions and fosters an informed electorate capable of addressing societal challenges. This relationship between science and democracy ensures that our citizens have access to the evidence that they need to hold power to account. This common ground is vital for reducing the polarization that we see in society, where groups might otherwise disagree on fundamental realities. And while we recognize the challenges of today, our focus must turn now to safeguarding democracies for generations to come. And we can do this with full strength and confidence, I believe, building on our long-standing commitment to freedoms, on our high standards for citizens' protection. 3 frameworks will define our collective defence of our democratic guardians and of our freedoms. Firstly, the existing EU Digital and Democracy Rulebook, which is freedom by design. It is intentionally designed to protect and create more freedom through strategic choices. With our General Data Protection Regulation, we chose to protect privacy as a fundamental right. For the AI Act, we chose a human-centric approach because such technology should be for the benefit of and not the peril of humanity. In the European Media Freedom Act and the Anti-SLAPP Directive, we laid down rules to protect journalists and to protect media outlets from political interference so that they can operate freely and in return ensure the citizens' right to information and hold power to account. The Political Advertising Regulation sets transparency and accountability for political advertising across Europe so that citizens can make informed choices in a democratic society. And finally, the Digital Services Act represents Europe's commitment to a digital information environment grounded in accountability, transparency and choice for users. It is a global benchmark for platform regulation. It gives users the right to challenge content moderation decisions, holding platforms to account. It seeks to enhance fairness and participation by scrutinizing the algorithms that shape public discourse. It promotes fact-checking to counter viral falsehoods with scientific evidence. It provides researchers with unprecedented access to platform data and ensuring that their findings are publicly available. This kind of transparency strengthens democratic governance by allowing researchers and civil society to hold large platforms to account, study their societal impact, and contribute to well-informed public discourse. Transparency, accountability, and integrity in the information spaces are vital dimensions to ensure that people's voices are heard and to empower them to be active citizens in the democratic process. It's about protecting everyone's right to speak frankly and to think freely. Continuous implementation and, crucially, enforcement of this digital and democracy rulebook will remain of central importance because these rules protect the fundamental rights and freedoms of nearly 400 million internet users in the European Union. Secondly, the upcoming European Democracy Shield will lay down a framework to react faster and better to protect our sovereignty and freedoms as the basis for our democracy. Free citizens are empowered through trustworthy information to make informed choices about their lives and about their own futures. The digital world is, of course, woven into our daily routines at this stage. We rely heavily on large online platforms for a wide range of activities, from staying informed and connecting with friends and family, to shopping, making payments, investing, and performing work tasks. We want to ensure that individuals have the tools and the skills necessary to navigate the digital information environment, form their own opinions, and participate fully in our democratic life. We will also focus on empowering citizens through media literacy initiatives and civic education, and through practicing democracy every day and not just on election day. An informed and engaged public is, in my view, the very best defence against disinformation and polarising narratives. With the Democracy Shield, we will cultivate a media sector that is truly free, independent and resilient. We will look at all the angles for further action, from financial sustainability, which we know is a real and a pressing issue for many media organisations, and visibility of content on platforms, a key issue as well, to the safety environment and to protection against abusive litigation, of which we see far, far too much. And we will support the role of science in democracy, from working with researchers to detecting foreign interference and fighting disinformation, to enabling their working environment and securing their role in the evidence-based policy making I've mentioned. We are determined to ensure that the European Democracy Shield will be a success. We're drawing on the knowledge and the experience of the whole of society, from citizens, civil society actors, and indeed from the member states themselves. And thirdly, the forthcoming EU civil society strategy will recognise civil society as a critical piece on our democracy jigsaw puzzle, not an optional accessory. The strategy aims to protect them and also promote their active participation in public policy making, so that consultation is two-sided and becomes one that's centred around genuine partnership. Because when civil society loses space, democracy loses its oxygen, and we cannot allow that to happen. And just as oxygen is essential to keep life breathing, the free flow of ideas, dialogue, challenge and participation is what keeps democracy alive and thriving. Together, these three frameworks, the existing Digital and Democracy Rulebook and its enforcement, the upcoming European Democracy Shield and civil society strategy, form a coherent defence of the European democratic space, a space where citizens can trust, can question and can speak without fear. A space where civil society continues to advocate for the protection of our planet, including our people. A space where free and independent media keeps power to account and informs citizens. A space where science drives progress and continues to save lives. And we will need to pair legal frameworks with financial resources. The proposals we made for the next EU budget, the multi-annual financial framework, cover support for all of these guardians in our democratic space. We have to protect the foundations of democracy, and that requires investment. But regulation and funding alone are not enough. Democracy depends on culture, on the daily habits of listening, of engaging and holding those in power, including myself, to account. We must make clear that freedom of thought, of inquiry and of expression are not negotiable. They are the essence of what it means to be European. And at this moment in our history and at this juncture globally, it's more important than ever that we speak for these values, not just in Europe, but on a global stage. My own vision for democracy these days is the following: criticise, but discuss, and debate, but no hate. Together with shared conviction and determination, I believe that we can successfully defend and promote the democracy that we cherish, because what we have is worth preserving. It's better than any alternative. And today's gathering of minds is, in my view, testament enough that we have the strength, not just to confront our challenges, but indeed to triumph over them, to defend free citizens and civil society, to sustain an independent media, and protect independent science, is to ensure that Europe's freedoms remain, as in John F. Kennedy and Umberto Eco's words, an unending task. There is no final destination. We will have to continue with this work. And I know that I can indeed count on your support and your partnership to continue this journey. And as always, I and my team within the Commission are available to engage, to listen, and to do the very best that we can to respond to the issues that you are bringing to our attention on an ongoing basis. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. That was a very uplifting and wide-ranging speech. I think we have a couple of minutes for questions, so I'm going to ask a more generic question. You've had a very interesting rise through the political ranks. You've been a local politician, a national politician, and now at a European level. And during that period, you've seen, I suppose, wicked swings in polarization and the declining trust in democratic institutions. I suppose my question to you is, what is your advice on engaging with citizens when trust in democracy is at an all-time low?
Thanks very much, Mark. I think the answer really is in the question. It is engagement. It is first and foremost about listening. Democracy won't be saved from Brussels. We can lead and we can provide direction and support and so on, no question whatsoever about that. But democracy is at a local level, it's at a community level, and that is where I started my journey. My first public election was at the age of 22 in my local community in Cork, where at the time there were town councils, and unfortunately there are no longer town councils in Ireland. There are city councils, county councils, but it was a fantastic start because you only needed a few hundred votes to get elected, and if you were active and involved in the community, then it was achievable. But for me, it's about trust in democracy, and it's about listening to people and responding. And we should also, I think, not always jump to conclusions. And if we don't like the outcome of an election, or we don't like the way that people have voted, it's not always because of foreign interference or disinformation. It could be because people have given up on those that are in power, that they feel they're not being listened to, that their aspirations, their concerns are not being reflected, are not being acted upon, and they just choose a different future. So I've always felt it hugely important just to get out and meet people, to have a chat, listen to their views. And as you know, in Ireland, politicians tend to be really close to their electorate, or they won't be re-elected again. And I think that's where the solution lies. People, I think, want to see that politics works for them, that it makes a difference. Now, politicians also have to lead. We don't have to just do what we're instructed. We have to try and lead if we think and we believe strongly in our values and our principles. We have to provide leadership to people, but we also have to take their views on board and take their concerns on board. And I think where we fail to do that is when you see people exercising their democratic right to bring about change.
Yeah, thank you for such a comprehensive answer. I think the closeness between the politician and the electorate is, I think, very key to a democracy functioning well. My second question is probably a little bit more directly related to your role here as a commissioner. So you've been in position for almost a year. The role and power of platforms is arguably increased further by aligning itself with the current US administration and its policies. This makes arguably the enforcement of EU laws all the more relevant and vital. It reminds me of a quote from a TikTok executive when talking about engagement. He quipped, "The younger, the better the performance." So with all this in mind, how do you plan to ensure that the law underpinning the EU's prized digital acquis, namely the GDPR, is properly enforced across Europe and including in our home country of Ireland?
Okay, so the GDPR is a horizontal instrument, so it is technology neutral, and it complements all of the other aspects of the digital rule book, whether it be the DSA, DMA, AI Act, Data Act, and so on. We have been reflecting on how it may be possible to improve it, not weaken it, certainly. But we brought in recently, and we got agreement with the co-legislators on a GDPR procedural rules regulation, which will help to get to a better point in dealing with more complex cross-border GDPR cases, as many of them tend to be. So that's quite good. And we also have to acknowledge that the right to privacy and the protection of our personal data is a fundamental right. It's in our charter. It's treaty-based. We've extensive jurisprudence from the Court of Justice of the European Union, and it's in our legislation. And I think it also speaks to our values, and it falls to us, in particular my own DG, to ensure that this right is vindicated at all times. It doesn't act in isolation. We have to make sure that it is supportive and complementary to the other elements of the digital rule book that I have referred to. One issue that does come up quite a lot, we held an implementation dialogue, for example, in July, and the main takeaway on GDPR, because that was the subject of the discussion, was the real or perceived, at least, inconsistent application and enforcement of GDPR around the EU. So you've got 27 different data protection authorities. So we are working hard with the European Data Protection Board to achieve a greater level of harmonization and ensure that implementation and enforcement is consistent. As you know, in the recent, you mentioned the US, in the recent trade talks, we reaffirmed the right of the European Union as an area whose independence and autonomy we guard very closely, our right to have our own digital rule book, and we asserted that it is a matter for the European Union to decide what the rules are for companies that operate within the EU, and that will remain the case, including in respect of the GDPR. For completeness sake, we are looking at, in the forthcoming digital omnibus that Executive Vice President Jennifer Gunnan is leading on within the Commission, we are reflecting on whether we should make any targeted amendments to the GDPR, but we haven't come to any firm conclusions on that yet. But it will not in any way, in my view, weaken what is an essential protection for European citizens. But we are 7 or 8 years into it now, so it's a good time just to reflect on how it works and whether any changes are warranted, and we're giving that careful consideration.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think, without pontificating too much from my side, I think as a civil society actor, it's something that we would not hasten. In other words, opening up the GDPR, and I'm sure you've heard this before. I think we're going to leave it at that. And all that's left for me is to say thank you very much, Commissioner, for your time. And please, a round of applause for Commissioner McGrath. Thanks, man.
Can we give the Commissioner another round of applause? That was actually... You know, sometimes the most powerful presentations are the ones that are delivered with the most calmness. So we're at the end of the day, and we just have a few more minutes here. You know, one of the things about the history of democracy is that so much of the history of democracy took place in taverns and bars, over drinks, with people, you know, sharing a good time with each other, learning how to live with each other, learning how to fight with each other. So we're almost at the time when we go to the bar. Now, we have this one last presentation. It's by one of the great heroes of American democracy, Jamie Raskin. He's the ranking member of the Justice Committee in the House of Representatives, which means that when the Democrats take power, probably in the midterms, he'll be the chair of the Justice Committee. Jamie, you know, he's somebody who actually grew up in my part of town, in Northwest Washington, and you know, so he's kind of part of our community in a very real way, and he's a very communal person. And so he is someone who is a very bottom-up organizer. That was his background. And he is now, and this is what's important, you know, is he is a person who now is committed to organizing democracy, not just in the community level, not just at the regional level, not just at the national level. And Jamie played a very important role in this in the last few years, sort of helping people reconnect with the fundamental goals of the American Constitution. But he's actually been really focused in the last little while on the transatlantic fight and how we work together in creating and organizing the fight between, the coordination of the fight between Americans and Europeans, between Americans, Europeans, and everybody else in the world, every democratic people in the world. One of the things that he talks a lot about is transnational democratic solidarity. Now, I don't know if he's going to talk about that in this particular 10 minutes, He is one of the great fighters. He is committed to this fight for the long term. He is one of the people who understands that this is a moment of awakening here in Europe, an awakening in the United States, and we were really deeply, deeply asleep. That we are going to win. This is just the beginning of the next 400 years of liberal democracy. So, Jamie Raskin, and then we go to the tavern.
Hello, and greetings to all of my friends at the Future of Democracy conference. Thank you to Open Markets and Article 19 for inviting me to be part of this important proceeding. As you guys are all talking about, we're facing unprecedented attacks on democracy, human rights, and freedom all around the world, and we haven't seen anything like this in our lifetimes. The threats facing liberal democracies in Europe, in the US, are coming from foreign dictators, authoritarian leaders, wannabe tyrants, extremist groups, techno-fascists all over the world. Everyone who wants us to believe that democracy is dying and that resistance is futile and that nothing is worth fighting for anymore. Well, everybody at this conference has come together to say that's wrong. We can, we must, we will fight back against all of these dark forces that would undermine our democracy and our freedom in this century. This moment calls for transnational democratic solidarity among the free peoples, the free parties, and the free movements of the world. All the bullies and the oligarchs have found each other. They're networked together in a dark web of anti-democracy, from the autocrats in Moscow to the kleptocrats in Mar-a-Lago, from the far-right extremists of the National Rally to the techno-broligarchs of Silicon Valley. The enemies of freedom are on the march for autocratic state power and social control, creating gangster states and fascist networks around the world to try to intimidate people and to stop democracy. Well, let me just say a word about what's going on in the United States, so everybody has a clear sense of what's happening. There are unprecedented attacks, again in our lifetimes, on freedom of speech and efforts to silence dissent, efforts to undermine the independence and powers of the judicial branch, efforts to defy the will and laws of Congress and to stop Congress from conducting any oversight of the president and the executive branch. We see efforts by the president to exercise unilateral complete control over the professional civil service and to abolish the meaning of the civil service, which is that people can't be fired from jobs like air traffic controller and forest firefighter and cancer researcher for partisan reasons. But we're seeing the administration attack, bully, and threaten federal workers every day. We're seeing them attack, bully, and threaten private companies whose views and actions the president disfavors. They're coercing law firms simply because the president doesn't like something that one of the lawyers did, imposing guilt by association and collective guilt on an entire firm, threatening to bar them from federal buildings, which of course makes it difficult to practice in federal courthouses. They're revoking and freezing federal funding appropriated by Congress for addressing subjects they don't like, such as climate change or vaccines. They are trying to void out essential medical and scientific research. They're threatening colleges and universities that don't comply with the president's directives and that don't adhere to his ideological views. They're trying to take over our private colleges and universities, control the curriculum, control student admissions, control faculty hiring. They're revoking college student visas and detaining and deporting foreign students here on a visa simply because they went to a rally that the president didn't like, or they wrote an op-ed for a newspaper the president didn't like. They're filing baseless lawsuits against media companies simply because they report stories that the president doesn't like. The president could never win these lawsuits against ABC, CBS, NBC, 60 Minutes, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, you name it. But he has succeeded in coercing many of them into settlements by using the power of the Federal Communications Commission. In other words, using the power of the state to shake down private media companies for tens of millions of dollars that go into his pocket or for his presidential library. In one episode that became famous, they tried to force Disney and ABC to take down comedian Jimmy Kimmel, to remove his late night show from the air. It created a storm of protest and outrage across the country, and people began to feel those stirrings of the First Amendment and freedom of speech finally in the country, and people protested, and so Disney called it off. And that was a big victory for us, because if you can laugh at somebody in power, then you don't have to be afraid of somebody in power. So these comedians are playing an important role for us. And yet this shakedown, this crackdown continues. The president has ordered completely baseless criminal prosecutions against his political rivals, including the former director of the FBI, Mr. Comey, and the New York Attorney General, Letitia James. Now, despite this terrible onslaught of attacks on basic civil, political, and human rights, people are fighting back across the country, and the courts are fighting back as well. There have been more than 400 lawsuits brought since January against this reign of lawlessness and terror against the American people. And we have won the overwhelming number of lawsuits in federal district courts and at the appellate level, right after the district courts. Our problem has been the US Supreme Court, which has been gerrymandered and stacked and packed in Trump's favor. And so they've taken dozens of these cases and reversed them in their emergency docket, the so-called shadow docket, where they don't even explain their reasoning. They just issue a one sentence or one paragraph order reversing what's been done. But nonetheless, the rule of law is holding at the federal district court level. And many courts, whether it's a Democratic appointee to the bench or it's a Republican appointee to the bench, have rejected what Donald Trump has done. For example, one of his first executive orders was to try to strip birthright citizenship from people in America, essentially unilaterally overturning the very first sentence of the 14th Amendment, which says that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. Nothing could be cleaner or plainer in our history. Going back to 1868, Donald Trump tried to reverse that by executive order. It was struck down by 4 federal courts, 2 Republican judges, 2 Democratic judges. And their position was validated at the appeals court level. But the US Supreme Court changed the subject and said that they actually didn't have the power to impose nationwide injunctions, federal district courts. So now we're having to reinvent the wheel, start all over again, and do it as a class action in a couple of different jurisdictions. And nonetheless, the federal judges are hanging tough and rendering very powerful opinions for us. On the international stage, our European allies are helping to put the brakes on for a number of different causes. For example, the European countries have stood strong with our democratic allies in Ukraine, fighting off Putin's filthy, bloody, imperialist invasion, and that has had a tempering influence on Donald Trump and his instinctive readiness to support Vladimir Putin. And every day we are seeing brave Americans all across the country stand up against what's taking place in our country. We've had millions of people participate in street protests with Indivisible, and we have another day of No Kings rallies taking place on Saturday, October 18th. So we are confronting a whole host of problems that I know you're talking about at the conference. I won't rehearse them for you, but we have serious problems with hate speech and fascist organizing taking place on the internet. We have problems with artificial intelligence. We have profound market concentration, economic monopolization, media consolidation, and then a war on the living standards of working class and middle class people in our country. They also are attacking science on a regular basis and defying what the scientists have told us about what's taking place with climate change. On top of all of this, we have inflation, which that Donald Trump had promised that he would get rid of at the very beginning of his term. So the good news is this president is sinking in the polls because of his terrible policies, including the trade war he's launched against the entire world with illegal, unconstitutional tariffs that themselves have been struck down in our Court of International Trade and in the Federal Circuit Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit. So we have a very big agenda ahead of us, and I just want everybody there to know you've got allies in Congress, you've got allies all across America who are fighting to defend strong democracy and freedom. We must invent new tactics of nonviolent resistance and opposition to this authoritarian drive in our society and around the world. As our case is new, said President Abraham Lincoln, so we must think anew and act anew. We must disenthrall ourselves from all the propaganda, all of the dogma, and all of the fake news in order to save our democracy. And that means saving both the rights and practices that constitute democracy today, but also understanding that democracy is always an unfolding project. It's a process in motion. And in America, we've got a long way to go to reach Abraham Lincoln's beautiful, tantalizing ideal of government of the people, by the people, and for the people. We've got millions of people still disenfranchised in America. We've got the residents of a national capital who are the only residents of national capital on planet Earth who are not represented in their own parliament. And so we need statehood for Washington, D.C. We need statehood for Puerto Rico. We need a constitutional amendment guaranteeing the right to vote. And we need to get rid of the antiquated and accident-prone electoral college system, which has given us 5 popular vote losers as president in our history, twice in this century alone. So we have a lot of work to do. But like John Dewey said, the only solution to the ills of democracy is more democracy. And what we're suffering from today is not democracy. What we're suffering from is all of the impediments to democracy, the obstacles to democracy, and the attempts to trample and violate democracy. So we stand in solidarity with what you're doing. I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person. The Republicans have shut the government down, and we are here in Washington waiting to reopen the government and preserve the health care of our people. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your commitment to democracy and the freedom that it protects. Thank you for standing strong in these very tough days.
I think we're going to have a couple of final comments from Max and Mark. And, no, just you guys come up and just have your final comments so that we can actually get into the democracy forum over there.
Right, okay. Oh gosh, what a long day. Thank you very much everyone for staying here, firstly. I prepared some remarks, but I think given you've been listening all day, I don't want to bore you with quips from every single panel, but there were a couple of things that stood out, and I want to obviously thank OMI for firstly approaching us and partnering for us to partner, so hugely appreciated Barry and Max, and then for all the people who put in the work, because these things are, to be very Irish about it, a pain in the ass to do. But then once they're done, you realize how wonderful it is to bring together all these experts from all walks, policy, academia, regulatory, and having a broad-based discussion about where we are, because we're clearly at an inflection point. And I think the urgency is there in the US more than here, because I think the US is at a different level of urgency, but I think the EU really needs to start making some actions. I think we hear a lot about things that are going to be done. We hear about initiatives, we hear about planning, but when it comes to actual concrete actions, that's where we're probably lacking. That said, the speech from our Commissioner McGrath was what I thought quite hopeful, and he feels and certainly comes across as very committed to make sure that democracy is safeguarded in as much as he can do as Commissioner at a European level. So what stood out? Johnny Ryan asked the question, is Europe going to be a beacon of democratic resilience or a vassal? A very Johnny Ryan comment. I don't see Johnny in the audience. And Maria, on the same panel, made a comment on the need to educate citizens on what alternatives exist and for EU institutions to finally move away from their resilience on big tech. I think at this stage, this has to happen. It's a matter, I mean, if the European institutions pull away from their use of certain platforms, will member states follow suit? Not necessarily, but you would hope it would lead to some sort of momentum and give the right sign. So you would think that there are discussions happening within the Commission. What sounds like a very basic move, but to move off X. I mean, all the Commission and the various EU institutions are still in X, for example. What else? Professor Natalie Hellberger said, to approach the information crisis we are in effectively, we need to consider the integrity of the people using Gen AI and how they're using it to reinvent the media and the public sphere. So when she says the people using Gen AI, she's talking about the integrity of the people behind using Gen AI. So it's been used as a means of changing the public square and reinventing the media. I thought it was an interesting way to put the question, and not something that we've come across very often, particularly when I was working on the European Media Freedom Act, for example. Roger McNamee, a lot of very firm statements. What could I say? He said that big tech, which poses all these existential risks, yet will expect to be bailed out in the event of a crash. He's probably right with that. He also said we need to move on from big tech. The last genuine innovation was the iPhone, and that was 18 years ago. Mario Monti, it's hard not to say something about him. I think it was unfortunate to a degree because he's such a stalwart of what Europe is. And I think that what's often missing in tech policy circles is an historical understanding of what the EU stands for. I think, what did he say? Europe needs to be more confident in itself. It needs to leverage its soft power with like-minded neighbors behind the EU to confront the US threat. And I think this is something that has been lacking from an EU level. And it's a basic leadership and a confidence in what the EU stands for. Why is there a fear to use the coercion instrument? I think that's been articulated to some degree after the tariff talks. But I still think it hasn't been used enough as a potential threat. Bart Butler from Proton, I love this statement. Privacy is a bulwark against authoritarianism, and Europe should embrace it. And finally, Alberto Alemano in the previous panel discussed the vital role that civil society has in a democratic society. His words remind me of a passage from a man who was known back in Ireland as Ireland's conscience. Fintan O'Toole wrote that civil society can create the capacity to understand, critique, and offer alternatives to the pure pragmatism of day-to-day politics. I think working for Article 19 and with an eye on what is happening both across the water and in the actions of some groups in the European Parliament, I can only add to O'Toole's voice that civil society's role as a place to claim or defend a space of discourse and freedom of expression must not be forgotten. So I'll leave it at that. Wish you all a lovely evening, and I'm going to pass you on to Max for some brief comments.
Right, I'm conscious I'm the last thing standing between you and drinks, so I will keep it brief. I think this has been an absolutely fantastic day of discussions. I'm feeling, even though we've talked about some very, challenging threats and times that we live in, I'm feeling very energized by the discussions. So firstly, I just want to thank all the fantastic speakers who made this all possible and who traveled here to Brussels, many of them yesterday on a huge day of disruption here. So please just give them another round of applause. And then I also want to echo Mark's thanks to the teams at Article 19 and at Open Markets who worked on this event. Pulling together an event of this scale and ambition is always a huge lift, particularly for civil society organizations. And in particular, I'd like to shout out on the OMI side, Audrey, Karina, Jack, Claire, and in particular, George and Kat, who just did heroic work behind the scenes to make sure everything ran as smoothly as it did today. And hopefully I didn't forget anyone, otherwise I'll be in trouble. But please give another round of applause. And I think Mark did a great job at summarizing the discussion, but I would just pick out one remark which has really stuck with me and which I think was echoed by a lot of other speakers. And Jonathan Cantor made it earlier in his comments, when he said, when he went into government, there were problems everywhere, right? Concentration everywhere, and it would be easy to kind of just, kind of give up. Where do you start? But he said, the important thing is just to start doing things. There are so many problems to solve, and that's actually something that should kind of encourage us and motivate us to get stuck in. So yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that. And, I think if there's one thing you should take away from the discussions today, across all the different panels and speeches that we've had, it's that the power of the tech giants, and a power that is now increasingly aligned with and infused with the power of the US state, isn't just a problem for Europe's competitiveness or its sovereignty, as important as those are. But ultimately, if Europe fails to break its dependence on these corporations for its basic communications infrastructure, and from the owners of those platforms, then its future as a democracy is at risk. And I think sooner than we think. And we just need to look, across the Atlantic to events in the US to see. And I, don't want to say democracy is dead in the US. Hopefully, the resistance is on the way. But I think, it's a warning sign for what could happen in Europe. And Jamie Raskin his remarks were very powerful in kind of outlining exactly what's going on there. I think more positively, a lot of people are kind of realizing this, and I think that applies to many of the people in this room. Sadly, I think that still isn't true of many of Europe's leaders and politicians. So I think if there's a kind of collective action for us, it's to get out there and kind of make sure that they wake up and do what's needed. And then finally, to kind of build on Mark's example, I'd also like to mention a quote that is important to me and that I think is also kind of very relevant to the times we live in. And it is from someone called Antonio Gramsci, who was an Italian political dissident. And when he was jailed by Mussolini in the 1930s, he wrote these prison notebooks. And one of the things he wrote in there was, he said, I am a pessimist because of intellect, but I'm an optimist because of will. And I think that is, it's relevant to many times and places, but I think it's hugely relevant today, where, we have to recognize the dangers that we're facing, which are very grave. We can't hide from those, but that should not lead us to fatalism or pessimism, but it actually should lead us to action and actually motivate us to do more. So I'll end with that, and as Barry said, let's head to the tavern and keep debating. Oh, and sorry, one more thing. Just a reminder that tomorrow we have a second part of the conference in the afternoon with a keynote from Maria Ressa and further discussions. That will be in person in the European Parliament. Unfortunately, that's full. But for those of you who are registered, that is happening tomorrow, and then it will also be live streamed, so you can follow it online. And that's it. Thank you.